The Success Principles: How to Get from Where You Are to Where You Want to Be. Written and read by Jack Canfield. The Fundamentals of Success. Principle number 1. Take 100% responsibility for your life. One of the most pervasive myths in the American culture today is that we are entitled to a great life, that somehow, somewhere, someone, certainly not us, is responsible for filling our lives with continual happiness, exciting career options, nurturing family time, and blissful personal relationships simply because we exist. But the real truth, and the one lesson this whole book is based on, is that there is only one person responsible for the quality of life that you live, and that person is you. If you want to be successful, you have to take 100% responsibility for everything that you experience in your life. This includes the level of your achievements, the results you produce, the quality of your relationships, the state of your health and physical fitness, your income, your debts, your feelings, everything. This is not easy. In fact, most of us have been conditioned to blame something outside of ourselves for the parts of our life we don't like. We blame our parents, our bosses, our friends, the media, our coworkers, our clients, our spouse, the weather, the economy, our lack of money, even our astrological chart, anyone or anything we can pin the blame on. We never want to look at where the real problem is, ourselves. It is time to stop looking outside yourself for the answers to why you haven't created the life and results you want, for it is you who creates the quality of the life you lead and the results you produce. You, no one else. To achieve major success in life, to achieve those things that are most important to you, you must assume 100% responsibility for your life. Nothing less will do. You have to give up all your excuses. If you want to create the life of your dreams, then you are going to have to take 100% responsibility for your life as well. That means giving up all your excuses, all your victim stories, all the reasons why you can't and why you haven't up until now, and all your blaming of outside circumstances. You have to give them all up forever. You have to take the position that you have always had the power to make it different, to get it right, to produce the desired result. For whatever reason, ignorance, lack of awareness, fear, needing to be right, the need to feel safe, you chose not to exercise that power. Who knows why? It doesn't matter. The past is the past. All that matters now is that from this point forward you choose. That's right, it's a choice. You choose to act as if, and that's all that's required, to act as if, you are 100% responsible for everything that does or doesn't happen to you. If something doesn't turn out as planned, you will ask yourself, how did I create that? What was I thinking? What were my beliefs? What did I say or not say? What did I do or not do to create that result? How did I get the other person to act that way? And what do I need to do differently next time to get the result that I want? Dr. Robert Resnick, a psychotherapist in Los Angeles, taught me a very simple but very important formula that made this idea of 100% responsibility even clearer to me. It literally changed my life, and it can change yours too. The formula is E plus R equals O, and that stands for event plus response equals outcome. The basic idea is that every outcome you experience in life, whether it is success or failure, wealth or poverty, health or illness, intimacy or estrangement, joy or frustration, every event that you experience is the result of how you have responded to an earlier event or events in your life. If you don't like the outcomes you're currently getting, there are two basic choices you can make. 1. You can blame the event for your lack of results. The O, the outcome. In other words, you can blame the economy, the weather, the lack of money, your lack of education, racism, gender bias, the current administration in Washington, your wife or husband, your boss's attitude, the lack of support, the political climate, the system or lack of systems, and so on. If you're a golfer, you've probably even blamed your clubs and the course you played on. No doubt all of these factors do exist, but if they were the deciding factor, nobody would ever succeed. Lots of people overcome these so-called limiting factors, so it can't be the limiting factors that limit you. It is not the external conditions and circumstances that stop you. It is you. We stop ourselves. We think limiting thoughts and engage in self-defeating behaviors. We defend our self-destructive habits, such as drinking and smoking, with indefensible logic. We ignore useful feedback, fail to continuously educate ourselves and learn new skills, waste time on the trivial aspects of our lives, engage in idle gossip, eat unhealthy food, fail to exercise, spend more money than we make, fail to save and invest in our future, avoid necessary conflict, fail to tell the truth, and don't ask for what we want. And then we wonder why our lives don't work. But this, by the way, is what most people do. They place the blame for everything that isn't the way they want it on outside events and circumstances. They have an excuse for everything. 2. You can instead simply change your responses, your R's, to the events, the E's, the way things are, until you get the outcomes, the O, that you want. You can change your thinking, change your communication, change the pictures you hold in your head, your images of yourself and the world, and you can change your behavior, the things you do. That is all you really have any control over anyway. Unfortunately, most of us are so run by our habits that we never change our behavior. We get stuck in our conditioned responses to our spouses and our children, to our colleagues at work, to our customers and our clients, to our students, and to the world at large. We are a bundle of conditioned reflexes that operate outside of our control. You have to regain control of your thoughts, your images, your dreams and daydreams, and your behavior. Everything you think, say, and do needs to become intentional and aligned with your purpose, your values, and your goals. Everything you experience in life, both internally and externally, is the result of how you have responded to a previous event. For example, let's say the event is you're given a $400 bonus. Your response is to spend it on a night on the town. The outcome, you're broke. Let's look at a different response. Same event, you were given a $400 bonus. This time, you invested in your mutual fund, and the outcome is now you have an increased net worth. See, you only have control over 3 things in your life: the thoughts you think, the images you visualize, and the actions you take, your behavior. How you use these 3 things determines everything you experience. If you don't like what you are producing and experiencing, you have to change your responses. Change your negative thoughts to positive ones. Change what you daydream about. Change your habits. Change what you read. Change your friends. Change how you talk. Remember, if you keep on doing what you've always done, you'll keep on getting what you've always got. 12-step programs such as Alcoholics Anonymous define insanity as continuing the same behavior and expecting a different result. It ain't gonna happen. If you are an alcoholic and you keep on drinking, your life is not going to get any better. Likewise, if you continue your current behaviors, your life is not going to get any better either. The day you start to change your responses to the way things are is the day your life will begin to get better. Because if what you are currently doing would produce the more and the better that you are seeking in life, the more and the better would have already shown up. If you want something different, you are going to have to do something different. You also have to give up blaming. You will never become successful as long as you continue to blame someone or something else for your lack of success. If you are going to be a winner, you have to acknowledge the truth. It is you who took the actions, thought the thoughts, created the feelings, and made the choices that got you to where you now are. It was you. You are the one who ate the junk food. You are the one who didn't say no. You are the one who took the job. And you are the one who stayed in the job. You are the one who chose to believe them. You are the one who ignored your intuition. You are the one who abandoned your dream. You are the one who bought it, and you are the one who didn't take care of it. You are the one who decided you had to do it alone. You are the one who trusted him. You are the one who said yes to the dogs. In short, you thought the thoughts, you created the feelings, and you made the choices. You said the words, and that's why you are where you are now. You also have to give up complaining. Let's take a moment to really look at complaining. In order to complain about something or someone, you have to believe that something better exists. You have to have a reference point of something you prefer that you are not willing to take responsibility for creating. Let's look at that more closely. If you didn't believe that there was something better possible, more money, a bigger house, a more fulfilling job, more fun, or a more fulfilling and loving spouse, you couldn't complain. So you have this image of something better, and you know you would prefer it, but you are unwilling to take the risks that would be required to create it. Think about this. People only complain about things they can do something about. We don't complain about the things we have no power over. Have you ever heard anyone complain about gravity? No, never. Have you ever seen an elderly person all bent over with age walking down the street complaining about gravity? Of course not. But why not? If it weren't for gravity, people wouldn't fall down the stairs, planes wouldn't fall out of the sky, and we wouldn't break any dishes. But nobody complains about it. And the reason we don't is because gravity just exists. There is nothing anyone can do about gravity, so we just accept it. We know that complaining won't change it, so we don't complain about it. In fact, because it just is, we use gravity to our advantage. We build aqueducts down mountainsides to carry water to us, and we use drains to take away our waste. Even more interesting is that we choose to play with gravity, to have fun with it. Almost every sport we play uses gravity. We ski, skydive, high jump, throw the discus and the javelin. We play basketball, baseball, and golf, all of which require gravity. The circumstances you do complain about, by their very nature, are situations you can change. But you have chosen not to. You can get a better job, find a more loving partner, make more money, live in a nicer house, live in a better neighborhood, and eat healthier food. But all of these things would require you to change. If you remember the list I referred to earlier in this chapter, you could learn to cook healthier food, say no in the face of peer pressure, quit and find a better job, take the time to conduct due diligence, trust your own gut feelings, go back to school to pursue your dream, take better care of your possessions, reach out for help, ask others to assist you, take a self-development class, and sell or give away those dogs. But why don't you simply do those things? It's because they involve risks. You run the risk of being unemployed, left alone, or ridiculed and judged by others. You run the risk of failure, confrontation, or being wrong. You run the risk of your mother, your neighbors, or your spouse disapproving of you. Making a change might take effort, money, and time. It might be uncomfortable, difficult, or confusing. And so, to avoid risking any of those uncomfortable feelings and experiences, you stay put and complain about it. As I stated before, complaining means you have a reference point for something better that you would prefer, but that you are unwilling to take the risk of creating. Either accept that you are making the choice to stay where you are, take responsibility for your choice, and stop complaining about it. Or take the risk of creating your life exactly the way you want it. If you want to get from where you are to where you want to be, of course, you're going to have to take that risk. So make the decision to stop complaining, to stop spending time with complainers, and get on with creating the life of your dreams. And here's another interesting aspect of complaining. Have you ever noticed that people almost always complain to the wrong people? To people who can't do anything about their complaint? They go to work and complain about their spouse. Then they come home and complain to their spouse about the people at work. Why? Because it's easier. It's less risky. It takes courage to tell your spouse that you are not happy with the way things are at home. It takes courage to ask for a behavioral change. It also takes courage to ask your boss to plan better so that you don't end up working every weekend. But only your boss can do anything about that. Your spouse can't. So complaining to your spouse won't change anything at work, and complaining to your coworkers about your spouse won't change anything at home. Learn to replace complaining with making requests and taking action that will achieve your desired outcomes. That's what successful people do. That is what works. If you find yourself in a situation you don't like, either work to make it better or leave. Do something to change it or get the heck out. Agree to work on the relationship or get a divorce. Work to improve working conditions or find a new job. Either way, you will get a change. As the old adage says, don't just sit there, and I'll add, and complain. Do something. And remember, it's up to you to make the change, to do something different. The world doesn't owe you anything. You have to create it. You have to come to terms with the fact that you either create or allow everything that happens to you. To be powerful, you need to take the position that you create or allow everything that happens to you. By create, I mean that you directly cause something to happen by your actions or inactions. If you walk up to a man in a bar who is bigger than you, has obviously been drinking for a long time, and you say to him, "You are really ugly and stupid," and he jumps off the bar stool, hits you in the jaw, and you end up in the hospital, you created that. Now that's an easy-to-understand example. Here's one that might be a little harder to swallow. You work late every night. You come home tired and burned out. You eat dinner in a coma, and then you sit down in front of the television to watch a basketball game. You're too tired and stressed out to do anything else, like go for a walk or play with the kids. This goes on for years. Your wife asks you to talk to her. You say later. 3 years later, you come home to an empty house and a note that says she has left you and taken the kids. You created that one too. Other times, we simply allow things to happen to us by our inaction and our unwillingness to do what is necessary to create or maintain what we want. For example, you didn't follow through on your threat to take away privileges if the kids didn't clean up after themselves, and now the house looks like a war zone. You didn't demand he join you in counseling or leave the first time he hit you, so now you're still getting hit. You didn't attend any sales and motivational seminars because you were too busy, and now the new kid just won the top sales award. You didn't take the time to take the dogs to obedience training, and now they're totally out of control. You didn't take time to maintain your car, and now you're sitting by the side of the road with your car broken down. You didn't go back to school, and now you're being passed over for a promotion. Realize you are not the victim here. You stood passively by and let it happen. You didn't say anything. You didn't make a demand or make a request or say no or try something new or simply leave. Be aware that nothing ever just happens to you. Just like the yellow alerts in the old Star Trek television series, you almost always receive advance warnings in the form of telltale signs, comments from others, gut instinct or intuition that alert you to the impending danger and give you time to prevent the unwanted outcome. You are getting yellow alerts all the time. First, there are external yellow alerts. He keeps coming home later and later with alcohol in his breath. The client's first check bounced. He just screamed at his secretary. His mother warned you. Your friends told you. And there are also internal yellow alerts. That feeling in your stomach, that inkling you had, that fleeting thought that just maybe, that intuition, that fear that emerged, that dream that woke you up in the middle of the night. Isn't it interesting? We have a whole language that informs us about this. Words like clues, inklings, suspicions, the handwriting on the wall. I had a feeling that. I could see it coming for a mile. My gut feeling told me. These alerts give you time to change your response, the R in the E plus R equals O equation. However, too many people ignore the yellow alerts because paying attention to them would require them to do something that is uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable to confront your spouse about the cigarettes in the ashtray that have lipstick on them. It's uncomfortable to speak up in a staff meeting when you're the only one who feels that the proposed plan won't work. It's uncomfortable to tell someone you don't trust them. So you pretend not to see and not to know because it is easier, more convenient, and less uncomfortable, avoids confrontation, keeps the peace, and protects you from having to take risks. Successful people, on the other hand, face facts squarely. They do the uncomfortable and take steps to create their desired outcomes. Successful people don't wait for disasters to occur and then blame something or someone else for their problems. Once you begin to respond quickly and decisively to signals and events as they occur, life becomes much easier. You start seeing improved outcomes both internally and externally. Old internal self-talk such as, I feel like a victim, I feel used, and nothing ever seems to work out for me, is replaced with, I feel great, I am in control, and I can make things happen. External outcomes such as, nobody ever comes to our store, we missed our quarterly goals, people are complaining that our new product doesn't work, are transformed into, we have more money in the bank, I lead the division in sales, and our product is flying off the shelves. It's simple. The bottom line is that you are the one who is creating your life the way it is. The life you currently live is the result of all of your past thoughts and actions. You are in charge of your current thoughts and your present feelings. You are in charge of what you say and what you do. You are also in charge of what goes into your mind, the books and magazines you read, the movies and television shows that you watch, and the people you hang out with. Every action is under your control. So to be more successful, all you have to do is act in ways that produce more of what you want. That's it. It's that simple. However, though this principle is simple, it is not necessarily easy to implement. It requires concentrated awareness, dedicated discipline, and a willingness to experiment and take risks. You have to be willing to pay attention to what you are doing and to the results you are producing. You have to ask yourself, your family, your friends, your colleagues, your managers, your teachers, your coaches, and your clients for feedback. Is what I'm doing working? Could I be doing it better? Is there something more I should be doing that I'm not? Is there something I'm doing that I should stop doing? How do you see me limiting myself? Don't be afraid to ask. Most people are afraid to ask for feedback about how they are doing because they are afraid of what they are going to hear. There is nothing to be afraid of. The truth is the truth. You are better off knowing the truth than not knowing it. And once you know, you can do something about it. You cannot improve your life, your relationships, your game, or your performance without feedback. Slow down and pay attention. Life will always give you feedback about the effects of your behavior if you will just pay attention. If your golf ball is always slicing to the right, if you're not making sales, if you're getting C's in all of your college courses, if your children are mad at you, if your body is tired and weak, if your house is a mess, or if you're not happy, this is all feedback. It is telling you that something is wrong. This is the time to start paying attention to what is happening. Ask yourself, how am I creating or allowing this to happen? What am I doing that is working that I need to be doing more of? Should I do more practicing, meditating, delegating, trusting, listening, asking questions, keeping my eye on the ball, more advertising, saying I love you, controlling my carbohydrate intake? Also ask yourself, what am I doing that's not working? What do I need to be doing less of? Am I talking too much? Watching too much television? Spending too much money? Eating too much sugar? Drinking too much? Being late too often? Gossiping? Putting other people down? Finally, ask yourself, what am I not doing that I need to try on to experiment with and see if it works? Do I need to listen more? Get more exercise? Get more sleep? Drink more water? Ask for help? Do more marketing? Read? Plan? Communicate? Delegate? Follow through more? Hire a coach? Maybe volunteer to help more? Or be more appreciative? This book is full of proven success principles and techniques, some new R's, some new responses, that you can immediately put into practice in your life. You will have to suspend judgment, take a leap of faith, act as if they are true, and try them out. Only then will you have first-hand experience about their effectiveness for your life. You won't know if they work unless you give them a try. And here's the rub. No one else can do this for you. Only you can do it. But the formula is simple. Do more of what is working, do less of what isn't, and try on new behaviors to see if they produce better results. Pay attention. Your results don't lie. The easiest, fastest, and best way to find out what is or isn't working is to pay attention to the results you are currently producing. You're either rich or you're not. You either command respect or you don't. You're either golfing par or you're not. You're either maintaining your ideal body weight or you're not. You're either happy or you're not. You either have what you want or you don't. It's that simple. Results don't lie. You have to give up the excuses and justifications and come to terms with the results you are producing. If you are under quota or overweight, all the great reasons in the world won't change that. The only thing that will change your results is to change your behavior. Prospect more, get some sales training, change your sales presentation, or change your diet. Consume fewer calories and exercise more frequently. These are the things that will make a difference. But you have to first be willing to look at the results you are producing. The only starting point that works is reality. So start paying attention to what is so. Look around at your life and the people in it. Are you and they happy? Is there balance, beauty, comfort, and ease? Do your systems work? Are you getting what you want? Is your net worth increasing? Are your grades satisfactory? Are you healthy, fit, and pain-free? Are you getting better in all areas of your life? If not, then something needs to happen, and only you can make it happen. Don't kid yourself. Be ruthlessly honest with yourself. Take your own inventory, and then take action. Principle number 2. Be clear why you're here. I believe each of us is born with a life purpose. Identifying, acknowledging, and honoring this purpose is perhaps the most important action successful people take. They take the time to understand what they're here to do, and then they pursue that with passion and enthusiasm. What were you put on this earth to do? I discovered long ago what I was put on this earth to do. I determined my true purpose in life, my right livelihood. As a result, I discovered how to inject passion and determination into every activity I undertake, and I learned how purpose can bring an aspect of fun and fulfillment to virtually everything I do. Now I'd like to help uncover the same secret for you. You see, without a purpose in life, it's easy to get sidetracked on your life's journey. It's easy to wander and drift, accomplishing little. But with a purpose, everything in life seems to fall into place. To be on purpose means you're doing what you love to do, doing what you're good at, and accomplishing what's important to you. When you truly are on purpose, the people, resources, and opportunities you need naturally gravitate toward you. The world benefits too, because when you act in alignment with your true life purpose, all of your actions automatically serve others. My life purpose is to inspire and empower people to live their highest vision in a context of love and joy. I inspire people to live their highest vision by collecting and disseminating inspiring stories through the Chicken Soup for the Soul series and in my inspirational keynote speeches. I empower people to live their dreams by writing practical self-help books like this one, and The Power of Focus and The Aladdin Factor, by designing courses for high school students, and by conducting seminars and workshops for adults that teach powerful tools for creating one's ideal life. Once you know what your life purpose is, you can organize all of your activities around it. Everything you do should be an expression of your purpose. If an activity isn't aligned with your purpose, you wouldn't work on it. Period. Without purpose as the compass to guide you, your goals and action plans may not ultimately fulfill you. You don't want to get to the top of the ladder only to find out you had it leaning up against the wrong wall. Your inner guidance system is your joy. You were born with an inner guidance system that tells you when you're on or off purpose by the amount of joy you are experiencing. The things that bring you the greatest joy are in alignment with your purpose. To begin to home in on your purpose, take time to make a list of the times you have felt most joyful and alive. What are the common elements of those experiences? Can you figure out a way to make a living doing these things? Pat Williams is the Senior Vice President of the Orlando Magic basketball team. He's also written 36 books and is a professional speaker. When I asked him what he felt the greatest secret to success was, he replied, "Figure out what you love to do as young as you can, and then organize your life around figuring out how to make a living at it." For young Pat, it was sports, more specifically baseball. When his father took him to his first baseball game in Philadelphia, he fell in love with the game. He learned to read by reading the sports section of the New York Times. He knew he wanted to grow up and have a career in sports. He devoted almost every waking moment to it. He collected baseball cards, played sports, and wrote a sports column for the school newspaper. Pat went on to have a career in the front office of the Philadelphia Phillies baseball team, then with the Philadelphia 76ers basketball team. When the NBA considered granting an expansion team franchise to Orlando, Pat was there to lead the fight. Now in his 60s, Pat has enjoyed 40-plus years doing what he loves, and he has enjoyed every minute of it. Once you are clear about what brings you the greatest joy, you will have a major insight into your purpose. Staying on purpose. Once you have determined and written down your life purpose, read it every day, preferably in the morning. If you are artistic or strongly visual by nature, you may want to even draw or paint a symbol or picture that represents your life purpose, and then hang it somewhere, such as on the refrigerator, opposite your desk, or near your bed, where you will see it every day. This will keep you focused on your purpose. As you move forward in the next few chapters to define your vision and your goals, make sure they are aligned with and serve to fulfill your purpose. Another approach to clarifying your purpose is to set aside some time for quiet reflection, time for a period of meditation. After you become relaxed and enter into a state of deep self-love and peacefulness, ask yourself, what is my purpose for living? Or what is my unique role in the universe? Allow the answer to simply come to you. Let it be as expansive as you can imagine. The words that come need not be flowery or poetic. What is important is how inspired the words make you feel. Principle number 3. Decide what you want. Once you have decided why you are here, you have to decide what you want to do, be, and have. What do you want to accomplish? What do you want to experience? And what possessions do you want to acquire? In the journey from where you are to where you want to be, you have to decide where you want to be. In other words, what does success look like to you? One of the main reasons why most people don't get what they want is they haven't decided what they want. They haven't defined their desires in clear and compelling detail. Early childhood programming often gets in the way of what you want. Inside of every one of us is that tiny seed of the you that you were meant to become. Unfortunately, you may have buried this seed in response to your parents, teachers, coaches, and other adult role models as you were growing up. You started out as a baby knowing exactly what you wanted. You knew when you were hungry. You spit out the foods you didn't like and avidly devoured the ones you did. You had no trouble expressing your needs and wants. You simply cried loudly, with no inhibitions or holding back, until you got what you wanted. You had everything inside of you that you needed to get fed, changed, held, and rocked. As you got older, you crawled around and moved toward whatever held the most interest for you. You were clear about what you wanted, and you headed straight toward it with no fear. So what happened? Somewhere along the way, someone said, "Don't touch that. Stay away from there. Keep your hands off that. Eat everything on your plate whether you like it or not. You don't really feel that way. You don't really want that. You should be ashamed of yourself. Stop crying. Don't be such a baby." And as you got older, you heard, "You can't have everything you want simply because you want it. Money doesn't grow on trees. Can't you think of anybody but yourself? Stop being so selfish. Stop doing what you're doing and come do what I want you to do. After many years of these kinds of sanctions, most of us eventually lost touch with the needs of our bodies and the desires of our hearts, and somehow got stuck trying to figure out what other people wanted us to do. We learned how to act and how to be to get their approval. As a result, we now do a lot of things we don't want to do, but that please a lot of other people. We go to medical school because that is what Dad wanted for us. We get married to please our mother. We get a, quote, real job, unquote, instead of pursuing our dream career in the arts. We go straight into graduate school instead of taking a year off and backpacking through Europe. In the name of being sensible, we end up becoming numb to our own desires. It's no wonder that when we ask many teenagers what they want to do or be, they honestly answer, I don't know. There are too many layers of shoulds and ought tos and you betters piled on top of and suffocating what they really want. So how do you reclaim yourself and your true desires? How do you get back to what you really want with no fear, shame, or inhibition? How do you reconnect with your real passion? You start on the smallest level by honoring your preferences in every situation, no matter how large or how small. Don't think of them as petty. They might be inconsequential to someone else, but they are not to you. If you are going to re-own your power and get what you really want out of life, you will have to stop saying, I don't know, I don't care, or it doesn't matter to me, or the current favorite of teenagers, whatever. When you are confronted with a choice, no matter how small or insignificant, act as if you have a preference. Ask yourself, if I did know, what would it be? If I did care, which would I prefer? If it did matter, what would I rather do? Not being clear about what you want and making other people's needs and desires more important than your own is simply a habit, and you can break it by practicing the opposite habit. Many years ago, I took a workshop with self-esteem and motivational expert Cherie Carter Scott, the author of If Life is a Game, These Are the Rules. As the 24 of us entered the training room on the first morning, we were directed to take a seat in one of the chairs facing the front of the room. There was a spiral-bound notebook on every chair. Some were blue, some were yellow, and some were red. The one on my chair was yellow. I remember thinking, I hate yellow. I wish I had a blue one. Then Cherie said something that changed my life forever. She said, if you don't like the color of the notebook you have, trade with someone else and get the one you want. You deserve to have everything in your life exactly the way you want it. Wow, what a radical concept. For 20-some years, I had not operated from that premise. I had settled, thinking I couldn't have everything I wanted. So I turned to the person on my right and said, would you mind trading your blue notebook for my yellow one? She responded, not at all. I prefer yellow. I like the brightness of the color. It fits my mood. I now have my blue notebook. Not a huge success in the greater scheme of things, but it was the beginning of reclaiming my birthright to acknowledge my preferences and get exactly what I want in life. Up until then, I would have discounted my preference as petty and not worth acting on. I would have continued to numb out my awareness of what I really wanted. That day was a turning point for me, the beginning of allowing myself to know and act on my wants and desires in a much more powerful way. Make an I want list. One of the easiest ways to begin clarifying what you truly want is to make a list of 30 things you want to do, 30 things you want to have, and 30 things you want to be before you die. This is a great way to get the ball rolling. Another powerful technique to unearth your wants is to ask a friend to help you make an I want list. Have your friend continually ask, what do you want? For 10 to 15 minutes, and jot down your answers. You'll find the first wants aren't all that profound. In fact, most people usually hear themselves saying things like, I want a Mercedes, I want a big house on the ocean, and so on. However, by the end of the 15-minute exercise, the real you begins to speak. I want people to love me. I want to express myself. I want to make a difference. I want to feel powerful. Wants that are true expressions of your core values. Is worrying about making a living stopping you? What often stops people from expressing their true desire is they don't think they can make a living doing what they love to do. What I love to do is hang out and talk with people, you might say. Well, Oprah Winfrey makes a living hanging out and talking with people. And my friend Diane Browsey, who is an international tour guide, she also makes a living hanging out talking with people in some of the most exciting and exotic locations in the world. Tiger Woods loves to play golf. Ellen DeGeneres loves to make people laugh. My sister loves to design jewelry and hang out with teenagers. Donald Trump loves to make deals and build buildings. I love to read and share what I have learned with others in books, speeches, and workshops. It is possible to make a living doing what you love. Make a list of 20 things you love to do, and then think of ways you can make a living doing some of those things. If you love sports, you could play sports, or be a sports writer, or a photographer, or work in sports management as an agent, or in the front office of a professional team. You could be a coach, a manager, or a scout. You could be a broadcaster, a camera operator, or a team publicist. There are myriad ways to make money in any field that you love. For now, just decide what you would like to do, and in the following chapters I'll show you how to be successful and make money at it. Clarify your vision of your ideal life. The theme of this book is how to get from where you are to where you want to be. To accomplish this, you have to know two things: where you are and where you want to get to. Your vision is a detailed description of where you want to get to. It describes in detail what your destination looks like and feels like. To create a balanced and successful life, your vision needs to include the following 7 areas: work and career, finances, recreation and free time, health and fitness, relationships, personal goals, and contribution to the larger community. At this stage in the journey, it is not necessary to know exactly how you are going to get there. All that is important is that you figure out where there is. If you get clear on the what, the how will be taken care of. Your inner global positioning system. The process of getting from where you are to where you want to be is like using the navigational system with GPS, global positioning system, technology in a newer model car. For the system to work, it simply needs to know where you are and where you want to go. The navigation system figures out where you are by the use of an onboard computer that receives signals from 3 satellites and calculates your exact position. When you type in your destination, the navigational system plots a perfect course for you. All you have to do is follow the instructions. Success in life works the same way. All you have to do is decide where you want to go by clarifying your vision, lock in the destination through goal setting, affirmations, and visualization, and then start moving in the right direction. Your inner GPS system will keep unfolding your route as you continue to move forward. In other words, once you clarify and stay focused on your vision, and I'll be teaching you lots of ways to do that, the exact steps will keep appearing along the way. Once you are clear about what you want and keep your mind constantly focused on it, the how will keep showing up, sometimes just when you need it and not a moment earlier. High achievers have bigger visions. I want to encourage you not to limit your vision in any way. Let it be as big as it is. When I interviewed Dave Liniger, the CEO of RE/MAX, the country's largest real estate company, he told me, "Always dream big dreams. Big dreams attract big people." General Wesley Clark recently told me, "It doesn't take any more energy to create a big dream than it does to create a little one." My experience is that one of the few differences between the superachievers and the rest of the world is that the superachievers simply dream bigger. John F. Kennedy dreamed of putting a man on the moon. Martin Luther King Jr. dreamed of a country free of prejudice and injustice. Bill Gates dreams of a world in which every home has a computer that is connected to the Internet. Buckminster Fuller dreamed of a world where everybody had access to electrical power. These high achievers see the world from a whole different perspective, as a place where amazing things can happen, where billions of lives can be improved, where new technology can change the way we live, and where the world's resources can be leveraged for the greatest possible mutual gain. They believe anything is possible, and they believe they have an integral part in creating it. Don't let anyone talk you out of your vision. There are people who will try to talk you out of your vision. They will tell you that you're crazy and that it can't be done. There will be those who laugh at you and try to bring you down to their level. My friend Monty Roberts, the author of The Man Who Listens to Horses, calls these people dream stealers. Don't listen to them. When Monty was in high school, his teacher gave the class the assignment to write about what they wanted to do when they grew up. Monty wrote that he wanted to own his own 200-acre ranch and raise thoroughbred racehorses. His teacher gave him an F and explained that the grade reflected that he deemed his dream unrealistic. No boy who was living with his father in a camper on the back of a pickup truck would ever be able to amass enough money to buy a ranch, purchase breeding stock, and pay the necessary salaries for ranch hands. When he offered Monty the chance of rewriting his paper for a higher grade, Monty told him, "You keep the F. I'm keeping my dream." Today, Monty's 154-acre Flag Is Up Farms in Solvang, California, raises thoroughbred racehorses and trains hundreds of horse trainers in a more humane way to join up with and train rather than break horses. Share your vision for maximum impact. Share your vision with a good friend whom you can trust to be positive and supportive. You might be afraid that your friend will think your vision is too outlandish, impossible to achieve, too idealistic, unrealistic, or too materialistic, but almost all people have these thoughts when they think about sharing their vision. But the truth is, most people deep down in their hearts want the very same things you want. Everyone wants financial abundance, a comfortable home, meaningful work they enjoy, good health, time to do the things they love, nurturing relationships with their family and friends, and an opportunity to make a difference in the world. But too few of us readily admit it. You'll find that when you share your vision, some people will want to help you make it happen. Others will introduce you to friends and resources that can help you. You'll also find that each time you share your vision, it becomes clearer and feels more real and attainable. And most importantly, every time you share your vision, you strengthen your own subconscious belief that you can achieve it. Principle number 4. Believe it's possible. Napoleon Hill once said, "Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve." In fact, the mind is such a powerful instrument, it can deliver to you literally everything you want. But you have to believe that what you want is possible. You get what you expect. Scientists used to believe that humans responded to information flowing into the brain from the outside world. But today they're learning instead that we respond to what the brain, on the basis of previous experience, expects to happen next. Doctors in Texas, for example, studying the effect of arthroscopic knee surgery, assigned patients with sore, worn-out knees to one of 3 surgical procedures: scraping out the knee joint, washing out the joint, or doing nothing. During the nothing operation, doctors anesthetized the patient, made 3 incisions in the knee as if to insert their surgical instruments, and then pretended to operate. 2 years after surgery, patients who underwent the pretend surgery reported the same amount of relief from pain and swelling as those who had received the actual treatments. The brain expected the surgery to improve the knee, and it did. Why does the brain work this way? Neuropsychologists who study expectancy theory say it's because we spend our whole lives becoming conditioned. Through a lifetime's worth of events, our brain actually learns what to expect next, whether it eventually happens that way or not. And because our brain expects something will happen a certain way, we often achieve exactly what we anticipate. This is why it's so important to hold positive expectations in your mind. When you replace your old negative expectations with more positive ones, when you begin to believe that what you want is possible, your brain will actually take over the job of accomplishing that possibility for you. Better than that, your brain will actually expect to achieve that outcome. You gotta believe. When Philadelphia Phillies pitcher Tug McGraw, father of the legendary country singer Tim McGraw, struck out batter Willie Wilson to earn the Phillies the 1980 World Series title, Sports Illustrated captured an immortal image of elation on the pitcher's mound, an image few people knew was played out exactly as McGraw had planned it. When I had the opportunity to meet Tug one afternoon in New York, I asked him about his experience on the mound that day. "It was as if I'd been there 1,000 times before," he said. "When I was growing up, I would pitch to my father in the backyard. We would always get to where it was the bottom of the ninth in the World Series with 2 outs and 3 men on base. I would always bear down and strike them out." Because Tug had conditioned his brain day after day in the backyard, the day eventually arrived where he was living that dream for real. McGraw's reputation as a positive thinker had begun 7 years earlier during the New York Mets' 1973 National League Championship season, when Tug coined the phrase, "You gotta believe," during one of the team's meetings. That Mets team, in last place in the division in August, went on to win the National League pennant and reach Game 7 of the World Series, where they finally succumbed to the Oakland A's. Another example of his always optimistic "you gotta believe" attitude was the time while he was a spokesman for the Little League that he said, "Kids should practice autographing baseballs. This is a skill that's often overlooked in Little League." And then he smiled his infectious smile. Believe in yourself and go for it. Tim Ferriss believed in himself. In fact, he believed so strongly in his abilities that he won the National Sanshou kickboxing title just 6 weeks after being introduced to the sport. As a prior All-American and judo team captain at Princeton, Tim had always dreamed of winning a national title. He had worked hard. He was good at his sport, but repeated injuries over multiple seasons had continually denied him his dream. So when a friend called one day to invite Tim to watch him in the National Chinese Kickboxing Championship 6 weeks away, Tim instantly decided to join him at the competition. Because he had never been in any kind of striking competition before, he called USA Boxing and asked where the best trainers could be found. He traveled to a tough neighborhood in Trenton, New Jersey, to learn from boxing coaches who had trained gold medalists. And after 4 grueling hours a day in the ring, he put in more time conditioning in the weight room. To make up for his lack of time in the sport, Tim's trainers focused on exploiting his strengths instead of making up for his weaknesses. Tim didn't want to merely compete, he wanted to win. When the competition day at last arrived, Tim defeated 3 highly acclaimed opponents before making it to the finals. As he anticipated what he would have to do to win in the final match, he closed his eyes and visualized defeating his opponent in the very first round. Later, Tim told me that most people fail not because they lack the skills or aptitude to reach their goal, but because they simply don't believe they can reach it. Tim believed, and Tim won. It helps to have someone else believe in you first. When 20-year-old Ruben Gonzalez showed up at the U.S. Olympic Training Center in Lake Placid, New York, he had in his pocket the business card of a Houston businessman who believed in his Olympic dream. Ruben was there to learn the sport of luge, a sport that 9 out of 10 aspirants give up after the first season. Almost everyone breaks more than 1 bone before mastering this 90-mile-per-hour race against time in an enclosed mile-long downhill track of concrete and ice. But Ruben had a dream, passion, a commitment not to quit, and the support of his friend Craig back in Houston. When Ruben got back to his room after the first day of training, he called up Craig. "Craig, this is nuts. My side hurts. I think I broke my foot. That's it, man. I'm going back to soccer." Craig interrupted him. "Ruben, get in front of a mirror." "What?" "I said, get in front of a mirror." Ruben got up, stretched the phone cord, and stood in front of a full-length mirror. "Now repeat after me. No matter how bad it is and how bad it gets, I'm going to make it." Ruben felt like an idiot staring at himself in the mirror, so in the most wimpy, wishy-washy way possible, he said, "No matter how bad it is and how bad it gets, I'm going to make it." "Come on, say it right. You're Mr. Olympic Man. That's all you ever talk about. Are you going to do it or not?" Ruben started getting serious. "No matter how bad it is and how bad it gets, I'm going to make it." Again, "No matter how bad it is and how bad it gets, I'm going to make it. And again and again and again. About the 5th time Reuben said it, he thought, "Hey, this feels kind of good. I'm standing a little bit straighter." By the 10th time he said it, he jumped up in the air and shouted, "I don't care what happens. I'm going to make it. I can break both legs, bones heal. I'll come back and I will make it. I will be an Olympian." It's amazing what happens to your self-confidence when you get eyeball to eyeball with yourself and you forcefully tell yourself what you're going to do. Whatever your dream is, look at yourself in the mirror and declare that you are indeed going to achieve it, no matter what the price. Ruben Gonzalez made that declaration, and it changed his life. He went on to compete in 3 separate Winter Games in the luge: Calgary in 1988, Albertville in 1992, and Salt Lake City in 2002, and he's currently training for the 2006 Torino Winter Olympics, where he will be 43 years old, competing against athletes half his age. Principle number 5, believe in yourself. If you are going to be successful in creating the life of your dreams, you have to believe that you are capable of making it happen. You have to believe you have the right stuff, that you are able to pull it off. You have to believe in yourself. Whether you call it self-esteem, self-confidence, or self-assurance, it is a deep-seated belief that you have what it takes: the abilities, the inner resources, the talents, and the skills to create your desired results. Believing in yourself is an attitude. Believing in yourself is a choice. It's an attitude you develop over time. Although it helps if you've had positive and supportive parents, the fact is that most of us had run-of-the-mill parents who inadvertently passed on to us the same limiting beliefs and negative conditioning they grew up with. But remember, the past is the past. There is no payoff for blaming them for your current level of self-confidence. It's now your responsibility to take charge of your own self-concept and your beliefs. You must choose to believe that you can do anything you set your mind to, anything at all, because in fact you can. It might help you to know that the latest brain research now indicates that with enough positive self-talk and positive visualization, combined with the proper training, coaching, and practice, anyone can learn to do almost anything. Of the hundreds of super successful people I've interviewed for this and other books, almost every one of them told me, "I was not the most gifted or talented person in my field, but I chose to believe anything was possible. I studied, practiced, and worked harder than the others, and that's how I got to where I am." If a 20-year-old Texan can take up the luge and become an Olympic athlete, a college dropout can become a billionaire, and a dyslexic student who failed 3 grades can become a best-selling author and television producer, then you too can accomplish anything if you will simply believe it is possible. If you assume in favor of yourself and act as if it is possible, then you will do the things that are necessary to bring about the result. If you believe it's impossible, you will not do what is necessary, and you will not produce the result. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The choice of what to believe is up to you. Stephen J. Cannell failed the 1st, 4th, and 10th grades. He couldn't read and comprehend like other kids in his class could. He would spend 5 hours with his mother studying for a test, and then fail it. When he asked his friend who got an A how long he had studied for the test, he replied, "I didn't." As a result, Stephen concluded that he just wasn't intelligent. "But I simply decided as an act of will," he said, "to put it out of my mind. I simply refused to think about it. Instead, I focused my energies on what I was good at, and that was football. If it hadn't been for football, which I excelled at, I don't know what would have happened to me. I got my self-esteem from playing sports." Putting all of his energy into football, he earned interscholastic honors as a running back. From football, he learned that if he applied himself, he could achieve excellence. Later, he was able to transfer that belief in himself to his career, which oddly enough turned out to be writing scripts for television. Eventually, he formed his own production studio, where he created, produced, and wrote over 350 scripts for 38 different more valuable to your current employer, customers, or clients. You do that by getting better at solving their problems, delivering products, and adding services that they want and need. You may need to get more training, develop new skills, create more relationships, or put in extra time. But the responsibility for getting better at what you do and how you do it is totally yours. Always seek out opportunities for more training and self-development. If you need an advanced degree or some kind of certification to move up in your chosen trade or profession, quit talking about it and go get it. Create multiple sources of income. The best way to enjoy greater income and develop economic security in your life is to create several sources of income. This protects you from any one of those sources, usually your job, from drying up and leaving you without any cash flow. I have always had several sources of income. Even when I was a therapist in private practice, I also gave speeches, ran workshops for educators, and wrote magazine articles and books. You too can find all kinds of additional ways to make money if you merely start looking for them. You can work up from simple ways such as hauling trash with your truck on the weekends, tutoring someone, or giving music lessons, to investing in rental properties, consulting, or marketing on the Internet. An important distinction. When you are building multiple sources of income, do your best to focus on creating businesses that require very little time and money to start and operate. Your ultimate goal is to set things up so that you're free to work when and where you want, or to take time off to pursue leisure. Too many scattered streams of income mean that you run the risk of losing your main source of income. And remember to apply everything you have learned so far to creating multiple sources of income. Make it part of your vision and your goals. Visualize and affirm that you are making money from your multiple income sources. And start reading books and articles about it, and talking with your friends about it. You will start attracting all kinds of opportunities and ideas. Then, just act on the ones that feel most right for you. Success starts now. Principle number 63. Start now. Just do it. There is no perfect time to start. Now, if you're into astrology and you want to contact your astrologer about an auspicious date to get married, open your store, launch a new product line, or begin a concert tour, okay, that's fine. I can understand that. But everything else, the best strategy is to just jump in and get started. Don't keep putting things off, waiting for 12 doves to fly over your house in the sign of a cross before you begin. Just start. You want to be a public speaker? Fine. Schedule a free talk for a local service club, school, or church group. Just having a date will put the pressure on you to start researching and writing your speech. If that's too big of a stretch, then join Toastmasters or take a speech class. You want to be in the restaurant business? Go get a job in a restaurant and start learning the business. You want to be a chef? Great. Enroll in a cooking school. Take action and get started today. You do not have to know everything to get going. Just get into the game. You will learn by doing. Now, don't get me wrong here. I am a big proponent of education, training, and skill building. If you need more training, then go and get it. Sign up for that class or that seminar now. You may need a coach or a mentor to get where you want to go. If so, then go get one. If you're afraid, so what? Feel the fear and do it anyway. The key is to just get started. Quit waiting until you are perfectly ready. You never will be. Most of life is on-the-job training. Some of the most important things can only be learned in the process of doing them. You do something and you get feedback about what works and what doesn't. If you don't do anything for fear of doing it wrong, poorly, or badly, you never get any feedback, and therefore you never get to improve. How to get started. The key to success is to take what you have learned or relearned in this audiobook and put it into action. You can't do everything at once, but you can begin. We have covered 43 principles in this audiobook. If you're not careful, that could feel a bit overwhelming to you. So here is all you have to do. Go back to the beginning and start working through each principle one at a time in the order they are presented. Take 100% responsibility for your life and your success. Clarify your life purpose. Decide what you want. Set specific and measurable goals for all the parts of your personal vision. Break them down into specific action steps you can take. Create affirmations for each one of your goals and begin the practice of visualizing your completed goals every day. If you're smart, you'll also enroll someone to be your accountability partner, or you'll start a mastermind group to do these first steps with you. Then begin taking action on your most important goals every day except your R&R days. Pay the price by doing whatever it takes. Ask for whatever you need with no fear of rejection. Ask for and respond to feedback. Commit to never-ending improvement, and persist in the face of whatever obstacles may come up. Now you're up and running toward the completion of your major goals. Next, to build and maintain momentum, create a program for cleaning up your incompletes, work on transforming your limiting beliefs, pick a habit to work on developing for the next quarter, commit to reading one of the books in the suggested reading and additional resources for success, and then another, and purchase a motivational audio program to listen to in your car or when you are exercising. Then schedule a vacation with your spouse or some friends, and enroll in a personal development seminar to be completed sometime in the next 6 months. Start saying no to the people and things that distract you from your major goals, and find a mentor or hire a coach to advise you and keep you on track. Finally, work on developing your money consciousness. Make sure you set up a procedure for automatically investing 10% or more of every paycheck in an investment account and some portion of your time and money to your religious or favorite nonprofit organization. Analyze and cut back on your spending and begin figuring out how to make a fortune rather than a living by becoming more valuable to your employer or your clients. Remember, you can't do everything at once, but if you keep adding a little progress every day, over time, you will have built a whole new set of habits and self-disciplines. Remember, anything valuable takes time. There are no overnight successes. It took me years to learn and implement all of the principles I've been sharing with you in this audiobook. I have mastered some and am still working on mastering others. I had to discover all of these principles on my own over a period of many years and from many different sources. Today I'm passing them all on to you in one large package. Take advantage of my having gone before and blazed a trail for you. Everything you need is here to take you to the next level. Granted, there are things you'll need to learn that are unique to your specific situation, profession, career, and goals that are not covered in this audiobook, but the fundamental principles needed to succeed in any venture have been covered throughout the preceding chapters. Make the commitment to start now and get on with using them to create the life of your dreams. Scientist, inventor, and philosopher Buckminster Fuller talked about the processional effects that issue from just getting started in the service of humanity. Fuller explained procession by pointing out that the honeybee's seemingly primary objective is to obtain nectar to make honey, but while going after the nectar, the honeybee is unwittingly involved in a much bigger purpose. As it flies from flower to flower in search of more nectar, it picks up pollen on its wings and thus ends up cross-pollinating all of the rooted botanicals in the world. It's an unintended byproduct of the bee's nectar-seeking activity. Think of yourself as a speedboat moving through the water. To the sides of you and behind you is a wake of activity caused by the sheer force of your forward motion. Life is like that too. As long as you are actively in motion in the pursuit of your goals, you will create processional effects that will turn out to be far more important than you initially were capable of understanding or intending. You just begin, and the path of opportunities just keeps unfolding in front of you and to the side of you. None of the wealthy and successful people I know, both my closest friends and the more than 70 people I interviewed for this book, could have possibly planned or predicted the exact sequence of events that unfolded over the course of their lives. They all started with a dream and a plan, but once they started, things unfolded in unexpected ways. Look at my own example. Mark Victor Hansen and I never predicted that Chicken Soup for the Soul, the title of our first book, would evolve into a brand name and would become a household phrase in North America and numerous other countries around the globe. Nor could we have predicted that we would have a line of chicken soup for the pet lover soul dog and cat foods, a line of greeting cards, a television show, a syndicated column, or a syndicated radio show. All of these things just evolved out of our initial commitment to write a book and be of service. When Dave Liniger decided to leave the biggest real estate agency in Denver and start his own agency, he had no idea that 30 years later his company, RE/MAX, would become the largest real estate agency in the United States, a billion-dollar business with 92,000 agents in 50 countries around the world. When Donald Trump built his first building, he wasn't aware that he would eventually own casinos, golf courses, a resort, the Miss USA contest, and the #1 reality show on American television. He just knew he wanted to build magnificent buildings. The rest unfolded along the way. Carl Karcher started with a rolling hot dog stand in downtown Los Angeles. As he made a little money, he bought another one and then another one until he could buy a real restaurant. That one restaurant evolved into Carl's Jr. When Paul Arfelia started out with a single copy shop to serve local college students, little did he know it would evolve into a chain of over 1,800 Kinko stores and net him $116 million when he later sold it. All of these people may have had a set of goals and a detailed plan as best they could conceive it at the time, but each new success opened up new unforeseen possibilities. If you just aim in the direction you want to go, start and keep moving forward, all kinds of unforeseen opportunities will grow out of that forward motion. An Olympic dream turns into a professional speaking career. When Ruben Gonzalez finally realized his dream of competing in the Winter Olympics for the third time, he returned home to Texas, where his 11-year-old neighbor reminded him of his promise to be his show-and-tell story at the local elementary school. After Ruben regaled Will's 5th grade class with the tales of his struggles to achieve his Olympic dream, Will's teacher asked Ruben if he would be willing to address an assembly of the whole school. So Ruben stayed for another hour and talked to all 200 kids. At the end of his talk, several teachers told him that they often hired speakers to come speak to the kids, and he was easily better than anyone they had previously hired. They told him that he had a natural gift as a speaker. Encouraged by this feedback, Ruben began calling up other schools in the Houston area and soon had so many bookings that he quit his job as a copier salesman. Everything went well until June, when to Ruben's surprise, school let out for the summer and the vague goals produced vague results. Write it out in detail. One of the best ways to get clarity and specificity on your goals is to write them out in detail, as if you were writing specifications for a work order. Think of it as a request to God or to the universal mind. Include every possible detail. If there is a certain house you want to own, write down its specifics in vivid, colorful detail, the location, landscaping, the furniture, artwork, sound system, and floor plan. If a picture of the house is available, get a copy of it. If it's an ideal fantasy, take the time to close your eyes and fill in all of the details. Then provide a date by which you expect to own it. When you write it all down, your subconscious mind will know what to work on. It will know which opportunities to hone in on to help you reach your goal. You need goals that stretch you. When you create your goals, be sure to write down some big ones that will stretch you. It pays to have goals that will require you to grow to achieve them. It's a good thing to have some goals that make you feel a little uncomfortable. Why? Because the ultimate goal, in addition to achieving your material goals, is to become a master at life. And to do this, you will need to learn new skills, expand your vision of what's possible, build new relationships, and learn to overcome your fears, considerations, and external roadblocks. Create a breakthrough goal. In addition to turning every aspect of your vision into a measurable goal, and all the quarterly and weekly and daily goals that you routinely set, I also encourage you to set what I call a breakthrough goal that would represent a quantum leap for you in your career. Most goals represent incremental improvements in our life. They are like plays that gain you 4 yards in the game of football. But what if you could come out on the first play of the game and throw a 50-yard pass? That would be a quantum leap in your progress. Just as there are plays in football that move you far up the field in only one move, there are plays in life that will do the same thing. They include such things as losing 60 pounds, writing a book, publishing an article, getting on Oprah, winning a gold medal at the Olympics, creating a killer website, getting your master's or doctoral degree, getting licensed, opening your own spa, getting elected president of your union or professional association, or hosting your own radio show. The achievement of that one goal would change everything. Wouldn't that be a goal worth pursuing with passion? Wouldn't that be something to focus on a little each day until you achieved it? That's what I mean by a breakthrough goal. Something that changes your life, brings you new opportunities, gets you in front of the right people, and takes every activity, relationship, or group you're involved in to a higher level. Reread your goals 3 times a day. Once you've written down all your goals, both large and small, the next step on your journey to success is to activate the creative powers of your subconscious mind by reviewing your list 2 or 3 times every day. Take time to read your list of goals. Read the list out loud with passion and enthusiasm if you're in an appropriate place, one goal at a time. Close your eyes and picture each goal as if it were already accomplished. Take a few more seconds to feel what you would feel if you had already accomplished each goal. Following this daily discipline of success will activate the power of your desire. It increases what psychologists refer to as structural tension in your brain. Your brain wants to close that gap between your current reality and the vision of your goal. And by constantly repeating and visualizing your goal as already achieved, you will be increasing the structural tension. This will increase your motivation, stimulate your creativity, and heighten your awareness of resources that can help you achieve your goal. Make sure to review your goals at least twice a day, in the morning upon awakening, and again at night before going to bed. I write each of mine on a 3x5 index card. I keep the pack of cards next to my bed, and then I go through the cards one at a time in the morning and again at night. When I travel, I take them with me. Put a list of goals in your daily planner or your calendar system. You can also create a pop-up or screensaver on your computer that lists all your goals. The objective is to constantly keep your goals in front of you. Create a goals book. Another powerful way to speed up the achievement of your goals is to create a goals book. Buy a 3-ring binder, a scrapbook, or an 8.5 by 11 journal. Then create a separate page for each of your goals. Write the goal at the top of the page, and then illustrate it with pictures, words, and phrases that you cut out of magazines, catalogs, and travel brochures that depict your goal as already achieved. As new goals and desires emerge, simply add them to your list in your goals book. Review the pages of your goals book every day. Write the goal at the top of the page, and then illustrate it with pictures, words, and phrases that you cut out of magazines, catalogs, and travel brochures that depict your goal as already achieved. As new goals and desires emerge, simply add them to your list in your goals book. Review the pages of your goals book every day. Carry your most important goal in your wallet. When I first started working for W. Clement Stone, he taught me to write my most important goal on the back of my business card and carry it in my wallet at all times. Every time I would open my wallet, I would be reminded of my most important goal. When I first met Mark Victor Hansen, I discovered that he too used the same technique. After finishing the first Chicken Soup for the Soul book, we wrote, "I am so happy selling 1.5 million copies of Chicken Soup for the Soul by December 30th, 1994. We then signed each other's cards and carried them in our wallets. I still have mine in a frame behind my desk. Though our publisher laughed and told us we were crazy, we went on to sell 1.3 million copies of the book by our target date. Some might say, well, you missed your goal by 200,000 copies. Perhaps, but not by much. And that book went on to sell well over 8 million copies in over 30 languages around the world. Believe me, I can live with that kind of failure. One goal is not enough. Take the time to make a list of 101 goals that you want to achieve in your life. Write them in vivid detail, noting where, when, how much, which model, what size, and so on. Put them on 3x5 cards, on a goals page, or in a goals book. And every time you achieve one of your goals, check it off, and write the word victory next to it. When I was in my mid-40s, I made a list of 101 major goals that I wanted to achieve before I died. and I've already achieved 58 of them in only 14 years, including traveling to Africa, flying in a glider, learning to ski, attending the Summer Olympic Games, and writing a children's book. Bruce Lee's letter. Bruce Lee, arguably the greatest martial artist to have ever lived, also understood the power of declaring a goal. If you ever get a chance to visit Planet Hollywood in New York City, look for the letter hanging on the wall that Bruce Lee wrote to himself. It is dated January 9th, 1970, and it's stamped secret. Bruce wrote, "By 1980, I will be the best-known Oriental movie star in the United States and will have secured $10 million. And in return, I will give the very best acting I could possibly give every single time I am in front of the camera, and I will live in peace and harmony." Bruce made 3 films, and then in 1973 filmed Enter the Dragon, which was released that same year after his untimely death at age 33. The movie was a huge success and achieved worldwide fame for Bruce Lee. Write yourself a check. Around 1990, when Jim Carrey was a struggling young Canadian comic trying to make his way in Los Angeles, he drove his old Toyota up to Mulholland Drive. While sitting there looking at the city below and dreaming of his future, he wrote himself a check for $10 million, dated it Thanksgiving 1995, added the notation for acting services rendered, and carried it in his wallet from that day forth. The rest, as they say, is history. Carrey's optimism and tenacity eventually paid off, and by 1995, after the huge box office success of Ace Ventura: Pet Detective, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber, his asking price had risen to $20 million per picture. When Carrey's father died in 1994, he placed the $10 million check into his father's coffin as a tribute to the man who had both started and nurtured his dreams of being a star. Considerations, fears, and roadblocks. It's important to understand that as soon as you set a goal, 3 things are going to emerge that stop most people. But not you, not anymore. If you know that these 3 things are part of the process, then you can treat them as what they are, just things to handle, rather than letting them stop you. These 3 obstacles to success are considerations, fears, and roadblocks. Think about it. As soon as you say you want to double your income next year, within moments considerations such as, "I'll have to work twice as hard," or "I won't have time for my family," or "My wife's going to kill me," begin to emerge. You might have thoughts such as, "My territory is maxed out. I can't see how I could possibly get the buyers on my current route to buy any more product from me." If you say you're going to run a marathon, you might hear a voice in your head say, "You could get hurt, or you'll have to get up 2 hours earlier every day." It might even suggest that you're too old to start running. These negative and limiting thoughts are called considerations. They are all the reasons why you shouldn't attempt the goal, all the reasons why it's impossible. But surfacing these considerations is a good thing. They are, up until now, how you have been subconsciously stopping yourself all along. Now that you have brought them into conscious awareness, you can deal with them, confront them, and move past them. Fears, on the other hand, are feelings. You may experience a fear of rejection, a fear of failure, or a fear of making a fool of yourself. You might be afraid of getting physically or emotionally hurt. You might be afraid that you will lose all of the money you have already saved. These fears are not unusual. They are just part of the process. Finally, you'll become aware of roadblocks. These are purely external circumstances, well beyond just thoughts and feelings in your head. A roadblock may be that nobody wants to join you on your project. A roadblock might be that you don't have all of the money you need to move forward. Perhaps you need other investors. A roadblock might be that your state or national government has rules or laws that prohibit what you want to do. Maybe you need to petition the government to change the rules. Roadblocks are simply obstacles that the world throws at you. It rains when you're trying to put on an outdoor concert. Your wife doesn't want to move to Kentucky. You don't have the financial backing you need, and so on. Roadblocks are simply real-world circumstances that you need to deal with in order to move forward. They simply exist out there, and they always will. Unfortunately, when these considerations, fears, and roadblocks come up, most people see them as a stop sign. They say, "Now that I'm thinking that, feeling this and finding out about that, I think I won't pursue this goal after all. But I'm telling you not to see considerations, fears, and roadblocks as stop signs, but rather as a normal part of the process that will always appear. When you remodel your kitchen, you just resign yourself to a little dust and disturbance as part of the price you will have to pay. You simply learn to deal with it. The same is true of considerations, fears, and roadblocks. You just learn to deal with them. In fact, they're supposed to appear. If they don't, it means you haven't set a goal that's big enough to stretch you and grow you. It means there's no real potential for self-development. I always welcome considerations, fears, and roadblocks when they appear, because many times they are the very things that have been holding me back in my life. Once I can see these subconscious thoughts, feelings, and obstacles, once I'm aware of them, I can face them, process them, and deal with them. When I do, I become better prepared for the next venture I want to undertake. The real goal is mastery. Of course, the ultimate benefit of overcoming these considerations, fears, and roadblocks is not the material rewards that you enjoy, but the personal development that you achieve in the process. Money, cars, houses, boats, attractive spouses, power, and fame can all be taken away, sometimes in the blink of an eye. But what can never be taken away is who you have become in the process of achieving your goal. To achieve a big goal, you're going to have to become a bigger person. You are going to have to develop new skills, new attitudes, and new capabilities. You are going to have to stretch yourself, and in so doing, you will be stretched forever. On October 20th, 1991, a devastating fire roared through the scenic hills above Oakland and Berkeley, California, igniting one building every 11 seconds for over 10 hours, completely destroying 2,800 homes and apartments. A friend of mine, who was also an author, lost everything he owned, including his entire library, files full of research, and a nearly completed manuscript of a book he was writing. Though he was certainly devastated for a short period of time, he soon realized that although everything he owned was indeed lost in that fire, who he had become inside, everything he had learned, and all the skills and self-confidence he had developed writing and promoting his books was all still inside of him and could never be burned up in a fire. You can lose the material things, but you can never lose your mastery, what you have learned, and who you have become in the process of achieving your goals. Principle number 8. Chunk it down. Sometimes our biggest life goals seem so overwhelming. We rarely see them as a series of small, achievable tasks, but in reality, breaking down a large goal into smaller tasks and accomplishing them one at a time is exactly how any big goal ever gets achieved. So after you have decided what you really want and set measurable goals with specific deadlines, the next step is to determine all of the individual action steps you will need to take to accomplish your goal. How to chunk it down. There are several ways to figure out the action steps you will need to take to accomplish any goal. One is to consult with people who have already done what you want to do and ask what steps they took. From their experience, they can give you all of the necessary steps as well as advice on what pitfalls to avoid. Another way is to purchase a book or manual that outlines the process. Yet another way is to start from the end and look backward. You simply close your eyes and imagine that it is now the future, and you have already achieved your goal. Then just look back and see what you had to do to get to where you now are. What was the last thing you did? And then the thing before that, and then the thing before that, until you arrive at the very first action you had to start with. Remember that it is okay not to know how to do something. It's okay to ask for guidance and advice from those who do know. Sometimes you can get it free, and sometimes you have to pay for it. Get used to asking, "Can you tell me how to go about?" And "What would I have to do to?" And "How did you?" Keep researching and asking until you can create a realistic action plan that will get you from where you are to where you want to go. What will you need to do? How much money will you need to save or raise? What new skills will you need to learn? What resources will you need to mobilize? Who will you need to enroll in your vision? Who will you need to ask for assistance? What new disciplines or habits will you need to build into your life? A valuable technique for creating an action plan for your goals is called mind mapping. Mind mapping is a simple but powerful process for creating a detailed to-do list for achieving your goal. It lets you determine what information you'll need to gather, who you'll need to talk to, what small steps you'll need to take, how much money you'll need to earn or raise, which deadlines you'll need to meet, and so on for each and every goal. When I began creating my first educational audio cassette album, a breakthrough goal that led to extraordinary gains for me and my business, I used mind mapping to help me chunk down that very large goal into all the individual tasks I would need to complete to produce a finished album. To mind map your own goals, follow these steps. First, draw a small circle in the center of a piece of paper. In the center circle, jot down the name of your stated goal. In my case, create an audio educational program. Second, draw some circles outside the inner circle. Next, divide the goal into the major categories of tasks you'll need to accomplish to achieve the greater goal. In my case, they were create a title, pick a studio, choose the topics, create an audience, and so on. Third, then draw spokes radiating out from each mini-circle and label each one, such as write copy, color picture for back cover, arrange for lunch, and on a separate line connected to the mini-circle, write every single step you'll need to take. Break down each one of the more detailed task spokes with additional action items to help you create your master to-do list. You'll find an example of this in the Success Principles website at www.thesuccessprinciples.com. Next, make a daily to-do list. Once you've completed a mind map for your goal, convert all of the to-do items into daily action items by listing each one on your daily to-do list and committing to a completion date for each one. Then schedule them in the appropriate order into your calendar system and do whatever it takes to stay on schedule. Do first things first. The goal is to stay on schedule and complete the most important item first. In his excellent book, Eat That Frog, 21 Great Ways to Stop Procrastinating and Get More Done in Less Time, Brian Tracy reveals not just how to conquer procrastination, but also how to prioritize and complete all of your action items. In his unique system, Brian advises goal setters to identify the 1 to 5 things you must accomplish on any given day, and then pick the one you absolutely must do first. This becomes your biggest and ugliest frog. He then suggests you accomplish that task first, in essence, eat that frog first, and by so doing, make the rest of your day much, much easier. It's a great strategy. But unfortunately, most of us leave the biggest and ugliest frog for last, hoping it will go away or somehow become easier. It never does. However, when you accomplish your toughest task early in the day, it sets the tone for the rest of your day. It creates momentum and builds your confidence, both of which move you farther and faster toward your goal. Plan your day the night before. One of the most powerful tools high achievers use for chunking things down, gaining control over their life, and increasing their productivity is to plan their next day the night before. There are 2 major reasons why this is such a powerful strategy for success. First, if you plan your day the night before, making a to-do list and spending a few minutes visualizing exactly how you want the day to go, your subconscious mind will work on these tasks all night long. It will think of creative ways to solve any problem, overcome any obstacle, and achieve your desired outcomes. And if we can believe some of the newer theories of quantum physics, it will also send out waves of energy that will attract the people and resources to you that you need to help accomplish your goals. Secondly, by creating your to-do list the night before, you can start your day running. You know exactly what you're going to do and in what order, and you've already pulled together any materials you might need. If you have 5 telephone calls to make, you would have them written down in the order you plan to make them, with the phone numbers next to the person's name and all the support materials at hand. By mid-morning, you would be way ahead of most people, who waste the first half hour of the day just clearing their desk, making lists, finding necessary paperwork, In short, just getting ready to work. Principle number 9. Success leaves clues. One of the great things about living in today's world of abundance and opportunity is that almost everything you want to do has already been done by someone else. It doesn't matter whether it's losing weight, running a marathon, starting a business, becoming financially independent, triumphing over breast cancer, or hosting the perfect dinner party. Someone has already done it and left clues in the form of books, manuals, audio and video programs, university classes, online courses, seminars, and workshops. Think about who's already done what you want to do. For virtually everything you want to do, there are books and courses on how to do it. Better yet, just a phone call away are people who've already successfully done what you want to do and who are available as teachers, facilitators, mentors, advisors, coaches, and consultants. When you take advantage of this information, you'll discover that life is simply a connect-the-dots game, and all the dots have already been identified and organized by somebody else. All you have to do is follow the blueprint, use the system, or work the program that they provide. Why people don't seek out clues. When I was preparing to go on a morning news show in Dallas, I asked the station's makeup artist what her long-term goals were. She said she'd always thought about opening up her own beauty salon. So I asked her what she was doing to make that happen. Nothing, she said, because I don't know how to go about it. I suggested she offer to take a salon owner to lunch and ask how she had opened her own salon. You can do that? The makeup artist exclaimed. You most certainly can. In fact, you have most probably thought about approaching an expert for advice, but rejected the idea with thoughts, such as why would someone take the time to tell me what they did? Why would they teach me and create their own competition? Banish those thoughts. You will find that most people love to talk about how they built their business or accomplished their goals. But unfortunately, like the makeup artist in Dallas, most of us don't take advantage of all the resources available to us. There are several reasons why we don't. It never occurs to us. We don't see others using these resources, so we don't do it either. Our parents didn't do it. Our friends aren't doing it. Nobody where we work is doing it. Another reason is it's inconvenient. We'd have to go to the bookstore, library, or local college. We'd have to drive across town to a meeting. We'd have to take time away from television, family, or friends. Asking others for advice or information also puts us up against our fear of rejection. We are afraid to take that risk. Connecting the dots in a new way might also mean change, and change, even when it's in our best interest, is uncomfortable. And who wants to be uncomfortable? Connecting the dots also means hard work, and frankly, most people don't want to work that hard. Nevertheless, I urge you to start seeking out clues. Here are 3 ways you can begin. Number 1, seek out a teacher, a coach, or a mentor, a manual, a book, or an audio program, or an internet resource to help you achieve one of your major goals. Number 2, seek out someone who has already done what you want to do, and ask the person if you can interview them for a half hour on how you should best proceed. And number 3, ask someone if you can shadow them for a day and watch them work, or offer to be a volunteer, assistant, or intern for someone you think you can learn from. Principle number 10, release the brakes. Have you ever been driving your car and suddenly realized you had left the emergency brake on? Did you push down harder on the gas to overcome the drag of the brake? No, of course not. You simply released the brake, and with no extra effort you started to go faster. Most people drive through life with their psychological emergency brake on. They hold on to negative images about themselves or suffer the effects of powerful experiences they haven't yet released. They stay in a comfort zone entirely of their own making. They maintain inaccurate beliefs about reality or harbor guilt and self-doubt. And when they try to achieve their goals, these negative images and pre-programmed comfort zones always cancel out their good intentions, no matter how hard they try. Successful people, on the other hand, have discovered that instead of using increased willpower as the engine to power their success, it's simply easier to release the brakes by letting go of and replacing their limiting beliefs and changing their self-images. Getting out of your comfort zone. Think of your comfort zone as a prison you live in, a largely self-created prison. It consists of the collection of I can'ts, shoulds, musts, must-nots, and other unfounded beliefs formed from all the negative thoughts and decisions you have accumulated and reinforced during your lifetime. Perhaps you've even been trained to limit yourself, just like an elephant. A baby elephant is trained at birth to be confined to a very small space. Its trainer will tie its leg with a rope to a wooden post planted deep in the ground. This confines the baby elephant to an area determined by the length of the rope, the elephant's comfort zone. Though the baby elephant will initially try to break the rope is too strong, and so the baby elephant learns that it can't break the rope. It learns that it has to stay in the area defined by the length of the rope. When the elephant eventually grows up into a 5-ton colossus that could easily break the same rope, it doesn't even try, because it learned as a baby that it could not break the rope. In this way, the largest elephant can be confined by the puniest little rope. Perhaps this also describes you, still trapped in a comfort zone by something as puny and weak as the small rope and stake that controls the elephant, except your rope is made up of the limiting beliefs and images that you received and took on when you were young. If this describes you, the good news is that you can change your comfort zone. How? There are 3 different ways. First, you can use affirmations and positive self-talk to affirm already having what you want, doing what you want, and being the way you want. Second, you can create powerful and compelling new internal images of having, doing, and being what you want. And third, you can simply change your behavior. All 3 of these approaches will shift you out of your old comfort zone. Stop recreating the same experience over and over. An important concept that successful people understand is that you are never stuck. You just keep recreating the same experience over and over by thinking the same thoughts, maintaining the same beliefs, speaking the same words, and doing the same things. Too often we get stuck in an endless loop of reinforcing behavior, which keeps us stuck in a constant downward spiral. Our limiting thoughts create images in our mind, and those images govern our behavior, which in turn reinforces that limiting thought. Imagine thinking that you are going to forget your lines when you have to give a presentation at work. That thought stimulates a picture of you forgetting a key point. The image then creates an experience of fear. The fear clouds your clear thinking, which makes you forget one of your key points, which then reinforces your self-talk that you can't speak in front of groups. See, you say to yourself, I knew I would forget what I was supposed to say. I just can't speak in front of groups. As long as you keep complaining about your present circumstances, your mind will focus on it. By continually talking about it, thinking about it, and writing about the way things are, you are continually reinforcing those very same neural pathways in your brain that got you to where you are today. And you are continually sending out the same vibrations that will keep attracting the same people and the same circumstances that you have already created. To change this cycle, you must focus instead on thinking, talking, and writing about the reality you want to create. You must flood your unconscious with thoughts and images of this new reality. What's your financial temperature? Your comfort zone works the same way the thermostat in your home works. When the temperature in the room approaches the edge of the thermal range you have set, the thermostat sends an electrical signal to the furnace or the air conditioner to turn it on or off. As the temperature in the room begins to change, the electrical signals continue to respond to the changes and keep the temperature within the desired range. Similarly, you have an internal psychological thermostat that regulates your level of performance in the world. Instead of electrical signals, your internal performance regulator uses discomfort signals to keep you within your comfort zone. As your behavior or performance begins to approach the edge of that zone, you begin to feel uncomfortable. If what you are experiencing is outside the self-image you unconsciously hold, your body will send signals of mental tension and physical discomfort to your system. To avoid the discomfort, you unconsciously pull yourself back into your comfort zone. No doubt you have heard that most lottery winners lose, spend, squander, or give away all of their newfound money within a few years of winning it. In fact, 80% of lottery winners in the United States file bankruptcy within 5 years. The reason is because they have failed to develop a millionaire mindset. As a result, they subconsciously recreate the reality that matches their previous mindset. They feel uncomfortable with so much money, so they find some way to get back to their old familiar comfort zone. We have a similar comfort zone for the kind of restaurants we eat in, the hotels we stay in, the kind of car we drive, the houses we live in, the clothes we wear, the vacations we take, and the types of people we associate with. If you have ever walked down Fifth Avenue in New York or Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, you have probably experienced walking into a store and immediately feeling as if you didn't belong there. The store was just too upscale for you. You felt out of place. That's a perfect example of your comfort zone in operation. You can change your comfort zone by changing your behavior. When I first moved to Los Angeles in 1981, my new boss took me shopping for clothes at a very upscale men's shop in Westwood. The most I had previously ever paid for a dress shirt was $35 at Nordstrom's. The cheapest shirt in this store was $95. I was stunned, and I broke out in a cold sweat. While my boss purchased many things that day, I bought one Italian designer shirt for $95. I was so far out of my comfort zone I could hardly breathe. The next week, I wore the shirt and was amazed at how much better it fit, how much better it felt, and how much better I looked wearing it. After a couple more weeks of wearing it once a week, I really fell in love with that shirt. Within a month, I bought another one. Within a year, shirts like that were all I wore. Slowly my comfort zone had changed because I'd gotten used to something better, even though it cost more. When I was on the faculty of the $1 Million Forum and Income Builders International, 2 organizations dedicated to teaching people how to become millionaires, all of the trainings were held at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Laguna Beach, California, the Hilton Hotel on the Big Island of Hawaii, and other high-end luxury resort hotels. The reason was to get the participants used to being treated in a first-class way. It was part of stretching their comfort zones, changing the image of who they thought they were. Every training concluded with a black tie dinner dance. For many of the participants, it was the first time they had ever attended a black tie affair, another comfort zone stretch. How to change your self-talk with affirmations. One way to stretch your comfort zone is to bombard your subconscious mind with new thoughts and images of a big bank account, a trim and healthy body, exciting work, interesting friends, memorable vacations, of all your goals as already complete. The technique you use to do this is called affirmations. An affirmation is a statement that describes a goal in its already completed state, such as, I'm enjoying watching the sunset from the lanai of my beautiful beachfront condo on the Ka'anapali coast of Maui. Or, I am celebrating feeling light and alive at my perfect body weight of 135. To be effective, your affirmation should be constructed using the following 9 guidelines. Number 1. Start with the words I am. The words I am are the 2 most powerful words in the language. The subconscious takes any sentence that starts with the words I am and interprets it as a command, a directive to make it happen. Number 2. Use the present tense. Describe what you want as though you already have it, as though it is already accomplished. Here's an example of the wrong way. I am going to get a new red Porsche 911 Carrera. Here's the right way. I am enjoying driving my new red Porsche 911 Carrera. Number 3. State it in the positive. Affirm what you want, not what you don't want. State your affirmations in the positive. The unconscious does not hear the words no or not. This means that the statement, don't slam the door, is heard as, slam the door. Remember, the unconscious thinks in pictures, and the words don't slam the door evoke a picture of slamming the door. The phrase "I am no longer afraid of flying" evokes an image of being afraid of flying, while the phrase "I am enjoying the thrill of flying" evokes an image of enjoyment. Number 4. Keep it as brief as possible. An affirmation needs to be short enough and memorable enough to be easily remembered. Number 5. Make it specific. Vague affirmations produce vague results. Number 6. Include an action word ending with ing. The active verb adds power to the effect by evoking an image of doing it right now. I express myself openly and honestly is not as powerful as I am confidently expressing myself openly and honestly. Number 7. Include at least one dynamic emotion or feeling word. Include the emotional state you would be feeling if you had already achieved the goal. Some commonly used words are enjoying, joyfully, happily, celebrating, proudly, calmly, peacefully, delighted, enthusiastic, lovingly, secure, serenely, and triumphant. I am maintaining my perfect body weight of 178 pounds is not nearly as powerful as I am feeling agile and great at 178. Note that this last affirmation has the ring of an advertising jingle. The subconscious loves rhythm and rhymes. That's why we are able to more easily remember aphorisms such as "sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me," and spelling rules like I before E except after C, and when sounding like A as in neighbor and way. Number 8. Make affirmations for yourself, not others. When you are constructing your affirmations, make them describe your behavior, not the behavior of others. Instead of saying, I am watching Johnny clean up his room, say, I am effectively communicating my needs and desires to Johnny. Number 9. Add the phrase or something better. When you are affirming getting a specific situation, like a job, an opportunity, or a vacation, a material object, such as a house, car, or boat, or a relationship, such as a husband, wife, or child, always add the words or something or someone better at the end. Sometimes our criteria for what we want come from our ego or from our limited experience. Sometimes there is someone or something better that is available for us. So let your affirmations include this phrase when it is appropriate. For example, I am enjoying living in my beautiful beachfront villa on the Ka'anapali coast of Maui or somewhere better. Affirmations definitely work. I first learned about the power of affirmations when my mentor, W. Clement Stone, challenged me to set a goal that would be so far beyond my current circumstances that it would literally astound me if I achieved it. Though I thought Stone's challenge had merit, I didn't really apply it to my life in a serious way until several years later when I decided to make the jump from earning $25,000 a year to making $100,000 or more. The first thing I did was to craft an affirmation after one I'd seen by Florence Scovel Shinn. My affirmation was, God is my infinite supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly and easily under the grace of God for the highest good of all concerned. I am happily and easily earning, saving, and investing $100,000 a year. Next, I created a huge replica of a $100,000 bill, which I affixed to the ceiling above my bed. On awakening, I would see the bill, close my eyes, repeat my affirmation, and visualize what I would be enjoying if I were living a $100,000 a year lifestyle. I envisioned the house I would live in, the furnishings and artwork I would own, the car I would drive, and the vacations I would take. I also created the feelings I would experience once I had already attained that lifestyle. After only a few weeks of doing this, I awoke one morning with my first $100,000 idea. It occurred to me that if I could sell 400,000 copies of my book, 100 Ways to Enhance Self-Concept in the Classroom, on which I received a 25-cent per copy royalty, I would earn a $100,000 income. I added to my morning visualizations the image of my book flying off bookstore shelves and my publisher writing me a $100,000 check. Not long after, a freelance journalist approached me and wrote an article about my work for the National Enquirer. As a result, thousands of additional copies of my book were sold that month. Almost daily, more and more money-making ideas flowed into my mind. For instance, I took out small ads and sold the book on my own, making $3 per copy instead of just 25 cents. I started a mail-order catalog of other books and tapes on self-esteem and made even more money from these same buyers. The University of Massachusetts saw my catalog and invited me to sell books at a weekend conference for educators, helping me generate more than $2,000 in 2 days and introducing me to yet another strategy for making $100,000 a year. At the same time I was visualizing greater book sales, I also got the idea to generate more income from my workshops and seminars. When I asked a friend who did similar work how I could charge higher fees, he revealed he was already charging more than double what I was being paid. With his encouragement, I instantly tripled my rates and discovered that schools that were hiring me to speak had budgets even higher than that. My affirmation was paying off big time. But if I hadn't set the goal to make $100,000 and been diligent about affirming and visualizing it, I never would have raised my speaking fees, started the mail-order bookstore, sold our books at a major conference, or been interviewed for a major publication. As a result, my income that year skyrocketed from $25,000 to over $92,000. Of course, you might say, I missed my $100,000 goal by $8,000, but I can assure you I wasn't depressed about it. On the contrary, I was ecstatic. I had almost quadrupled my income in less than 1 year, using the power of visualizations and affirmations coupled with the willingness to act when I had an inspired idea. After our $92,000 year, my wife asked me, if affirmations worked for $100,000, do you think they would also work for $1 million? Well, using affirmations and visualization, we went on to achieve that goal as well, and have continued to make $1 million or more every year since. Principle number 11. See what you want, get what you see. Visualization, or the act of creating compelling and vivid pictures in your mind, may be the most underutilized success tool you possess because it greatly accelerates the achievement of any success in 3 powerful ways. First, visualization activates the creative powers of your subconscious mind. Second, visualization focuses your brain by programming its reticular activating system to notice available resources that were always there but were previously unnoticed. Third, visualization magnetizes and attracts to you the people, resources, and opportunities you need to achieve your goal. Researchers have found that when you perform any task in real life, your brain uses the same identical processes it would use if you were only vividly visualizing performing that activity. In other words, your brain sees no difference whatsoever between visualizing something and actually doing it. This principle also applies to learning anything new. Harvard University researchers found that students who visualized in advance performed tasks with nearly 100% accuracy, whereas students who didn't visualize achieved only 55% accuracy. Visualization simply makes the brain achieve more. And though none of us were ever taught this in school, sports psychologists and peak performance experts have been popularizing the power of visualization since the 1980s. And almost all Olympic and professional athletes now employ the power of visualization. Jack Nicklaus, the legendary golfer with more than 100 tournament victories and over $5,700,000 in winnings, once said, "I never hit a shot, not even in practice, without having a very sharp in-focus picture of it in my head. It's like a color movie. First I see where I want it to finish, nice and white and sitting high on the bright green grass. Then the scene quickly changes, and I see the ball going there, its path, trajectory, and shape, even its behavior on landing. Then there's sort of a fade-out, and the next scene shows me making the kind of swing that will turn the previous images into reality." How visualization works to enhance performance. When you visualize your goals as already complete each and every day, it creates a conflict in your subconscious mind between what you are visualizing and what you currently have. Your subconscious mind tries to resolve that conflict by turning your current reality into the new, more exciting vision. This conflict, when intensified over time through constant visualization, actually causes 3 things to happen. First, It programs your brain's reticular activating system to start letting into your awareness anything that will help you achieve your goals. Second, it activates your subconscious mind to create solutions for getting the goals you want. You'll find that you start waking up in the morning with new ideas. You'll find yourself having creative ideas in the shower, while you're taking long walks, and while you're driving to work. Third, it creates new levels of motivation. You'll start to notice that you are unexpectedly doing things that take you to your goal. All of a sudden, you're raising your hand in class, volunteering to take on new assignments at work, speaking out at staff meetings, asking more directly for what you want, saving money for the things you want, paying down a credit card debt, or taking more risks in your personal life. The reticular activating system is a powerful tool, but it can only look for ways to achieve the exact pictures you give it. Your creative subconscious doesn't think in words. It can only think in pictures. So how does this help your effort to become successful and achieve the life of your dreams? When you give your brain specific, colorful, and vividly compelling pictures to manifest, it will seek out and capture all the information necessary to bring that picture into reality for you. If you give your mind a $10,000 problem, it will come up with a $10,000 solution. Likewise, if you give your mind a $1 million problem, it will come up with a $1 million solution. If you give it pictures of a beautiful home, an adoring spouse, an exciting career, and exotic vacations, it will go to work on achieving those. By contrast, if you are constantly feeding it negative, fearful, and anxious pictures, guess what? It will achieve those as well. The process for visualizing your future. The process of visualizing for success is really quite simple. All you have to do is close your eyes and see your goals as already complete. If one of your objectives is to own a nice house on the lake, then close your eyes and see yourself walking through the exact house you would like to own. Fill in all of the details. What does the exterior look like? How is it landscaped? What kind of view does it have? What do the living room, kitchen, master bedroom, dining room, family room, and den look like? How is it furnished? Go from room to room and fill in all of the details. Make the images as clear and bright as possible. This goes for any goal you make, whether it's in the area of work, play, family, personal finances, relationships, or philanthropy. Write down each of your goals and objectives, then review them, affirm them, and visualize them every day. Then each morning when you awake, and each night before you go to bed, read through your list of goals out loud, pausing after each one to close your eyes and recreate the visual image of that completed goal in your mind. Continue through the list until you have visualized each goal as complete and fulfilled. The whole process will take between 10 and 15 minutes, depending on how many goals you have. If you meditate, do your visualization right after you finish meditating. The deepened state you have achieved in meditation will heighten the impact of your visualizations. Adding sounds and feelings to the pictures. To multiply the effect many times over, add sound, smells, tastes, and feelings to your pictures. What sounds would you be hearing? What smells would you be smelling? What tastes would you be tasting? And most importantly, what emotions and bodily sensations would you be feeling if you had already achieved your goal? If you were imagining your dream house on the beach, you might add in the sound of the surf lapping at the shore outside your home, the sound of your kids playing on the sand, and the sound of your spouse's voice thanking you for being such a good provider. Then add in the feelings of pride of ownership, satisfaction at having achieved your goal, and the feeling of the sun on your face as you sit on your deck, looking out over the ocean at a beautiful sunset. By far, these emotions are what propel your vision forward. Researchers know that when accompanied by intense emotions, an image or scene can stay locked in the memory forever. Visualization works. Listen as Olympic gold medalist Peter Vidmar describes his use of visualization in his successful pursuit of the gold. To keep us focused on our Olympic goal, we began ending our workouts by visualizing our dream. We visualized ourselves actually competing in the Olympics and achieving our dream by practicing what we thought would be the ultimate gymnastics scenario. I'd say, "Okay, Tim, Let's imagine it's the men's gymnastic team finals of the Olympic Games. The United States team is on the last event of the night, which just happens to be the high bar. The last two guys up for the United States are Tim Daggett and Peter Vidmar. Our team is neck and neck with the People's Republic of China, the reigning world champions, and we have to perform our routines perfectly to win the Olympic team gold medal. At that point, we'd each be thinking, yeah, right, we're never going to be neck and neck with those guys. They were number one at the Budapest World Championships, while our team didn't even win a medal. It's never going to happen. But what if it did happen? How would we feel? We closed our eyes, and in this empty gym at the end of a long day, we'd visualize an Olympic arena with 13,000 people in the seats and another 200 million watching live on television. Then we'd practice our routines. First, I'd be the announcer. I'd cup my hands around my mouth and say, "Next up from the United States of America, Tim Daggett." Then Tim would go through his routine as if it were the real thing. Then Tim would go over to the corner of the gym, cup his hands around his mouth, and in his best announcer voice say, "Next up from the United States of America, Peter Vidmar." Then it was my turn. In my mind, I had one chance to perfectly perform my routine in order for our team to win the gold medal. If I didn't, we'd lose. Tim would shout, "Green light," and I'd look at the superior judge, who was usually our coach Mako. I'd raise my hand, and he'd raise his right back. Then I'd turn, face the bar, grab hold, and begin my routine. Well, a funny thing happened on July 31st, 1984. It was the Olympic Games men's gymnastic team finals in Pauley Pavilion on the UCLA campus. The 13,000 seats were all filled, and a television audience in excess of 200 million people around the world was tuned in. The United States team was on its last event of the night, the high bar. The last two guys up for the United States just happened to be Tim Daggett and Peter Vidmar. And just as we had visualized, our team was neck and neck with the People's Republic of China. We had to perform our high bar routines perfectly to win the gold medal. I looked at Coach Mako, my coach for the past 12 years. As focused as ever, he simply said, "Okay, Peter, let's go. You know what to do. You've done it 1,000 times, just like every day back in the gym. Let's just do it one more time, and let's go home. You're prepared." He was right. I had planned for this moment and visualized it hundreds of times. I was prepared to perform my routine. Rather than seeing myself actually standing in the Olympic arena with 13,000 people in the stands and 200 million watching on television, in my mind, I pictured myself back in the UCLA gym at the end of the day with two people left in the gym. When the announcer said, "From the United States of America, Peter Vidmar," I imagined it was my buddy Tim Daggett saying it. When the green light came on, indicating it was time for the routine, I imagined that it wasn't really a green light, but that it was Tim shouting, "Green light." And when I raised my hand toward the superior judge from East Germany, in my mind I was signaling my coach, just like I had signaled him every day at the end of hundreds of workouts. In the gym, I always visualized I was at the Olympic finals. At the Olympic finals, I visualized I was back in the gym. I turned, faced the bar, jumped up, and grabbed on. I began the same routine I had visualized and practiced day after day in the gym. I was in memory mode, going yet again where I'd already gone hundreds of times before. I quickly made it past the risky double release move that had harpooned my chances at the World Championships. I moved smoothly through the rest of my routine and landed a solid dismount where I anxiously waited for my score from the judges. With a deep voice, the announcement came through the speaker. "The score for Peter Vidmar is 9.95. "Yes!" I shouted. "I did it!" The crowd cheered loudly as my teammates and I celebrated our victory. 30 minutes later, we were standing on the Olympic medal platform in the Olympic arena with 13,000 people in the stands and over 200 million more watching on television, while the gold medals were officially draped around our necks. Tim, me, and our teammates stood proudly wearing our gold medals as the national anthem played and the American flag was raised to the top of the arena. It was a moment we had visualized and practiced hundreds of times in the gym, only this time it was for real. What if I don't see anything when I visualize? Some people are what psychologists refer to as eidetic visualizers. When they close their eyes, they see everything in bright, clear, three-dimensional Technicolor images. Most of us, however, are non-eidetic visualizers. That means you don't really see an image as much as you just think it. This is perfectly okay. It still works just as well. Do the visualization exercise of imagining your goals as already complete twice a day, every day, and you will still get the same benefit as those people who claim to actually see the images. Use printed pictures to help you. If you have trouble seeing your goals, use pictures, images, and symbols you collect to keep your conscious and subconscious mind focused on your goals. For example, if one of your goals is to own a new Lexus LS430, you can take your camera down to your local Lexus dealer and ask a salesperson to take a picture of you sitting behind the wheel. Once you have created these images, you can place them, one to a page, in a 3-ring binder that you review every day. Or you could make a dream board or treasure map, a collage of all these images which you can place on a bulletin board, a wall, or your refrigerator door, somewhere where you will see them every day. When NASA was working on putting a man on the moon, they had a huge picture of the moon covering the entire wall from floor to ceiling of their main construction area. Everyone was clear on the goal, and they reached that goal 2 years ahead of schedule. Vision boards and goal books made their dreams come true. In 1995, John Assaraf created a vision board and put it up on the wall in his home office. Whenever he saw a materialistic thing he wanted or a trip he wanted to take, he'd get a photo of it and glue it to the board. Then he'd see himself already enjoying the object of his desire. In May 2000, having just moved into his new home in Southern California a few weeks earlier, he was sitting in his office at 7:30 in the morning when his 5-year-old son Keenan came in and sat on a couple of boxes that had been in storage for 4 years. Keenan asked his father what was in the boxes. When John told him his vision boards were in the boxes, Keenan replied, "Your vision what's?" John opened one of the boxes to show Keenan a vision board. John smiled as he looked at the first board and saw pictures of a Mercedes sports car, a watch, and some other items, all of which he had acquired by then. But as he pulled out the second board, he began to cry. On that board was a picture of the house he had just bought and was living in. Not a house like it, but the house. The 7,000-square-foot house that sits on 6 acres of spectacular views with a 3,000-square-foot guest house and office complex, a tennis court, and 320 orange trees. That very home was a home he had seen in a picture that he had cut out of Dream Homes magazine 4 years earlier. Carol Christensen and Marilyn Kentz, better known as the Mommies because they make their living joking about kids, family life, and the stresses of motherhood, also know the power of creating goal pictures to make their dreams come true. They started their friendship as well as their careers in the small farm town of Petaluma, California, where they were neighbors. Once they decided to become performers and create shows, they made a goals book in which they listed all the things they wanted to achieve and then illustrated them with pictures. Without exception, everything they put in their book came true. Their achievements include The Mommies, an NBC sitcom that aired between 1993 and 1995. The Carol and Marilyn Show, a talk show that aired on ABC between 1996 and 1997. Showtime and Lifetime cable specials, and their highly successful book, The Motherlode. Because Carol and Marilyn are both illustrators, drawing their goals seemed to be the easiest way to go about it. But you don't have to have drawing skills to make your own goals book. They worded their goals in the present tense, added feeling phrases such as, "I'm feeling content and grateful," "I feel relaxed and joyful," and "living in this wonderful house is so much fun." And they always finished off their page with the phrase, "This or something better is manifesting itself for the good of all concerned." And this or something better always happened. Start now. Set aside time each and every day to visualize every one of your goals as already complete. This is one of the most vital things you can do to make your dreams come true. Some psychologists are now claiming that 1 hour of visualization is worth 7 hours of physical effort. Now that's a tall claim, but it makes an important point. Visualization is one of the strongest tools in your success toolbox. Make sure you use it. You don't need to visualize your future achievements for a whole hour. Just 10 to 15 minutes is plenty. Azim Jamal, a prominent speaker in Canada, recommends what he calls the Hour of Power. 20 minutes of visualization and meditation, 20 minutes of exercise, and 20 minutes of reading inspirational or informational books. Imagine what would happen to your life if you were to employ the Hour of Power every single day. Principle number 12. Act as if. One of the great strategies for success is to act as if you are already where you want to be. This means thinking like, talking like, dressing like, acting like, and feeling like the person who has already achieved your goal. Acting as if sends powerful commands to your subconscious mind to find creative ways to achieve your goals. It programs the reticular activating system in your brain to start noticing anything that will help you succeed, and it also sends strong messages to the universe that this end goal is something you really want. In the late 1970s, I met a seminar leader who had just returned from Australia. I decided that I too wanted to travel and speak around the globe. I asked myself, what would I need to become an international consultant? First, I called the passport office and asked them to send me an application. Next, I purchased a clock that showed all the international time zones. Then I had business cards printed with the words International Consultant on them. Finally, I decided that Australia would be the first place I would like to go. So I went to a travel agency and got a huge travel poster featuring the Sydney Opera House, Ayers Rock, and a kangaroo crossing sign. Every morning while I ate my breakfast, I looked at that poster on my refrigerator and imagined being in Australia. Less than a year later, I was invited to conduct 2 seminars in Australia, one in Sydney and one in Brisbane. As soon as I started acting as if I were an international consultant, the universe responded by treating me like one. The powerful law of attraction at work. The law of attraction simply states that like attracts like. The more you create the vibration, the mental and emotional states of already having something, the faster you attract it to you. This is an immutable law of the universe and critical to accelerating your rate of success. Acting as if in the PGA. Fred Couples and Jim Nantz were 2 kids who loved golf and had very large dreams. Fred's goal was to someday win the Masters tournament, and Jim's was to someday work for CBS Sports as an announcer. When Fred and Jim were suitemates at the University of Houston in the late 70s, they used to play act the scene where the winner of the Masters is escorted into Butler Cabin to receive his green jacket and be interviewed by the CBS announcer. 14 years later, the scene they had rehearsed many times in Taub Hall at the University of Houston played out in reality as the whole world was watching. Fred Couples won the Masters and was taken by tournament officials into Butler Cabin, where he was interviewed by none other than CBS Sports announcer Jim Nantz. After the camera stopped rolling, the 2 embraced each other with tears in their eyes. They always knew that it was going to be the Masters that Fred won, and that Jim would be there to cover it for CBS. A beautiful example of the amazing power of acting as if with unwavering certainty. The Millionaire Cocktail Party. In many of my seminars, we do an exercise called the Millionaire Cocktail Party. Everyone stands up and socializes with the other participants as if they were all at an actual cocktail party. However, they must act as if they have already achieved all of their financial goals in life. They act as if they already have everything they want, their dream house, their vacation home, their dream car, and their dream career. They also act as if they have achieved any personal or philanthropic goals that are important to them. Everyone suddenly becomes more animated, alive, enthusiastic, and outgoing. People who seemed shy a few minutes earlier reach out and assertively introduce themselves to the others. The energy and volume level of the room soars. People excitedly tell each other about their achievements, invite each other to their vacation homes in Hawaii and the Bahamas, and discuss their recent safaris in Africa and their philanthropic missions to third world countries. After about 5 minutes, I stopped the exercise and asked people to share how they are feeling. People report feeling excited and passionate, positive and supportive, generous, happy, self-confident, and content. I then ask them to look at the fact that their inner feelings, both emotional and physiological, are different, even though in reality their outer circumstances are still the same. Even though they had not actually become millionaires in the real world, they had begun to feel like millionaires simply by acting as if they were. Be, do, and have everything you want, starting now. You can begin right now to act as if you have already achieved any goal you desire, and that outer experience of acting as if will create the inner experience, the millionaire mindset, as it were, that will take you to the actual manifestation of that experience. Once you choose what it is you want to be, do, or have, all you have to do is start acting as if you already are being, doing, or having it. How would you act if you already were a straight-A student, a top salesperson, a highly paid consultant, a rich entrepreneur or a world-class athlete, a best-selling author, an internationally acclaimed artist, a sought-after speaker, or a celebrated actor or musician? How would you think, talk, act? How would you carry yourself? How would you dress and treat other people? How would you handle money, eat, live, and travel, and so on? Once you have a clear picture of that, start being it now. Successful people exude self-confidence, ask for what they want, and say what they don't want. They think anything is possible. They take risks, and they celebrate their successes. They save a portion of their income and share a portion with others. And you can do all of those things right now before you ever become rich and successful. These things don't cost money, just intention. And as soon as you start acting as if, you will start drawing to you the very people and things that will help you achieve it in real life. Remember, the proper order of things is to start now and be who you want to be. Then do the actions that go along with being that person. And soon you will find that you will easily have everything you want in life: health, wealth, and fulfilling relationships. The party that could change your life. In 1986, I attended a party given by Diana von Wellenitz and the Inside Edge that deeply impacted the lives of all of us who attended. It was a Come As You Will Be in 1991 party, held on the Queen Mary in Long Beach, California. Those of us who attended were to envision where we would like to be in 1991, 5 years into the future. After we had created our ideal vision, we were to then stretch our imaginations even further, to make our vision even bigger still. When we attended the party, we were to act as if it were really 1991, and our vision had already come true. We were to dress the part, talk the part, and bring any props that demonstrated that our dream had already come true, such as books written, awards earned, and large paychecks received. We were to spend the evening bragging about our accomplishments, celebrating our successes and the success of others, talking about how happy and fulfilled we were, and discussing what we were going to do next. We were to stay in character the entire night. When we arrived, we were met by 20 men and women who had been hired to play the part of adoring fans and paparazzi. Cameras flashed and fans screamed our names, asking for autographs. I went as a best-selling author with several reviews of my #1 New York Times bestseller to show people. A man who came as a multimillionaire dressed as a beach bum, his vision of retirement, and he spent the entire evening handing out real lottery tickets to everyone at the party. One woman brought a mock edition of Time magazine with her face on the cover for winning an international award for making advances in the peace movement. A man who wanted to retire and spend his life as a sculptor showed up in a leather sculptor's apron with a hammer and a chisel. He had safety goggles and mock pictures of sculptures he had made. Another gentleman who wanted to become a successful stock trader spent the entire evening answering his cell phone, talking animatedly and then commanding, "Buy 5,000 shares," or "Sell 10,000 shares." He had actually hired someone to call him every 15 minutes during the party just to carry off his act as if. The purpose of the Come As You Will Be party is to create an emotionally charged experience of what it will be like when you have made it, when you have achieved your dreams. When you spend an evening living out the lifestyle you want and deserve, you lay down powerful blueprints in your subconscious mind that will later support you in perceiving opportunities, creating powerful solutions, attracting the right people, and taking the necessary actions to achieve your dreams and goals. Be clear that one party like this is not enough by itself to change your entire future. You will still have to do other things to make it happen. However, it is one more piece in an overall system of powerful acting-as-if strategies that will support you in the creation of your desired future. Principle number 13. Take action. The world doesn't pay you for what you know. It pays you for what you do. There's an enduring axiom of success that says, the universe rewards action. Yet as simple and as true as this principle is, it's surprising how many people get bogged down in analyzing, planning, and organizing when what they really need to do is take action. When you take action, you trigger all kinds of things that will inevitably carry you to success. You let those around you know that you are serious in your intention. People wake up and start paying attention. People with similar goals become aligned with you. You begin to learn things from your experience that cannot be learned from listening to others or from reading books. You begin to get feedback about how to do it better, more efficiently, and more quickly. Things that once seemed confusing begin to become clear. Things that once appeared difficult begin to be easier. You begin to attract others who will support and encourage you. All manner of good things begin to flow in your direction once you begin to take action. Talk is cheap. Over the years of teaching and coaching people in my company and in my seminars, I have found that the one thing that seems to separate winners from losers more than anything else is that winners take action. They simply get up and do what has to be done. Once they have developed a plan, they start. They get into motion. Even if they don't start perfectly, they learn from their mistakes, make the necessary corrections, and keep taking action, all the time building momentum until they finally produce the result they set out to produce, or something even better than they conceived of when they started. To be successful, you have to do what successful people do, and highly successful people are highly action-oriented. I have already covered how to create a vision, set goals, break them down into small steps, anticipate obstacles and plan how to deal with them, visualize and affirm your success, and believe in yourself and your dreams. Now it's time to take action. Enroll in that course. Get the necessary training. Call the travel agent. Start writing your book. Start saving for the down payment on your home. Join the health club. Sign up for those piano lessons or write that proposal. Remember, nothing happens until you take action. To demonstrate the power of taking action in my seminars, I hold up a $100 bill and ask, who wants this $100 bill? Invariably, most of the people in the audience will raise their hands. Some will wave their hands vigorously back and forth. Some will even shout out, I want it, I'll take it, or give it to me. But I just stand there calmly, holding out the bill until they get it. Eventually, someone gets out of their seat, rushes to the front of the room, and takes the bill from my hand. After the person sits down, now $100 richer for their efforts, I ask the audience, what did this person do that no one else in the room did? Well, the answer is she got off her butt and she took action. She did what was necessary to get the money. And that is exactly what you must do if you want to succeed in life. You must get off your butt. You must take action. And in most cases, the sooner the better. I then ask, how many of you thought about getting up and just coming and taking the money, but somehow you stopped yourselves? I then ask them to remember what they told themselves that stopped them from getting up. The usual answers are, I didn't want to look like I wanted it or needed it that badly. I wasn't sure if you'd really give it to me. Well, I was too far back in the room. Other people need it more than I do. I didn't want to look greedy. I was afraid I might be doing something wrong and then people would judge me or laugh at me. I was waiting for further instructions. I then point out that whatever things they said to stop themselves from getting out of their seats are the same things that they say to stop themselves in the rest of their lives. One of the universal truths in life is this. How you do anything is how you do everything. If you are cautious here, you're probably cautious everywhere. If you hold yourself back for fear of looking foolish here, you probably hold yourself back for fear of looking foolish elsewhere. You have to identify those patterns and break through them. It's time to stop holding yourself back and just go for the gold. Ruben Gonzalez decided to go for Olympic gold. Ever since third grade, Ruben Gonzalez had wanted to be an Olympic athlete. He respected the Olympians because they were an example of what he believed in. They are willing to commit to a goal, risk adversity in the pursuit of it, and fail and keep trying until they succeed. But it was not until he was in college and saw Scott Hamilton compete in the 1984 Sarajevo Games that he actually made the decision to train for the Olympics. Ruben said to himself, "If that little guy can do it, I can do it too. I'm going to be in the next Olympics. It's a done deal. I just have to find a sport." After doing a little research on Olympic sports, Ruben decided he needed to pick a sport that would build on his strengths. He knew that he was a good athlete, but not a great athlete. His strength was perseverance. He never quit anything. In fact, he had earned the nickname Bulldog in high school. He figured he had to find a sport so tough, a sport with so many broken bones, that there would be lots of quitters. That way, maybe he could rise to the top on the attrition rate. He finally settled on the luge. Next, he wrote Sports Illustrated. This was before the internet, and asked, "Where do you go to learn how to luge?" They wrote back, "Lake Placid, New York. That's where they had the Olympics in 1936 and 1980. That's where the track is." Ruben picked up the phone and called Lake Placid. "Hi, I'm an athlete in Houston, and I want to learn how to luge so I can be in the Olympics in 4 years. Will you help me?" The guy who answered the phone asked, "How old are you?" 21 years old. 21? You're way too old. You're 10 years too late. We start them when they're 10 years old. Forget it." But Ruben couldn't forget it, and he started to tell the man his life story, to buy some time until he could think of something. Along the way, he happened to say that he was born in Argentina. All of a sudden, the man on the other end of the phone got excited. "Argentina? Why didn't you say so? If you'll go for Argentina, we'll help you." It turns out that the sport of luge was in danger of being dropped from the Olympics because there weren't enough countries competing on the international level. If you'll go for Argentina, and somehow we can get you into the top 50 ranked lugers in the world in 4 years, which is what you'll need to make it into the Olympics, it would add one more country to the sport of luge, and that would make it a stronger sport. If you make it, you'd be helping the U.S. team. Then he added, "Before you come all the way to Lake Placid, you have to know 2 things. Number 1, if you want to do it at your age, and you want to do it in only 4 years, it will be brutal. 9 out of every 10 guys quit. Number 2, expect to break some bones." Ruben thought, "Great! This works right into my plan. I'm not a quitter. The harder it is, the easier it is for me." A few days later, Ruben Gonzalez was walking down Main Street in Lake Placid looking for the U.S. Olympic Training Center. A day later, he was in a beginner's class with 14 other aspiring Olympians. The first day was miserable, and he even thought of quitting. But with the help of a friend, he recommitted to his Olympic dream, and though all 14 of the other aspirants eventually quit before the end of the first season, Ruben finished the summer training. 4 grueling years later, Ruben Gonzalez realized his dream when he walked into the opening ceremonies of the 1988 Calgary Winter Olympics. He returned again in Albertville in 1992 and Salt Lake City for the 2002 Winter Games. Ruben Gonzalez, because he took immediate and persistent action on his dream, will always be a 3-time Olympian. Successful people have a bias for action. Most successful people I know have a low tolerance for excessive planning and talking about it. They are antsy to get going. They want to get started. They want the games to begin. A good example of this is my friend Bob Kriegel's son Otis. When Otis came home for the summer with his new girlfriend after his freshman year in college, they both began looking for jobs. While Otis just picked up the phone and started calling around to see who might need someone, his girlfriend spent the first week writing and rewriting her resume. By the end of the second day, Otis had landed a job. His girlfriend was still rewriting her resume. Otis just got into action. He figured if someone asked for a resume, he'd deal with it then. Planning has its place, but it must be kept in perspective. Some people spend their whole lives waiting for the perfect time to do something. There's rarely a perfect time to do anything. What is important is to just get started. Get into the game. Get on the playing field. Once you do, you will start to get feedback that will help you make the corrections you need to make to be successful. Once you're in action, you will start learning at a much more rapid rate. Ready, fire, aim. Most people are familiar with the phrase, ready, aim, fire. The problem is that too many people spend their whole life aiming and never firing. They're always getting ready, getting it perfect. The quickest way to hit a target is to fire, see where the bullet landed, and then adjust your aim accordingly. If the hit was 2 inches above the target, lower your aim a little. Fire again. See where it is now. Keep firing and keep readjusting. Soon you are hitting the bullseye. The same is true for anything. When we started marketing the first Chicken Soup for the Soul book, it occurred to me that it would be a good idea to give away free excerpts from the book to small and local newspapers in exchange for them printing a box at the end of the story telling people that the story was excerpted from Chicken Soup for the Soul, which was available at their local bookstore or by calling our 800 number. Now, I had never done this before, so I wasn't sure if there was a correct way to submit a story to a newspaper or a magazine. So I just sent off local newspapers in exchange for them printing a box at the end of the story telling people that the story was excerpted from Chicken Soup for the Soul, which was available at their local bookstore or by calling our 800 number. Now, I had never done this before, so I wasn't sure if there was a correct way to submit a story to a newspaper or a magazine. So I just sent off a fax of the story from the book entitled, Remember You Are Raising Children, Not Flowers, that I had written about my neighbor and his son, along with the cover letter to the editor of the L.A. Parent magazine. The letter read, September 13, 1993, Jack Bierman, L.A. Parent. Dear Jack, I would like to submit this article for publication in L.A. Parent. I have enclosed a brief bio. I would like you to print the little blurb I included on my new book, Chicken Soup for the Soul, with my article. If you would like a copy of the book, I would be more than happy to send you one. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Jack Canfield. Enclosed article, Remember, You Are Raising Children, Not Flowers. A few weeks later, I received the following letter back. Dear Jack, I was annoyed by your fax. How dare you tell me to include the little blurb on your book? How could you assume I'd be interested in this little bit of unsolicited word processing? Then I read the article. Needless to say, I'll run your little blurb and then some. I was moved by this exercise, and I am sure it will touch the hearts of our 200,000-plus readers from here to San Diego. Has it ever appeared anywhere in my demographic? If so, where? I look forward to working with you on Raising Children, Not Flowers. Best regards, Jack Bierman, Editor-in-Chief. I had not known how to submit a proper query letter to an editor. There was an accepted format that I was unaware of. But I had taken action anyway. In a subsequent phone call, Jack Bierman generously taught me the correct way to submit an article to a magazine. He gave me feedback on how to do it better next time. Now I was in the game and I was learning from my experience. Ready, fire, aim. Within a month, I had submitted that same article to over 50 local and regional parenting magazines all across the United States. 35 of them published it, introducing Chicken Soup for the Soul to over 6 million parents. Do it now. My mentor, W. Clement Stone, used to hand out lapel pins that said, Do it now. When you have an inspired impulse to take action, do it now. Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's, once said, There are 3 keys to success. Number 1, being at the right place at the right time. Number 2, knowing you are there. Number 3, taking action. On March 24, 1975, Chuck Wepner, a relatively unknown 30-to-1 underdog, did what no one thought he could do. He went 15 rounds with the world heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali. In the 9th round, he reached Ali's chin with a right hand, knocking the champion to the ground, shocking both Ali and the fans watching the fight. Wepner was only seconds away from being the world's heavyweight champion. However, Ali went on to win the 15-round bout and retain his title. Over 1,000 miles away, a struggling actor named Sylvester Stallone watched that fight on a newly purchased television set. Though Stallone had contemplated the idea of writing a screenplay about a down-and-out fighter getting a title shot before he saw the Ali Wepner fight, he didn't think it was plausible. But after seeing Wepner, whom most people didn't know, fighting the most well-known fighter of all time, all he thought was, "Get me a pencil." That night he began to write, and 3 days later he had completed the script for Rocky, which went on to win 3 Oscars, including one for Best Picture, thus launching Stallone's multi-million-dollar movie career. Fail forward. Many people fail to take action because they're afraid to fail. Successful people, on the other hand, realize that failure is an important part of the learning process. They know that failure is just a way we learn by trial and error. Not only do we need to stop being so afraid of failure, but we also need to be willing to fail, even eager to fail. I call this kind of instructive failure failing forward. Simply get started, make mistakes, listen to the feedback, make the necessary corrections, and keep moving forward toward the goal. Every experience will yield up more useful information that you can apply the next time. This principle is perhaps demonstrated most compellingly in the area of startup businesses. For instance, venture capitalists know that most businesses fail. But in the venture capital industry, a new statistic is emerging. If the founding entrepreneur is 55 years or older, the business has a 73% better chance of survival. These older entrepreneurs have already learned from their mistakes. There's simply a better risk because through a lifetime of learning from their failures, they have developed a knowledge base, a skill set, and a self-confidence that better enables them to move through the obstacles to success. Principle number 14. Just lean into it. Oftentimes, success happens when you just lean into it, when you make yourself open to opportunities and are willing to do what it takes to pursue it further, without a contract, without a promise of success, without any expectation whatsoever. You just start. You lean into it. You see what it feels like, and you find out if you want to keep going, instead of sitting on the sidelines deliberating, reflecting, and contemplating. Leaning into it creates momentum. One of the most extraordinary benefits of just leaning into it is that you begin creating momentum, that unseen energy force that brings more opportunity, more resources, and more people who can help you into your life at seemingly just the right time for you to benefit the most from them. Many of the best-known acting careers, entrepreneurial pursuits, philanthropic projects, and other seemingly overnight successes happened because someone responded favorably to the question, "Have you ever considered?" or "Could I convince you to?" or "Would you be willing to take a look at?" They just leaned into it. Be willing to start without seeing the whole path. Of course, just leaning into a project or opportunity also means you must be willing to start without necessarily seeing the entire pathway from the beginning. You must be willing to lean into it and see how it unfolds. Often we have a dream, and because we can't see how we're going to achieve it, we are afraid to start, afraid to commit ourselves because the path is unclear and the outcome is uncertain. Leaning into it requires that you be willing to explore, to enter unknown waters, trusting that a port will appear. Simply start, then keep taking what feel like logical next steps, and the journey will ultimately take you where you want to go, or even someplace better. Sometimes you don't even have to have a clear dream. From as early as she could remember, Janice Stanfield wanted to be a singer. She didn't know where her dream would eventually lead her, but she knew she had to find out. She leaned into it and took some singing lessons, and then eventually got a job singing weekends at the local country club. She leaned into it a little more, and at 26 years old she packed her bags for Nashville, Tennessee, to pursue her dream of becoming a songwriter and recording artist. 3 long years she lived and worked in Nashville, seeing hundreds of more brilliant, talented, and deserving performers than there were record deals to be had. Jana began to see the music industry as a room full of slot machines that paid out just enough to keep you playing. A producer loves your work, an artist considers your song for her next album, and maybe a record company tells you that you're great, but rarely do the slot machines pay off with the big jackpot, the coveted recording contract. After several years of working at a record promotion company to learn the business from the inside out, Jana had to face facts. There were no guarantees. She could play the slots forever and grow old in Nashville. Finally, she admitted to herself that continuing to try to get a record deal was like pounding her head against a wall. She didn't realize at the time that often when you lean into it, roadblocks are put in your path to force you onto a different path, a path that may be truer to your real purpose. Looking for her underlying motivation. Jana had learned what many achievers have, that even when you can't move forward, you can turn right or you can turn left, but you have to keep moving. She discovered through some personal development courses that sometimes in the rush to fulfill our dreams, we get caught up in what we think is the only form that will satisfy that dream. In Jana's case, a recording contract. But as Jana would soon learn, there are many ways to accomplish your goal if you know what you're really pursuing. Because underneath her desire to land a record deal was a deeper motivating need, the real motivation for her dream. To use her music to uplift, inspire, and offer hope to people. I want to combine music, comedy, storytelling, and motivation with what I'm here for, she wrote in her journal. I am an artist, and my art is unfolding before me. The roadblock that blocked my path has been lifted. Emboldened by this new insight, Jana began to play anywhere people would let her. Where two or more are gathered, I will bring my guitar, became her motto. She played in living rooms, driveways, schools, churches, anywhere she could. I'm not lost, I'm just exploring. But Jana was still at a loss to figure out how to combine her talents in a way that would be helpful to people and pay her a modest income. There was no one out there already doing what she wanted to do, combining music, comedy, storytelling, and motivation. There was no career path already laid out to follow. No footsteps to walk in. She was charting new territory. She didn't know where she was going or what form it would ultimately take, but she just kept leaning into it. Jana began to work odd jobs, always leaning into it, trying to figure out how to turn her passion for her art and her desire to help people into something she could make a living from. I'm willing to use my gifts to make this world a better place, she wrote in her journal. I don't know exactly how to use my gifts to do this, but I have let God know that I am ready. Again, she leaned into it. Jana called churches, saying, if you would let me come and sing 2 songs in your service, it will give you a chance to get to know me and how I might be helpful. Then in a few months, maybe you'd like to have me come back and do a concert in the afternoon. After just 2 or 3 songs, church members would approach her and ask if she had her songs on tape. There was one song, If I Had Only Known, that people requested more than any other. They'd say, I noticed a lot of people crying when you played that song. I've had a loss that's so painful that I can't cry here at church because I don't know if I can put myself back together once I start. Would you make me a copy of this song so I can have it when I'm alone and really feel the feelings you're bringing to me? Jana spent a lot of time making cassettes and mailing them to people, but all the while her friends kept telling her to make an album. You've got all those demo songs you recorded when you were trying to get a record deal, they said. Just take your demos and make an album. Jana thought, oh, I couldn't do that. It wouldn't be a real album with a real record company. It wouldn't really count. It would just show what a failure I've been. But her friends kept after her, and eventually Jana leaned into it one more time. She paid an engineer $100 to put together 10 of her songs, which she playfully referred to as a compilation of my top 10 most rejected songs. She made the covers at Kinko's and reproduced 100 cassettes, which she now laughingly recalls she thought would be a lifetime supply. As she traveled from living room to living room and tiny church to tiny church, she set out her cassettes on a card table and sold them after her performance. Then came the turning point. My husband went with me to a church in Memphis, Jana recalls. They didn't feel comfortable about having a card table with my cassettes inside the church, so they put my card table out on their new parking lot. It had just been repaved, and in 95-degree weather, the asphalt was hot and black and gooey. After the parking lot finally emptied, we got in the car and turned on the air conditioning and began counting what we'd earned. To Jana's amazement, she had sold $300 worth of cassettes, $50 more than she earned all week working a freelance TV job she had taken to help make ends meet. Holding that $300 in her hand made Jana realize for the first time that she could support herself doing what she loved to do. Today, Jana's company, Keynote Concerts, produces more than 50 motivational concerts a year for groups all over the world. She started her own recording company, Relatively Famous Records, which produced 8 of Jana's CDs and has sold over 100,000 copies. Jana's songs have been recorded by Reba McEntire, Andy Williams, Susie Boggess, John Schneider, and Megan McDonough. She's opened for Kenny Loggins and toured with author Melody Beattie. Her heavy mental music, as she calls it, has been featured on Oprah, 2020, Entertainment Tonight, and radio stations coast to coast, as well as in the movie 8 Seconds. Jana Stanfield achieved her dream of becoming a songwriter and recording star, all because she leaned into it and trusted the path that appeared. You too can get from where you are to where you want to be if you'll just trust that if you lean into it, the path will appear. Sometimes it will be like driving through the fog, where you can only see the road 10 yards ahead of you. But if you keep moving forward, more of the road will be revealed, and eventually you will arrive at the goal. Pick an area of your life, career, financial, relationship, health and fitness, recreation, hobby, or contribution that you would like to explore, and just lean into it. Principle number 15. Feel the fear and do it anyway. As you move forward on your journey from where you are to where you want to be, you are going to have to confront your fears. Fear is natural. Whenever you start a new project, take on a new venture, or put yourself out there is usually fear. Unfortunately, most people let fear stop them from taking the necessary steps to achieve their dreams. Successful people, on the other hand, feel the fear along with the rest of us, but don't let it keep them from doing anything they want to do or have to do. They understand that fear is something to be acknowledged, experienced, and taken along for the ride. They have learned, as author Susan Jeffers suggests, to feel the fear and do it anyway. Why are we so fearful? Millions of years ago, fear was our body's way of signaling us that we were out of our comfort zone. It alerted us to possible danger and gave us the burst of adrenaline we needed to run away. Unfortunately, though this response was useful in the days when saber-toothed tigers were chasing us, today most of our threats are not all that life-threatening. Today, fear is more of a signal that we must stay alert and cautious. We can feel fear, but we can still move forward anyway. Think of your fear as a 2-year-old child who doesn't want to go grocery shopping with you. You wouldn't let a 2-year-old's mentality run your life, would you? Because you must buy groceries, you'll just have to take the 2-year-old along with you. Fear is no different. In other words, acknowledge that fear exists, but don't let it keep you from doing important tasks. You have to be willing to feel the fear. Some people will do anything to avoid the uncomfortable feeling of fear. If you are one of those people, you run an even bigger risk of never getting what you want in life. Most of the good stuff requires taking a risk, and the nature of a risk is that it doesn't always work out. People do lose their investments. People do forget their lines. People do fall off mountains. People do die in accidents. But as the old adage so wisely tells us, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Fantasized experiences appearing real. Another important aspect to remember about fear is that as humans, we've also evolved to the stage where almost all of our fears are now self-created. We frighten ourselves by fantasizing negative outcomes to any activity we might pursue or experience. Luckily, because we are the ones doing the fantasizing, we are also the ones who can stop the fear and bring ourselves into a state of clarity and peace by facing the actual facts rather than giving in to our imaginations. We can choose to be sensible. Psychologists like to say that fear means fantasized experiences appearing real. To help you better understand how we actually bring unfounded fear into our lives, make a list of the things you are afraid to do. This is not a list of things you are afraid of, such as being afraid of spiders, but things you're afraid to do, such as being afraid to pick up a spider. For example, I am afraid to ask my boss for a raise, Ask Sally out for a date. Go skydiving. Leave my kids home alone with a sitter. Leave this job that I hate. Take 2 weeks away from the office. Ask my friends to look at my new business opportunity. Delegate any part of my job to others. Now go back and restate each fear using the following format. I want to blank, and I scare myself by imagining blank. The key words are I scare myself by imagining. All fear is self-created by imagining some negative outcome in the future. Using some of the same fears listed above, the new format would sound something like this. I want to ask my boss for a raise, and I scare myself by imagining he would say no and be angry with me for asking. I want to ask Sally out for a date, and I scare myself by imagining that she would say no and I would feel embarrassed. I want to go skydiving, and I scare myself by imagining that my parachute would not open and I would be killed. I want to leave my kids home with a sitter, and I scare myself by imagining that something terrible would happen to them if I did. I want to leave this job I hate to pursue my dream, and I scare myself by imagining I would go bankrupt and lose my house. I want to ask my friends to look at my new business opportunity, and I scare myself by imagining they will think I am only interested in making money off of them. Can you see that you are the one creating the fear? How do you get rid of the fear? One way to actually disappear your fear is to ask yourself what you're imagining that is scary to you, and then replace that image with its positive opposite. When I was flying to Orlando recently to give a talk, I noticed the woman next to me was gripping the arms of her seat so tightly her knuckles were turning white. I introduced myself, told her I was a trainer, and said I couldn't help but notice her hands. I asked her, "Are you afraid?" "Yes," she said. "Would you be willing to close your eyes and tell me what thoughts or images you are experiencing in your head?" After she closed her eyes, she replied, "I just keep imagining the plane not getting off the runway and crashing." "I see," I said. "Tell me, what are you headed to Orlando for?" "I'm going there to spend 4 days with my grandchildren at Disney World." "Well, great. What's your favorite ride at Disney World?" "It's a Small World." "Wonderful. Can you imagine being at Disney World in one of the gondolas with your grandchildren in the It's a Small World attraction?" "Yes." "Can you see the smiles and the looks of wonder on your grandchildren's faces as they watch all the little puppets and figures from the different countries bobbing up and down and spinning around?" "Uh-huh." Her face relaxed, her breathing deepened, and her hands released their grip on the arms of the seat. In her mind, she was already at Disney World. She had replaced the catastrophic picture of the plane crashing with a positive image of her desired outcome, and instantly her fear disappeared. You can use this same technique to disappear any fear that you might ever experience. Replace the physical sensations fear brings. Another technique that works for relieving fear is to focus on the physical sensations you're currently feeling, sensations you're probably just identifying as fear. Next, focus on those feelings you would like to be experiencing instead: courage, self-confidence, calm, and joy. Scale down the risk. Anthony Robbins says, "If you can't, you must, and if you must, you can." I agree. It is those very things that we are most afraid to do that provide the greatest liberation and growth for us. If a fear is so big that it paralyzes you, scale down the amount of risk. Take on smaller challenges and work your way up. If you're starting your first job in sales, call on prospects or customers you think will be easiest to sell to first. If you're asking for money for your business, practice on those lending sources whom you wouldn't want to get a loan from anyway. If you're anxious about taking on new responsibilities at work, start by asking to do parts of a project you're interested in. If you're learning a new sport, start at lower levels of skill. Master those skills you need to learn, move through your fears, and then take on bigger challenges. Take a leap. Mike Kelly lives in paradise and owns several companies under the umbrella of Beach Activities of Maui. With only a year of college under his belt, he never did return to get his degree, Mike left Las Vegas at age 19 for the islands of Hawaii and ended up selling suntan lotion by the pool at a hotel in Maui. From these humble beginnings, Mike went on to create a company with 175 employees and over $5 million in annual revenues that provides recreational experiences, catamaran and scuba diving excursions, for tourists, and concierge services and business centers for many of the island's hotels. Mike credits much of his success to always being willing to take a leap when needed. When Beach Activities of Maui was attempting to expand its business, there was an important hotel whose business he wanted, but a competitor had held the contract for over 15 years. To maintain a competitive edge, Mike always reads the trade journals and keeps an ear open to what is happening in his business. One day he read that this hotel was changing general managers, and the new general manager who would be coming in lived in Copper Mountain, Colorado. This got Mike to thinking. Because it is so hard to get through all of the gatekeepers to secure a meeting with a general manager, maybe he should try to contact him before he actually moved to Hawaii. Mike wrestled with what would be the best way to contact him. Should he write a letter? Should he call him on the phone? As he pondered these options, his friend Doug suggested, "Why don't you just hop on a plane and go see him?" Always one to take action and take it now, Mike quickly put together a pro forma and a proposal and hopped on a plane the next night. After flying all night, he arrived in Colorado, rented a car, and drove the 2 hours out to Copper Mountain, and showed up unannounced at the new general manager's office. He explained who he was, congratulated him on his new promotion, told him that he looked forward to having him in Maui, and asked for a few moments to tell him about his company and what it could do for his hotel. Mike did not get the contract during that first meeting, but the fact that a young kid was so confident in himself and his services that he would take a leap of faith to jump on a plane and fly all the way to Denver and drive out into the middle of Colorado on the off chance that he would be able to get together with him left such a huge impression on the general manager that when he finally did get to Hawaii, Mike secured the contract, which over the ensuing 15 years has been worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to Mike's bottom line. Taking a leap can transform your life. Multimillionaire Dr. John Demartini is a resounding success by anyone's standards. He's married to a beautiful and brilliant woman, Athena Starwoman, the world-famous astrologer who consults and writes for 24 well-known magazines, including Vogue. Together they own several homes in Australia, and they spend over 60 days a year together circumnavigating the globe in their $3 million luxury apartment on board the $550 million ocean liner World of Residency, a residence they purchased after selling their Trump Tower apartment in New York City. The author of 54 training programs and 13 books, John spends the year traveling the world speaking and conducting his courses on financial success and life mastery. But John didn't start out rich and successful. At age 7, he was found to have a learning disability and was told that he would never read, write, or communicate normally. At 14, he dropped out of school, left his Texas home, and headed for the California coast. By 17, he had ended up in Hawaii, surfing the waves of Oahu's famed North Shore, where he almost died from strychnine poisoning. His road to recovery led him to Dr. Paul Bragg, a 93-year-old man who changed John's life by giving him one simple affirmation to repeat: "I am a genius, and I apply my wisdom." Inspired by Dr. Bragg, John went to college, earned his bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, and later his doctoral degree from the Texas College of Chiropractic. When he opened his first chiropractic office in Houston, John started with just 970 square feet of space. Within 9 months, he'd more than doubled that and was offering free classes on healthy living. When attendance grew, John was ready to expand again. It was then he took a leap that changed his career forever. It was Monday, John said. The shoe store next door had vacated over the weekend. What a perfect lecture hall, John thought as he quickly phoned the leasing company. When no one called him back, John concluded they weren't going to rent the space soon, so he took a leap. "I called a locksmith to come out and open up the place," John said. "I thought the worst thing they would do was charge me rent." He quickly transformed the space into a lecture hall, and within days was holding free talks there on a nightly basis. Because the space was located right next to a movie theater, he added a loudspeaker so moviegoers could hear his lectures as they walked to their cars. Hundreds began attending classes and eventually became patients. John's practice grew rapidly, yet nearly 6 months went by before the property manager came to investigate. "You've got a lot of courage," the manager said. "You remind me of me." In fact, he was so impressed with John's daring, he even gave John 6 months free rent. "Anybody that has the courage to do what you did deserves it," he told him. The manager later invited John down to his office, where he offered him $250,000 a year to come work for him. John turned it down because he had other plans, but it was a huge validation of his courage to act. Taking a leap helped John build a thriving practice, which he later sold to begin consulting full-time with other chiropractors. "Taking that leap opened up a doorway for me," John said. "If I'd held back, if I had been cautious, I wouldn't have made the breakthrough that gave me the life I have today." Oh, what the heck. Just go for it. When Richard Paul Evans wrote his first book, The Christmas Box, it was simply a gift of love to his 2 young daughters. Later, he made photocopies for family and friends, and word spread quickly about this heartwarming tale. Spurred on by this positive reaction, Rick sought a publisher for the book. When there were no takers, Rick decided to publish it himself. To promote the book, he took a booth at a regional American Booksellers Association conference, where, among other activities, celebrity authors were signing books at one end of the exhibit hall. Rick noticed these celebrity authors were the only ones getting attention from the press. He also noticed that when the next group of celebrities arrived for their scheduled time, one author had failed to arrive. With his fear being crowded out by his courage and commitment to his dream, Rick decided to take a leap. He picked up 2 boxes of books, walked toward the empty chair, sat down, and began to sign. Seeing him at the table, a woman from the show approached him to ask him to leave. Undaunted, Evans looked up and before she could speak said, "Sorry, I'm late." The stunned woman just looked at him and asked, "Can I get you something to drink?" The next year, Evans was the premier author at the show, as his book had climbed to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. Since then, The Christmas Box has sold more than 8 million copies in 18 languages and has been made into an Emmy Award-winning CBS television movie. The book, which had been previously rejected by several major publishing houses, was eventually purchased by Simon & Schuster for a record $4.2 million. In January of 1981, a real estate investor, Robert Allen, took a challenge, putting it all on the line, that would make or break his new career as an author and seminar leader. He was looking for ways to promote his new book, Nothing Down, How to Buy Real Estate with Little or No Money Down. Frustrated with the ad his publisher's public relations department had created, Bob found himself spouting off the top of his head what he felt needed to be said in the ad. "We need to demonstrate that someone can buy property with nothing down." His publisher responded, "What do you mean?" Bob said, "Well, I don't know. You could take me to a city, take away my wallet, and give me $100 and I'd buy a property." "How long would it take you?" "I don't know, maybe a week, maybe 3 or 4 days, 72 hours. Can you do that?" Bob found himself looking at the abyss, realizing he'd never done that before and not knowing for sure if he could do it now. His head was saying no and his heart was saying yes. Bob went with his heart and said, "Yeah, I probably can do that." "Well, if you can do that, that's the title of the ad we're going to run." So then he said, "Take away my wallet, give me $100 bill, and send me out to buy a piece of real estate using none of my own money." Bob said, "Okay, let it rip." And they ran the ad, which was very successful. Within a few months after being released, the book was #1 on the Time magazine bestseller list, and it ended up being on the New York Times bestseller list for 46 weeks. Later that year, Bob got a call from a reporter at the Los Angeles Times who said, "We don't think you can do what you say you can do." Bob replied, "Well, I'd be glad to be challenged," and then quipped, "How about a date sometime in 2050? But the Times was serious about taking Bob down. The reporter said, "I am going to take you down. We don't like your ad. We think you're a fraud, and you're going down." Scared, but determined he had to take the challenge, Bob set it up for 4 weeks later. On January 12, 1981, the reporter from the Times met him at the Marriott Hotel just east of Los Angeles International Airport. Bob hadn't slept much the night before. In fact, he hadn't slept much for the entire month before. He lay awake at night wondering if he could really pull it off in such a short time. Taking the challenge had felt like the right thing to do, but he still didn't know if he could really do it. Together they boarded a plane and flew to San Francisco, and Bob hit the ground running. He immediately went to a real estate office and started writing no-money-down offers, and they promptly escorted him out of the office, which Bob recalls was not a good way to start. Bob started thinking, uh-oh, I'm in deep trouble now. I'm going to lose it all. It's gone. I'm not going to be able to pull this off. What was I thinking? Was he scared? Oh yeah, he said, I was terrified. But he just made call after call after call, and finally, toward the end of the first day, he started running into some success and found a property that somebody was willing to sell him. By the next morning, he had a signed offer. So it had been just a little over 24 hours, and he had bought his first property. Then Bob said, "We're not done yet. You gave me 72 hours. I've scheduled my life for this for the next 3 days. Let's see how many we can do." At this point, the reporter became his cheerleader. After all, the reporter had already lost the challenge, and the bigger he lost, the better the story. Before he was saying, "I'm going to take you down." Now it was, "Hey Bob, go for it, boy. If you're going to beat me bad." And Bob did. He bought 7 properties worth $700,000 in 57 hours and gave the reporter $20 back out of the $100 he had started with. The subsequent article, which was syndicated by the Los Angeles Times and picked up by dozens of newspapers across the country, launched Bob's career. He had risked it all, and he had won big time. His book, Nothing Down, went on to sell over 1 million copies and became the 11th best-selling hardcover book of the 1980s. The Challenge. Robert Allen's life seems to have been built on leaping into the void to prove that his methods can and do work, for everyone, no matter their status, to produce wealth and abundance in their lives. Even after his stunning success of buying 7 houses in 72 hours with no money down in San Francisco, the press still hounded him with, "Well, sure, you can do it, but the average person couldn't do it." Bob's message was that anybody could buy property with no money down, but the press kept countering with, "Well, you're not just anybody." Bob told me, "I became so infuriated with the press that I said, 'You can send me to any unemployment line,' and I remember stuff just coming out of my mouth, not knowing where it was coming from. 'Let me select someone who's broke, out of work and discouraged, and in 2 days' time I'll teach him the secrets of wealth. And in 90 days he'll be back on his feet with $5,000 cash in the bank, and he'll never set foot in an unemployment line again.'" Bob went to St. Louis, asked the ex-mayor to oversee the project, went to the unemployment office and handed out 1,200 flyers offering to teach people how to become financially independent. Expecting the room to be filled to the rafters, he had the room set up for 300 chairs, but only 50 people showed up, and half those people left at the first break as soon as they heard how much work was going to be involved. After an extensive interview process, only 3 couples remained. He worked with those 3 couples. Though all of them did deals in the first 90 days, technically only one of them made the $5,000 cash in the 3-month period. All of them did more deals that year and changed their lives in a variety of different ways. The couple that made the $5,000 cash in the first 90 days also went on to make over $100,000 in the next 12 months. Once again, by taking a huge risk, by leaping into the void, Bob had proved his point and finally made the press back off. He went on to write a book about the experience called The Challenge. While it was his least successful book, selling only 65,000 copies, it became his most profitable because it was the first book he ever put his name, address, and phone numbers in. Over 4,000 of the people who read that book called Bob's office and eventually paid Bob $5,000 to attend his ongoing training program. That's $20 million. Not bad for being willing to pay the price of putting his butt on the line one more time. High intention, low attachment. If you want to remain calm and peaceful as you go through life, you have to have high intention and low attachment. You do everything you can to create your desired outcomes, and then you let it go. Sometimes you don't get the intended result by the date that you want. That's life. You just keep moving in the direction of your goal until you eventually get there. Sometimes the universe has other plans, and often they are better than the ones you had in mind. That is why I recommend adding the phrase, this or something better, to the end of your affirmations. Principle number 16, be willing to pay the price. Behind every great achievement is the story of education, training, practice, discipline, and sacrifice. You have to be willing to pay the price. Maybe that price is pursuing one single activity while putting everything else in your life on hold. Maybe it's investing all of your own personal wealth or savings. Maybe it's the willingness to walk away from the safety of your current situation. But though many things are typically required to reach a successful outcome, the willingness to do what's required adds that extra dimension to the mix that helps you persevere in the face of overwhelming challenges, setbacks, pain, and even personal injury. 10 times perfectly. Andre Previn once said, "If I miss a day of practice, I know it. If I miss 2 days, my manager knows it. If I miss 3 days, my audience knows it." Today, Tom Boyer is a productivity consultant who works with major corporations such as Siemens, Motorola, Polaroid, and Weyerhaeuser. But in his teens and early 20s, Tom was a dedicated clarinet player. Because he was willing to pay the price of 2 hours of practice every day, even during family vacations, he consistently won every state competition in Ohio. One year, his unsuspecting high school orchestra conductor put the overture to Semiramide by Rossini on the state competition program because he thought that no one else would have a clarinet player that could play the clarinet solo at Tom's level. What he didn't know is that though it's only about a 20 to 30-second solo, it is unbelievably hard on every imaginable level, perhaps the hardest clarinet solo ever written. When Tom walked into his next lesson with Robert Marcellus, the principal clarinet in the Cleveland Orchestra at the time, he looked at him and said, "How do I even have a chance of getting this?" Marcellus looked at him and said, "Something that hard, if you can play it 10 times in a row without a mistake in the practice room, you have a chance of getting it out on stage." And then he said, "Play it." When Tom played it through correctly, he held up one finger and said, 1, play it again. Then he held up 2 fingers. 2, play it again. Then he held up 3 fingers, play it again. And then Tom missed. Marcellus put his forefinger and thumb together, forming a 0. Start over. Play it again. 1, play it again. 2, play it again. And on it went for 45 minutes before Tom managed to get through a 30-second solo 10 times without making a mistake. And all his teacher was doing was holding out fingers. 1, 2, 3. When Tom got to 10 times in a row without a mistake, his teacher looked at him with a little smile on his face and said, "Now, tell me what you learned." Then and only then did he show Tom a couple of things to make playing the piece a little bit easier. Tom went on to play the solo perfectly in the competition, and later, after 6 years in the Cleveland Institute of Music, Tom landed a spot in the Cleveland Orchestra for 2 years. Whatever it takes. In 1987, a young John Assaraf moved from Toronto, Ontario to Indianapolis, Indiana to become partners in a fledgling RE/MAX real estate franchising operation. John was definitely willing to pay the price. When his friends were in a bar having a drink, John was working on achieving his dream of convincing existing real estate offices to join the RE/MAX system. John approached a minimum of 5 real estate agents every day for 5 years. At first, people laughed John right out of their offices. Why would they give up a part of their existing income or their reputation to join a new franchise that had already failed twice? But John was passionate about his dream. In his zeal, he even tried to enroll the #1 real estate office in Indiana at the time. They thought he was nuts. But John persisted, and only 5 years later, he and his associates surpassed the $1 billion sales mark and took the lead. Today, RE/MAX of Indiana's 1,500 sales associates generate over $4 billion a year in sales and earn over $100 million a year in commissions. Today, John earns a very comfortable residual income from his company in Indiana and lives in Southern California, where he has more than ample time to play with his 2 sons, pursue other business interests, write books, and teach others his success cloning formula for success. Putting in the time. Part of paying the price is the willingness to do whatever it takes to get the job done. It comes from a declaration that you are going to get it done no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, and no matter what comes up. It's a done deal. You are responsible for the results you intend. No excuses, just a world-class performance or an outstanding result that can be counted on. Consider this. Michael Crichton is the Emmy and Peabody Award-winning creator of the television series ER. His books have sold over 100 million copies in 30 languages, and 12 have been made into films, 7 of which he directed. His books and films include Jurassic Park, The Andromeda Strain, Congo, Coma, Twister, and Westworld. He is the only person to have had, at the same time, the #1 book, the #1 movie, and the #1 television show in the United States. With all of his natural talent, Michael still says, books aren't written, they're rewritten. It is one of the hardest things to accept, especially after the 7th rewrite hasn't quite done it. Ernest Hemingway rewrote A Farewell to Arms 39 times. This dedication to excellence would later lead him to win the Pulitzer and Nobel Prizes for literature. M. Scott Peck only received a $5,000 advance for The Road Less Traveled. However, he was willing to pay the price to fulfill his dream. During the year after it was published, he participated in 1,000 radio interviews to advertise and promote his book. He continued to do a minimum of 1 interview a day for the next 12 years, keeping the book on the New York Times bestseller list for over 540 weeks, a record, and selling more than 10 million copies in over 20 languages. It's about building momentum. When a NASA rocket takes off from Cape Canaveral, it uses up a large portion of its total fuel just to overcome the gravitational pull of the Earth. Once it has achieved that, it can virtually coast through space for the rest of its journey. Likewise, an amateur athlete often puts in full training days with Spartan self-discipline for years, but after winning a gold medal or a world championship, offers for endorsements, spokesperson contracts, speaking engagements, retail merchandise deals, and other entrepreneurial opportunities often come pouring in, allowing them to slow down a bit and take advantage of the momentum they created earlier in their career. Likewise, in any business or profession, once you have paid the price to establish yourself as an expert, a person of integrity who delivers high-quality results on time, you get to reap the benefits of that for the rest of your life. When I started speaking, no one had ever heard of me. As I delivered more and more speeches and seminars that delivered what the client wanted, my reputation grew. I had a file full of glowing testimonial letters and a track record of credibility that was built up over many years of giving free and low-fee talks until I had honed my craft. The same was true for writing books. It took many years to get good at it. If you're involved in network marketing, you have to put in countless hours in the beginning not getting paid what you were worth. You may work for months with no real income, but eventually the multiplier effect of your growing downline takes effect, and eventually you are making more money than you ever imagined possible. Creating momentum is an important part of the success process. In fact, successful people know that if you are willing to pay the price in the beginning, you can reap the benefits for the rest of your life. Business consultant Marshall Thurber has said, anything worth doing well is worth doing badly in the beginning. Remember when you first learned to drive a car, to ride a bicycle, to play an instrument, or to play a sport? You understood in advance that you were going to be very awkward at first. You assumed that awkwardness was just part of what was required to learn that new skill that you wanted. Well, not surprisingly, this initial awkwardness applies to anything you undertake. So you have to be willing to go through that awkward stage in order to become proficient. Children give themselves permission to do this, but sadly, by the time we're adults, we are so often afraid of making a mistake that we don't let ourselves be awkward, so we don't learn the way children do. We're so afraid of doing it wrong. Principle 17. Ask, ask, ask. History is filled with examples of incredible riches and astounding benefits people have received simply by asking for them. Yet surprisingly, asking, one of the most powerful success principles of all, is still a challenge that holds most people back. If you are not afraid to ask anybody for anything, then skip over this chapter. But if you are like most people, you may be holding yourself back by not asking for the information, assistance, support, money, and time that you need to fulfill your vision and make your dreams come true. Why are people so afraid to ask? They are afraid of many things, such as looking needy, looking foolish, and looking stupid. But mostly they're afraid of experiencing rejection. They are afraid of hearing the word no. The sad thing is that they're actually rejecting themselves in advance. They're saying no to themselves before anyone else even has a chance to. Don't assume that you are going to get a no. Take the risk to ask for whatever you need and want. If they say no, you are no worse off than when you started. And if they say yes, you are a lot better off. Just by being willing to ask, you can get a raise, a donation, a room with an ocean view, a discount, a free sample, a date, a better assignment, the order, a more convenient delivery date, an extension, time off, or help with the housework. How to ask for what you want. There's a specific science to asking for and getting what you want or need in life, and Mark Victor Hansen and I have written a whole book about it. And though I recommend you learn more by reading our book, The Aladdin Factor, here are some quick tips to get you started. Number 1, ask as if you expect to get it. Ask with a positive expectation. Ask from the place that you have already been given it. It's a done deal. Ask as if you expect to get a yes. Number 2, assume you can. Don't start with the assumption that you can't get it. If you are going to assume that you can get an upgrade. Assume that you can get a table by the window. Assume that you can return it without a sales slip. Assume that you can get a scholarship, that you can get a raise, that you can get tickets at this late date. Don't ever assume against yourself. Number 3, ask someone who can give it to you. Qualify the person. Who would I have to speak to get to? Who is authorized to make a decision about? What would have to happen for me to get? Number 4, be clear and specific. In my seminars, I often ask, who wants more money? I pick someone who raises a hand, and I give that person $1. I say, now you have more money. Are you satisfied? The person usually says, well, no, I want more than that. So I give the person a couple of quarters and ask, is that enough for you? No, I want more than that. Well, just how much do you want? We could play this game of more for days and never get to what you want. The person then usually gives me a specific number, and then I point out how important it is to be specific. Vague requests produce vague results. Your requests need to be specific. When it comes to money, you need to ask for a specific amount. Number 5, ask repeatedly. One of the most important principles of success is persistence, not giving up. Whenever you're asking others to participate in the fulfillment of your goals, some people are going to say no. They may have other priorities, commitments, and reasons not to participate. It's not a reflection on you. Just get used to the idea that there's going to be a lot of rejection along the way to the brass ring. The key is not to give up. When someone says no, you keep asking. Why? Because when you keep on asking, even the same person again and again, you might get a yes. Kids understand this success principle perhaps better than anyone. They will ask the same person for the same thing over and over again without any hesitation. They eventually wear you down and get what they want. Ask and it shall be given to you. In the year 2000, Sylvia Collins flew all the way from Australia to Santa Barbara to take one of my week-long seminars, where she learned about the power of asking. A year later, I received this letter from her. I have taken a detour in my career path, and I'm selling new developments on the Gold Coast with a company called Gold Coast Property. I work with a team of guys, mostly in their 20s. The skills I have acquired through your seminars have helped me to perform and be an active part of a winning team. I must tell you how having self-esteem and not being afraid to ask has impacted this office. At a recent staff meeting, we were asked what we would like to do for our once-a-month team building day. I asked Michael, the managing director, what target would we have to reach for you to take us to an island for a week? Everyone around the table just went silent and looked at me. Obviously, it was out of everyone's comfort zone to ask for such a thing. Michael looked around and then looked at me and said, well, if you reach, and then he set a financial target, I'll take the whole team, and there were 10 of us, to the Great Barrier Reef. Well, the next month we reached the target and off we went to Lady Elliot Island for 4 days. Airfares, accommodations, food, and activities all paid for by the company. We had the most amazing 4 days. We snorkeled together, had bonfires on the beach, we played tricks on each other, had so much fun. Afterwards, Michael gave us another target and said he would take us to Fiji if we reached that one, and we reached that target in December. Even though the company is paying for these trips, Michael is miles ahead from the enormous level of increased sales. In 1997, 21-year-old Chad Pregracke set out on a one-man mission to clean up the Mississippi River. He started with a 20-foot boat in his own 2 hands. Since that time, he's cleared more than 1,000 miles of the Mississippi and another 435 miles of the Illinois River, pulling more than 1 million tons of debris from the riverbanks. Using the power of asking, he's raised more than $2,500,000 in donations and enlisted more than 4,000 people to help him in his crusade. When Chad realized he would need more barges, trucks, and equipment, he asked state and local officials for help, only to be turned down. Not to be dissuaded, Chad grabbed a phone book, turned to the business listings, and called Alcoa. Because, he said, it started with an A. Armed with only his passionate commitment to his dream, Chad asked to speak to the top guy. Eventually, Alcoa gave him $8,400. Later, working his way through the A's, he called Anheuser-Busch. As reported in Smithsonian Magazine, Mary Alice Ramirez, the director of environmental outreach at Anheuser-Busch, remembers her first conversation with Chad this way. Will you give me some money? Chad asked. Who are you? Replied Ramirez. I want to get rid of the garbage in the Mississippi River, Chad said. Can you show me a proposal? Ramirez inquired. What's a proposal? Chad replied. Ramirez eventually invited Chad to a meeting and gave him a check for $25,000 to expand his Mississippi River beautification and restoration project. More important than Chad's knowledge of fundraising was his clear desire to make a difference, his unflagging enthusiasm, his complete dedication to the project, and his willingness to ask. Eventually, everything Chad needed was secured through asking. He now has a board of directors made up of lawyers, accountants, and corporate officers. He has several full-time staff members and thousands of volunteers. In the process, he has not only cleaned up miles of shoreline on the Mississippi, Illinois, Anacostia, Potomac, Missouri, Ohio, and Rock Rivers, removing over 1 million tons of trash, but he's also drawn attention to the health and beauty of all rivers and the responsibility we all share in keeping them clean. Start asking today. Take time now to make a list of the things that you want that you don't ask for at home, school, or at work. Next to each one, write down how you stop yourself from asking. What is your fear? Next, write down what it is costing you not to ask. Then write down what benefit you would get if you were to ask. Take time to make a list of what you need to ask for in each of the following 7 goal categories that I outlined in Principle 3, Decide What You Want. Financial, career, fun time and recreation, health, relationships, personal projects and hobbies, and contribution to the larger community. This might include a raise, a loan, seed money, feedback about your performance, a referral, an endorsement, time off to get additional training, someone to babysit your children, a massage, a hug, or help with a volunteer project. Principle number 18. Reject rejection. If you are going to be successful, you're going to need to learn how to deal with rejection. Rejection is a natural part of life. You get rejected when you aren't picked for the team, don't get the part in the play, don't get elected, don't get into the college or graduate school of your choice, don't get the job or promotion you wanted, don't get the raise you wanted, don't get the appointment you requested, don't get the date you asked for, don't get the permission you requested, or when you get fired. You get rejected when your manuscript is rejected, when your proposal is turned down, when your new product idea is passed over, or when your fundraising request is ignored. You get rejected when your design concept is not accepted, your application for membership is denied, or your offer of marriage is not accepted. Rejection is a myth. To get over rejection, you have to realize that rejection is really a myth. It doesn't really exist. It's simply a concept that you hold in your head. Think about it. If you ask Patty to have dinner with you and she says no, you didn't have anyone to eat dinner with before you asked her, and you don't have anyone to eat dinner with after you asked her. The situation didn't get worse. It stayed the same. It only gets worse if you go inside and tell yourself something extra, like, see, Mother was right. No one will ever like me. I am the slug of the universe. If you apply to Harvard for graduate school and you don't get in, you weren't in Harvard before you applied, and you're not in Harvard after you applied. Again, your life didn't get worse. It stayed the same. You haven't really lost anything. And think about this. You have spent your whole life not going to Harvard. You know how to handle that. The truth is, you never have anything to lose by asking, and because there is something to possibly gain, by all means ask. Whenever you ask anyone for anything, remember the following: SW, 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 which stands for some will, some won't, so what? Someone's waiting. Some people are going to say yes, and some are going to say no. So what? Out there somewhere, someone is waiting for you and your ideas. It is simply a numbers game. You have to keep asking until you get a yes. The yes is out there waiting. As my partner Mark Victor Hansen is so fond of saying, what you want wants you. You just have to hang in there long enough to eventually get a yes. 81 no's and 9 straight yeses. Because it so dramatically changed her life, a graduate of my self-esteem and peak performance seminar was volunteering in the evenings to call people to enroll them in an upcoming seminar I was conducting in St. Louis. She made a commitment to talk to 3 people every night for a month. Many of the calls turned into long conversations with people asking tons of questions. She made a total of 90 phone calls. The first 81 people decided not to take the seminar. The next 9 people all signed up. She had a 10% success ratio, which is a good ratio for phone enrollments, but all 9 enrollments came in the last 9 calls. What if she had given up after the first 50 people and said, "This just isn't working. It's not worth the effort. Nobody is signing up." But because she had a dream of sharing with others the life-transforming experience that she had had, she persevered in the face of a lot of rejection, knowing that it was indeed a numbers game. And her commitment to the outcome paid off. She was instrumental in helping 9 other people transform their lives. If you're committed to a cause that evokes your passion and commitment, you keep learning from your experiences, and you stay the course to the end, you will eventually create your desired outcome. Just say next. Get used to the idea that there is going to be a lot of rejection along the way to the gold ring. The secret to success is to not give up. When someone says no, you say next. Keep on asking. When Colonel Harlan Sanders left home with his pressure cooker and his special recipe for cooking Southern fried chicken, he received over 300 rejections before he found someone to believe in his dream. Because he rejected rejection over 300 times, there are now 11,000 KFC restaurants in 80 countries around the world. If one person tells you no, ask someone else. Remember, there are over 5 billion people on this planet. Someone, somewhere, sometime will say yes. Don't get stuck in your fear or resentment. Move on to the next person. It is a numbers game. Someone is waiting to say yes. In the fall of 1991, Mark Victor Hansen and I began the process of selling our first Chicken Soup for the Soul book to a publisher. We flew to New York with our agent, Jeff Herman, and met with every major publisher that would grant us a meeting. All of them said they weren't interested. Collections of short stories don't sell. There's no edge to the stories. The title will never work. After that, we were rejected by another 20 publishers who had received the manuscript through the mail. After being rejected by more than 30 publishers, our agent gave the book back to us and said, "I'm sorry, I can't sell it for you." What did we do? We said next. We also knew we had to think outside of the box. After weeks of racking our brains, we hit on an idea that we thought would work. We printed up a form that was a promise to buy the book when it was published. It included a place for people to write their name, address, and the number of books they pledged to buy. Over a period of months, we asked everyone who attended our speeches or seminars to complete the form if they would buy a copy of the book when it was published. Eventually, we had promises to buy 20,000 books. The following spring, Mark and I attended the American Booksellers Association convention in Anaheim, California, and walked from booth to booth, talking to any publisher who would listen. Even with copies of our signed pledge forms to demonstrate the market for our book, we were turned down again and again. But again and again, we said next. At the end of the second very long day, we gave a copy of the first 30 stories in the book to Peter Vegzo and Gary Seidler, co-presidents of Health Communications, Inc., a struggling publisher specializing in addiction and recovery books, who agreed to take it home and look it over. Later that week, Gary Seidler took the manuscript to the beach and read it. He loved it and decided to give us a chance. Those hundreds of necks had paid off. After over 130 rejections, that first book went on to sell 8 million copies, spawning a series of 80 best-selling books that have been translated into 39 languages. In those pledge forms, when the book was finally published, we stapled an announcement to the signed forms, sent them to the people at the address on the form, and waited for a check. Almost everyone who had promised to buy a book came through on his or her commitment. In fact, one entrepreneur in Canada bought 1,700 copies and gave one to every one of his clients. 155 rejections didn't stop him. When 19-year-old Rick Little wanted to start a program in the high schools that would teach kids how to deal with their feelings, handle conflict, clarify their life goals, and learn communication skills and the values that would help them live more effective and fulfilling lives, he wrote a proposal and shopped it to over 155 foundations. He slept in the back of his car and ate peanut butter on crackers for the better part of a year. But he never gave up his dream. Eventually, the Kellogg Foundation gave Rick $130,000. That's almost $1,000 for each no he endured. Since that time, Rick and his team have raised over $100 million to implement the Quest program in over 30,000 schools around the world. 3 million kids per year are being taught important life skills because one 19-year-old rejected rejection and kept on going until he got a yes. In 1989, Rick received a grant for $65 million, the second largest grant ever given in U.S. history, to create the International Youth Foundation. What if Rick had given up after the 100th rejection and said to himself, "Well, I guess this just isn't supposed to be"? What a great loss to the world and to Rick's higher purpose for being. He knocked on 12,500 doors. When Dr. Ignatius Piazza was a young chiropractor fresh out of school, he decided he wanted to set up offices in the Monterey Bay area of California. When he approached the local chiropractic association for assistance, they advised him to set up shop somewhere else. They told him he wouldn't be successful because there were already too many chiropractors in the area. Undaunted, he applied the next principle. For months, he went from door to door early in the morning until sunset, knocking on doors. After introducing himself as the new young doctor in town, he asked a few questions. Where should I locate my office? What newspaper should I advertise in to reach your neighbors? Should I open early in the morning or stay open into the evening for those who have 9-to-5 jobs? Should I call my clinic Chiropractic West or Ignatius Piazza Chiropractic? And finally he asked, when I hold my open house, would you like to receive an invitation? If people said yes, he wrote down their names and addresses and continued on, day after day, month after month. By the time he was done, he had knocked on over 12,500 doors and talked to over 6,500 people. As you can imagine, he got a lot of no's. He got a lot of nobody homes. He even got trapped on one porch, cornered by a pit bull, for a whole afternoon. But he also received enough yeses that during his first month in practice, he saw 233 new patients and earned a record income of $72,000 in an area that didn't need another chiropractor. Remember, to get what you want, you are going to need to ask, and say next, until you get the yeses that you are looking for. Asking is, was, and always will be a numbers game. Don't take it personally, because it isn't personal. It's just not a match until it is. Consider these famous rejections. Everyone who has ever made it to the top has had to endure rejections. You just have to realize they are not personal. Consider the following. When Alexander Graham Bell offered the rights to the telephone for $100,000 to Carl Orton, president of Western Union, Orton replied, "What use would this company make of an electrical toy?" Angie Everhart, who started modeling at the age of 16, was once told by model agency owner Eileen Ford that she would never make it as a model. Why not? Redheads don't sell. Everhart later became the first redhead in history to appear on the cover of Glamour magazine, had a great modeling career, and then went on to appear in 27 films and numerous TV shows. Novelist Stephen King almost made $1 million mistake when he threw his manuscript of Carrie in the garbage because he was tired of the rejections. We are not interested in science fiction which deals with negative utopias, he was told. They do not sell. Luckily, his wife fished it out of the garbage. Eventually, Carrie was printed by another publisher, sold more than 4 million copies, and was made into a blockbuster film. In 1998, Google co-founders Sergey Brin and Larry Page approached Yahoo and suggested a merger. Yahoo could have snapped up the company for a handful of stock, but instead they suggested that the young Googlers keep working on their little school project and come back when they had grown up. Within 5 years, Google had an estimated market capitalization of $20 billion. At the time of this writing, they were about to launch an initial public offering auction that eventually raised $1.67 billion. The record for the most astounding number of rejections would probably be John Creasy's. A popular British mystery writer, Creasy collected 743 rejection slips before he sold his first book. Impervious to rejection, over the next 40 years, he went on to publish 562 full-length books under 28 different pseudonyms. If John Creasy can handle 743 rejections on his way to success, so can you. Principle number 19. Use feedback to your advantage. Once you begin to take action, you'll start getting feedback about whether you're doing the right thing. You'll get data, advice, help, suggestions, direction, and even criticism that will help you constantly adjust and move forward while continually enhancing your knowledge, abilities, attitudes, and relationships. But asking for feedback is really only the first part of the equation. Once you receive feedback, you have to be willing to respond to it. There are two kinds of feedback you might encounter: negative and positive. We tend to prefer the positive, that is, results, money, praise, a raise, a promotion, satisfied customers, awards, happiness, inner peace, intimacy, and pleasure. It feels better. It tells us that we are on course, that we are doing the right thing. We tend not to like negative feedback. Lack of results, little or no money, criticism, poor evaluations, being passed over for a raise or a promotion, complaints, unhappiness, inner conflict, loneliness, and pain. However, there is as much useful data in negative feedback as there is in positive feedback. It tells us that we are off course, headed in the wrong direction, doing the wrong thing. And that is also valuable information. In fact, it's so valuable that one of the most useful projects you could undertake is to change how you feel about negative feedback. I like to refer to negative feedback as information about improvement opportunities. The world is telling me where and how I can improve what I am doing. Here is a place I can get better. Here is where I can correct my behavior to get even closer to what I say I want. More money, more sales, a promotion, a better relationship, better grades, or more success on the athletic field. To reach your goals more quickly, you need to welcome, receive, and embrace all the feedback that comes your way. Unfortunately, this is not what most people do. Let's look at some of the ways of responding to feedback that don't work. And by don't work, I mean that they don't get you closer to where you want to be. The first is caving in and quitting. How many times have you or someone you know received negative feedback and simply caved in over it? All that does is keep you stuck in the same place. The second is getting mad at the source of the feedback. Think about it. How many times have you reacted with anger and hostility towards someone who was giving you feedback that was genuinely useful? All it does is push the person and the feedback away. The third is ignoring the feedback. Not listening to or ignoring the feedback is another response that does not work. We all know people who tune out everyone's point of view but their own. They are simply not interested in what other people think. They don't want to hear anything anyone else has to say. The sad thing is, feedback could significantly transform their lives if only they would listen. So as you can see, when someone gives you feedback, there are 3 possible reactions that don't work. 1, crying, falling apart, caving in and giving up. 2, getting angry at the source of the feedback. And 3, not listening to or ignoring the feedback. Crying and falling apart is simply ineffective. It may temporarily release whatever emotions you have built up in your system, but it takes you out of the game. It doesn't get you anywhere. It simply immobilizes you. Not a great success strategy. Caving in and giving up doesn't work either. It may make you feel safer and may stop the flow of negative feedback, but it doesn't get you the good stuff. You can't win in the game of life if you are not on the playing field. Getting angry at the person giving you the feedback is equally ineffective. It just makes the source of the valuable feedback attack you back or simply go away. And what good is that? It may temporarily make you feel better, but it doesn't help you become more successful. Remember, feedback is simply information. You do not have to take it personally. Just welcome it and use it. The most intelligent and productive response is to say, "Thank you for the feedback. Thank you for caring enough to take the time to tell me what you see and how you feel. I appreciate it." Make a habit of asking for feedback. Most people will not voluntarily give you feedback. They are as uncomfortable with possible confrontation as you are. They don't want to hurt your feelings. Perhaps they are afraid of your reaction, or they don't want to take the risk of your disapproval. So to get honest and open feedback, you are going to need to ask for it. And make it safe for the person to give it to you. In other words, don't shoot the messenger. A powerful question to ask your family members, friends, and colleagues is, how do you see me limiting myself? You might think that the answers would be hard to listen to, but most people find the information so valuable that they are grateful for what people tell them. Armed with this new feedback, they can create a plan of action for replacing their limiting behaviors with more effective and productive behaviors. The most valuable question you may ever learn. In the 1980s, a multimillionaire businessman taught me a question that radically changed the quality of my life. If the only thing you get out of listening to this audiobook is the consistent use of this question in your personal and business life, it will have been worth the money and time you have invested. So what is this magical question that can improve the quality of every relationship you are in, every product you produce, every service you deliver, every meeting you conduct, every class you teach, and every transaction you enter into? Here it is. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the quality of our relationship, service, or product during the last week, or 2 weeks, month, quarter, semester, or season, whatever time frame is appropriate? Any answer less than a 10 gets the follow-up question, what would it take to make it a 10? The second question is the one that elicits the most valuable information. Knowing that a person is dissatisfied is not enough, but knowing in detail what will satisfy them gives you the information you need to do what is necessary to create a winning product, service, or relationship. Make it a habit to end every project, meeting, class, training, consultation, and installation with these 2 powerful questions. Most people are afraid to ask for corrective feedback because they are afraid of what they are going to hear. There is nothing to be afraid of. The truth is the truth. You are better off knowing the payoffs for the time you invest. To be successful, you must schedule more best results days and hold yourself accountable for producing the results. Preparation days. A preparation day is a day when you prepare and plan for a best results day, either by learning a new skill, locating a new resource, training your support team, or delegating tasks and projects to others. Preparation days ensure that your best results days are as productive as possible. Rest and recreation days. A rest and recreation day, or an R&R day, extends from midnight to midnight, and it involves no work-related activity of any kind. It's a day completely free of business meetings, business-related phone calls, cell phone calls, emails, or reading work-related documents. R&R means some days without the kids, too. The question often arises about what to do with the children. For the most part, you need to take some time away from your children on a regular basis. If you can't afford a babysitter, ask a trusted relative to take them. We've used both aunts and uncles and our 20-year-old nieces. If they are unavailable or unwilling, trade with other parents. You take their little ones for a weekend, and they take yours on a different weekend. And don't make the mistake of calling every hour to see how they're doing. Let go, trust, and take care of yourself for a change. R&R days help you work harder and smarter. The value of regular R&R days is that you come back to your work refreshed and ready to tackle it with renewed vigor, enthusiasm, and creativity. To become truly successful, you need these breaks to allow yourself some distance from your normal day-to-day life, so you can become more creative in generating breakthrough ideas and solving problems. The key to getting more R&R days and best results days in your life is to sit down and schedule them. By jotting down how many best results days, preparation days, and R&R days you spend every month right now, you can work to increase the number of best results days and true 24-hour R&R days on your calendar, and reduce the number of preparation days. With this kind of schedule, you'll find yourself creating greater results at work, enjoying more fulfillment in your personal life, and experiencing more balance between the two. Principle number 44. Find a wing to climb under. One of the main strategies of the successful is that they constantly seek out guidance and advice from experts in their field. Make a list of the people you would like to ask to mentor you. Approach them and ask for their help. Determine in advance what you want from a mentor. Though it may seem daunting at first to contact successful people and ask for ongoing advice and assistance, it's easier than you think to enlist the mentorship of those who are far above you in the areas in which you'd like to succeed. What mentors do more than anything, says famed speaker and best-selling author Les Brown, is help you see possibilities. In other words, mentors help you overcome possibility blindness, both by acting as a role model for you and by conveying a certain level of expectation as they communicate with you. Do your homework. One of the easiest ways to research the names and backgrounds of people who have been successful in your area of interest is to read industry magazines, search the Internet, ask trade association executive directors, attend trade shows and conventions, call up fellow entrepreneurs, or approach others who operate in your industry or profession. Look for mentors who have the kind of well-rounded experience you need to tackle your goal. When you start seeing a pattern of the same few people being recommended, you know you've identified your short list of possible mentors. The truth is that successful people like to share what they have learned with others. It is a human trait to want to pass on wisdom. Not everyone will take the time to mentor you, but many will if asked. You simply need to make a list of the people you would like to have as your mentor and ask them to devote a few minutes a month to you. Some will say no, but some will say yes. Keep asking until you get a positive response. Take action on your mentor's advice. Mentors don't like to have their time wasted. When you seek out their advice, follow it. Study their methods. Ask your questions. Make sure you understand the process. Then, as much as is humanly possible, duplicate your mentor's efforts. You may even be able to improve on them. Jason Dorsey was a typical college student when he unexpectedly met his first mentor, a local entrepreneur who had been asked to speak to his business class at the University of Texas. When Brad challenged the class by defining success as something greater than just making lots of money, Jason was intrigued and risked asking him to be his mentor. During their first meeting, Brad asked Jason about his plans. He replied that he planned to finish college, work on the New York Stock Exchange, get an MBA, start his own business, and eventually retire at 40. Once retired, he planned to work with hard-to-reach youth to make sure they got a good education and a respectable job. Hearing this, successful, you need these breaks to allow yourself some distance from your normal day-to-day life, so you can become more creative in generating breakthrough ideas and solving problems. The key to getting more R&R days and best results days in your life is to sit down and schedule them. By jotting down how many best results days, preparation days, and R&R days you spend every month right now, you can work to increase the number of best results days and true 24-hour R&R days on your calendar, and reduce the number of preparation days. With this kind of schedule, you'll find yourself creating greater results at work, enjoying more fulfillment in your personal life, and experiencing more balance between the two. Principle number 44. Find a wing to climb under. One of the main strategies of the successful is that they constantly seek out guidance and advice from experts in their field. Make a list of the people you would like to ask to mentor you. Approach them and ask for their help. Determine in advance what you want from a mentor. Though it may seem daunting at first to contact successful people and ask for ongoing advice and assistance, it's easier than you think to enlist the mentorship of those who are far above you in the areas in which you'd like to succeed. What mentors do more than anything, says famed speaker and best-selling author Les Brown, is help you see possibilities. In other words, get back on course. What to do when the feedback tells you you've failed. When all indicators say you've had a failure experience, there are a number of things you can do to respond appropriately and keep moving forward. First, acknowledge you did the best you could with the awareness, knowledge, and skills you had at the time. Second, acknowledge that you survived and that you can absolutely cope with any and all of the consequences or results. Third, write down everything you learned from the experience. Write all of your insights and lessons down in a file in your computer or a journal called Insights and Lessons. Read through this file often. Ask others involved, your family, team members, employees, clients, and others, what they learned. I often have my staff write, "I learned that," at the top of a piece of paper, and then write as much as they can think of in a 5-minute period. Then we make a list under the heading of Ways to Do It Better Next Time. Fourth, make sure to thank everyone for their feedback and their insights. If someone is hostile in the delivery of their feedback, remember that it is an expression of their level of fear, not your level of incompetence or unlovability. Again, just thank them for their feedback. Explaining, justifying, and blaming are all a waste of everybody's time. Just take in the feedback, use whatever is applicable and valuable for the future, and discard the rest. Fifth, clean up any messes that have been created and deliver any communications that are necessary to complete the experience, including any apologies or regrets that are due. Do not try to hide the failure. Sixth, take some time to go back and review your successes. It's important to remind yourself that you have had many more successes than you've had failures, and that you've done many more things right than you've done wrong. Seventh, regroup. Spend some time with positive, loving friends, family, and coworkers who can reaffirm your worth and your contribution. Eighth, refocus on your vision. Incorporate the lessons learned, recommit to your original plan, or create a new plan of action, and then get on with it. Stay in the game. Keep moving toward the fulfillment of your dreams. Remember that you're going to make a lot of mistakes along the way. Just dust yourself off, get back on your horse, and keep riding. Principle number 20. Commit to constant and never-ending improvement. In Japan, the word for constant and never-ending improvement is Kaizen. Not only is this an operating philosophy for modern Japanese businesses, it is also the age-old philosophy of warriors, too. and it's become the personal mantra of millions of successful people. Achievers, whether in business, sports, or the arts, are committed to continual improvement. If you want to be more successful, you need to learn to ask yourself, how can I make this better? How can I do it more efficiently? How can I do this more profitably? How can we do this with greater love? Improve in small increments. Whenever you set out to improve your skills, change your behavior, or better your family life or business, beginning in small, manageable steps gives you a greater chance of long-term success. Doing too much too fast not only overwhelms you or anyone else involved in the improvement, it can doom the effort to failure, thereby reinforcing the belief that it's difficult, if not impossible, to succeed. When you start with small, achievable steps you can easily master, it reinforces your belief that you can easily improve. Decide what to improve on. At work, your goal might be for your company to improve the quality of your product or service, your customer service program, or your advertising. Professionally, you might want to improve your computer skills, your typing speed, your sales skills, or your negotiating skills. At home, you might want to improve your parenting skills, your communication skills, or your cooking skills. You could also focus on improving your health and fitness, your knowledge of investing and money management, or your piano playing. Or perhaps you want to develop greater inner peace through meditation, yoga, and prayer. Whatever your goal, decide where you want to improve and what steps you'll need to take to achieve that improvement. Is it learning a new skill? Perhaps you can find that in a night class at a local community college. If it's improving your service to the community, perhaps you can find a way to spend an extra hour per week volunteering. To keep yourself focused on constant and never-ending improvement, ask yourself every day, how can I or we improve today? How can I or we do better than before? Where can I learn a new skill or develop a new competency? If you ask yourself these kinds of questions every day, you'll embark on a lifelong journey of improvement that will ensure your success. One of life's realities is that major improvements take time. They don't just happen overnight. But because so many of today's products and services promise overnight perfection, we've come to expect instant gratification. And we become discouraged when it doesn't happen. However, if you make a commitment to learning something new every day, getting just a little bit better every day, then eventually, over time, you will reach your goals. Becoming a master takes time. You have to practice, practice, practice. You have to hone your skills through constant use and refinement. It takes years to have the depth and breadth of experience that produces expertise, insight, and wisdom. Every book you read, every class you take, every experience you have is another building block in your career and your life. Make a commitment to keep getting better and better every day in every way. If you do, you'll enjoy the feelings of increased self-esteem and self-confidence that come from self-improvement, as well as the ultimate success that will inevitably follow. Principle number 21. Keep score for success. Remember when you were growing up and your mom or dad measured you every few months and kept track of your height on the wall near the pantry door? It was something visible that let you know where you stood in relation to the past and to your future goal, which was usually to be as tall as your mom or dad. It let you know you were making progress. It encouraged you to eat right and drink your milk to keep growing. Well, successful people keep the same kind of measurements. They keep score of exciting progress, positive behavior, financial gain, anything they want more of. In his groundbreaking book, The Game of Work, Charles Kunrat says that scorekeeping stimulates us to create more of the positive outcomes we're keeping track of. It actually reinforces the behavior that created those outcomes in the first place. Think about it. Your natural inclination is always to improve your score. If you were to keep score on the 5 things that would advance your personal and professional objectives the most, imagine how motivated you would be each time the numbers improved in your favor. Measure what you want, not what you don't want. We learn early in life that it's valuable to count what's valuable. We count the number of times we skip the rope, the number of jacks we pick up, the number of marbles we collect, the number of base hits we get in Little League, and the number of boxes of Girl Scout cookies we sell. Batting averages in baseball tell us the number of times we hit the ball, not the percentage of times we didn't. We keep score mostly of what is good, because that is what we want more of. When Mike Walsh at High Performers International wanted to increase his bottom line, he started keeping track not just of the number of enrollments his company was getting, but also of how many cold calls employees were making, how many face-to-face appointments they set up, and how many of those appointments they turned into enrollments. As a result of this kind of scorekeeping, Mike saw a 39% increase in revenues in just 6 months. Start keeping score today. Decide where you need to keep score in order to manifest your vision and achieve your goals. Make sure to keep score in all the areas of your life: financial, professional, school, recreation and fun time, health and fitness, family and other relationships, personal projects, and contribution to others. Post your scores where you and any others playing the game can easily see them. If you do this, you will accelerate your rate of success. Principle number 22. Practice persistence. Persistence is probably the single most common quality of high achievers. They simply refuse to give up. The longer you hang in there, the greater the chance that something will happen in your favor. No matter how hard it seems, the longer you persist, the more likely your success. Remember, it's not always going to be easy. Sometimes you are going to have to persist in the face of obstacles, unseen obstacles that no amount of planning or forethought could have predicted. Sometimes you'll encounter what seem like overwhelming odds, and sometimes the universe will test your commitment to the goal you're pursuing. The going may be hard, requiring you to refuse to give up while you learn new lessons, develop new parts of yourself, and make difficult decisions. When Debbie Macomber decided to pursue her dream of becoming a writer, she rented a typewriter, put it on the kitchen table, and began typing each morning after the kids went off to school. When the kids came home, she moved the typewriter and made them dinner. When they went to bed, she moved it back and typed some more. For 2.5 years, Debbie followed this routine. Supermom had become a struggling writer, and she was loving every minute of it. One night, however, her husband Wayne sat her down and said, "Honey, I'm sorry, but you're not bringing in any income. We can't do this anymore. We can't survive on just what I make." That night, her heart broken and her mind too busy to let her sleep, she stared at the ceiling in their darkened bedroom. Debbie knew, with all the responsibilities of keeping up a house and taking 4 kids to church and sports and scouts, that working 40 hours a week would leave her no time to write. Sensing her despair, her husband woke up and asked, "What's wrong?" "I really think I could have made it as a writer. I really do." Wayne was silent for a long time, then sat up, turned on the light, and said, "All right, honey, go for it." So Debbie returned to her dream and her typewriter on the kitchen table, pounding out page after page for another 2.5 years. Her family went without vacations, pinched pennies, and wore hand-me-downs. But the sacrifice and the persistence finally paid off. After 5 years of struggling, Debbie sold her first book, then another, and another, until finally today, Debbie has published more than 100 books, many of which have become New York Times bestsellers, and 3 of which have sold for movies. Over 60 million copies of her books are in print, and she has millions of loyal fans. And Wayne? All that sacrifice in support of his wife paid off handsomely. He got to retire at age 50 and now spends his time building an airplane in the basement of their 7,000-square-foot mansion. Debbie's kids got a gift far more important than a few summer camps. As adults, they realized what Debbie gave them was far more important: permission and encouragement to pursue their own dreams. Today, Debbie still has dreams she wants to fulfill: a television series based on her books, an Emmy Award, and a #1 New York Times bestseller. To accomplish them, she has a routine. She gets up every morning at 4:30, reads her Bible, and writes in her journal. By 6 o'clock, she's swimming laps in the pool. And by 7:30, she's in her office answering mail. She writes between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., producing 3 new books a year with discipline and perseverance. What could you accomplish if you were to follow your heart, practice this much daily discipline, and never give up on your hopes and your dreams. Consider this. Admiral Robert Peary attempted to reach the North Pole 7 times before he made it on try number 8. In its first 28 attempts to send rockets into space, NASA had 20 failures. Oscar Hammerstein had 5 flop shows that lasted less than a combined total of 6 weeks before Oklahoma, which ran for 269 weeks and grossed $7 million. Tawny Odell's career as a writer is a testament to her perseverance. After 13 years, she had written 6 unpublished novels and collected 300 rejection slips. Finally, her first novel, Back Roads, was published in January 2000. Oprah Winfrey chose her book for the Oprah Book Club, and the newly anointed novel rose to number 2 on the New York Times bestseller list, where it remained for 8 weeks. Remember to never, never, never give up. During the Vietnam War, Texas computer billionaire H. Ross Perot decided he would give a Christmas present to every American prisoner of war in Vietnam. According to David Frost, who tells the story, Perot had thousands of packages wrapped and prepared for shipping. He chartered a fleet of Boeing 707s to deliver them to Hanoi, but the war was at its height, and the Hanoi government said it would refuse to cooperate. No charity was possible, officials explained, while American bombers were devastating Vietnamese villages. Perot offered to hire an American construction firm to help rebuild what Americans had knocked down. The government still wouldn't cooperate. Christmas drew near, and the packages were unsent. Refusing to give up, Perot finally took off in his chartered fleet and flew to Moscow, where his aides mailed the packages one at a time at the Moscow Central Post Office. They were delivered intact. Can you see now why this man became the great success that he did? He simply refused to ever quit. How to deal with obstacles. Whenever you confront an obstacle or run into a roadblock, you need to stop and brainstorm 3 ways to get around, over, or through the block. For every obstacle, come up with 3 different strategies for handling it. There are any number of ways that will work, but you will find them only if you spend time looking for them. Always be solution-oriented in your thinking. Persevere until you find a way that works. Principle number 23. Practice the rule of 5. When Mark Victor Hansen and I published the first Chicken Soup for the Soul book, we were so eager and committed to making it a bestseller that we asked 15 best-selling authors, ranging from John Gray, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, and Barbara DeAngelis, the author of Real Moments, to Ken Blanchard, who co-authored The 1 Minute Manager, and Scott Peck, who wrote The Road Less Traveled, for their guidance and advice. We received a ton of valuable information about what to do and how to do it. Next, we visited with book publishing and marketing guru Dan Poynter, who gave us even more great information. Then we bought and read John Kramer's 1001 Ways to Market Your Book. After all of that, we were overwhelmed with possibilities. To tell the truth, we became a little crazy. We didn't know where to start. Plus, we both had our speaking and seminar businesses to run. We sought the advice of Ron Scolastico, a wonderful friend and teacher, who told us, if you would go every day to a very large tree and take 5 swings at it with a very sharp axe, eventually, no matter how large the tree, it would have to come down. How very simple and how very true. Out of that we developed what we call the Rule of 5. This simply means that every day we do 5 specific things that will move our goal toward completion. With the goal of getting Chicken Soup for the Soul to the top of the New York Times bestseller list, it meant having 5 radio interviews, or sending out 5 review copies to editors who might review the book, or calling 5 network marketing companies and asking them to buy the book as a motivational tool for their salespeople, or giving a seminar to at least 5 people and selling the book in the back of the room. On some days we would simply send out 5 free copies to people listed in the celebrity address book, people such as Harrison Ford, Barbra Streisand, Paul McCartney, Steven Spielberg, and Sidney Poitier. As a result of that one activity, I ended up meeting Sidney Poitier, at his request, and we later learned that the producer of the television show Touched by an Angel required all of the people working on that show to read Chicken Soup for the Soul, to put them in the right frame of mind. One day we sent copies of the book to all of the jurors in the O.J. Simpson trial. A week later, we received a nice letter from Judge Lance Ito, thanking us for thinking of the jurors, who were sequestered and not allowed to watch television or read the newspaper. The next day, 4 of the jurors were spotted reading the book by the press, and that led to some very valuable public relations for the book. We made phone calls to people who could review the book. We wrote press releases. We called in to talk shows, some at 3 a.m. in the morning. We gave away free copies at our talks. We sent them to ministers to use as a source of talks for their sermons. We gave free Chicken Soup for the Soul talks at churches. We did book signings at any bookstore that would have us. We asked businesses to make bulk purchases for their employees. We got the book into the PXs on the military bases. We asked our fellow speakers to sell the book at their talks. We asked seminar companies to put it in their catalogs. In fact, we even bought a directory of catalogs and asked all of the appropriate ones to carry our book. We visited gift shops and card shops and asked them to carry the book. We even got gas stations, bakeries, and restaurants to sell the book. It was a lot of effort. A minimum of 5 things a day, every day, day in and day out, for over 2 years. Was it worth it? Yes, it was. The book eventually sold over 8 million copies in 39 languages. Did it happen overnight? No, of course not. We did not make a bestseller list until over a year after the book came out. A year. But it was the sustained effort of the Rule of 5 for over 2 years that led to the success, one action at a time, one book at a time, one reader at a time. But slowly, over time, each reader told another reader, and eventually, like a slow-building chain letter, the word was spread, and the book became a huge success. What Time magazine called the publishing phenomenon of the decade. In truth, it was less of a publishing phenomenon and more of a phenomenon of persistent effort. Thousands of individual activities that all added up to one large success. In Chicken Soup for the Gardener's Soul, Geraldine Edwards describes the day her daughter Carolyn took her to Lake Arrowhead to see a wonder of nature. Fields and fields of daffodils that extend for as far as the eye can see. From the top of the mountain sloping down for many acres across folds and valleys, between the trees and bushes, following the terrain, there are rivers of daffodils in radiant bloom, a literal carpet of every hue of the color yellow, from the palest ivory to the deepest lemon to the most vivid salmon orange. There appear to be over 1 million daffodil bulbs planted in this beautiful natural scene. It takes your breath away. As they hiked into the center of this magical place, they eventually stumbled on a sign that read, "Answers to the questions I know you are asking." The first answer was, 1 woman, 2 hands, 2 feet, and very little brain. The second was, 1 at a time. And the third started in 1958. 1 woman had forever changed the world over a 40-year period, 1 bulb at a time. What might you accomplish if you were to do a little bit, 5 things, every day for the next 40 years toward the accomplishment of your goal? If you wrote 5 pages a day, that would be 73,000 pages of text, the equivalent of 243 books of 300 pages each. If you saved $5 a day, that would be $73,000, enough for 4 round-the-world trips. If you invested $5 a day, with compound interest at only 6% a year, at the end of 40 years, you'd have amassed a small fortune of around $305,000. The Rule of 5. Pretty powerful little principle, wouldn't you agree? Principle number 24. Exceed expectations. Are you someone who consistently goes the extra mile and routinely over-delivers on your promises? It's rare these days, but it's the hallmark of high achievers who know that exceeding expectations helps you stand out above the crowd. Almost by force of habit, successful people simply do more. As a result, they experience not only greater financial rewards for their extra efforts, but also a personal transformation, becoming more self-confident, more self-reliant, and more influential with those around them. Go the extra mile. Seattle-based Delano's Coffee Roasters roasts coffee beans and distributes them to coffee retailers in almost all 50 of the United States. Delano's mission statement is, help people, make friends, and have fun. The company has 6 core values that guide all of their activities. They are so committed to these values that the entire staff of 28 reads the list in unison at the end of every staff meeting. Number 2 on the list is provide an extra mile level of service, always giving the customer more than they expect. This means they treat every one of their customers like they treat a best friend, someone you'd go the extra mile for. In 1997, one of those friends, Marty Cox, who owned 4 It's a Grind coffee houses in Long Beach, California, was just an average-sized customer, but Marty had big plans for the future. Founder and CEO David Morris wanted to help his friend fulfill his big dream. Delano's shipped their beans by UPS, but in 1997, UPS went on strike, creating a threat to Marty's livelihood. How to get Marty's beans, the lifeblood of his business, from Seattle to Long Beach? Delano's considered the option of using the post office, but the company had heard through the grapevine that the post offices and FedEx were way overworked because of the UPS strike, and they didn't want to risk the beans arriving late. So Morris rented a trailer and drove his 800-pound coffee order to Marty's location 2 weeks in a row. David made the 17-hour drive from Seattle to Long Beach, delivered Marty's 1-week coffee supply, drove back, got more coffee, drove down there the next week, and delivered it again. That kind of commitment to go the extra mile, literally 2,320 miles round trip, turned Marty into a loyal long-term customer. And what has that meant to Delano's? In just 6 years, Marty's 4 stores grew into a 150-store franchise with retail operations in 9 states. Marty is now Delano's biggest customer. Going the extra mile does pay off. As a result of going the extra mile for all of their customers, Delano's has grown from a single 25-pound roaster in one 1,600-square-foot room, roasting 200 pounds of coffee beans a month in 1992, to 2 800-pound roasters in a 26,000-square-foot facility, delivering well over 1 million pounds of coffee beans a year, with annual sales over $10 million and a growth rate that is on track to double every 3 years. From the mailroom to producer in 4 years. One of my favorite quotes is, "If you are willing to do more than you are paid to do, eventually you will be paid to do more than you currently do." Back when television producer and screenwriter Stephen J. Cannell had 2,000 people working for him, his company would hire talented kids right out of film school to work in the mailroom and do other odd jobs. Often Cannell would hear complaints about the $7 per hour starting wage or all of the overtime, and he would think, wow, they just don't get it. That job and their wages in my company are here for just a short time in these kids' lives. While they could turn this experience into a tremendous launching pad, instead they're complaining about short-term stuff like dollars. They don't even comprehend that how high they could go in life could very well be determined by how much time and effort they put in downstairs in my mailroom. Then one day, Cannell began hearing about an unusual new recruit. He was 40 years old and had been a rock and roll drummer, earning over $100,000 a year in the music business. With his wife expecting a baby, he wanted off the road and was willing to take a job at minimum wage in Cannell's mailroom. "Have you met the new guy?" people would say. Soon everyone was talking about his work ethic, attitude, and drive. Steve Beers was one of those guys who was always looking to be of extra service, always with his ears open to projects that needed to be done. When he was filling in for Cannell's regular limo driver one day, he overheard Cannell mention a suit he would need cleaned for an upcoming function. The next day it appeared freshly back from the dry cleaners on the hook in the limo. When Cannell asked him how it got there, he replied, "I got it from your wife and I had it cleaned." When he heard that his secretary needed to get checks to the bank right away, he offered to take them on his lunch hour. When kids in the mailroom fumed about having to deliver scripts to actors' homes at midnight on a day they had a date, Beers said, "Give them to me, I'll do it." Yet he never asked for extra compensation or even took credit for his efforts. When 2 of Cannell's producers asked on the same day that Beers be made associate producer on their new shows, Cannell enthusiastically assigned him to 21 Jump Street, a huge jump up from the mailroom. A year later, Cannell moved him up to producer on 21 Jump Street, and then shortly thereafter to co-executive producer on that show and on Booker, paying him over $500,000 a year. "He's not a writer," Cannell said. "He really had none of the tools you would need to become an executive producer, except one. He was willing to work so hard that he stood head and shoulders above everybody else, which showed me exactly the kind of attitude and dedication he had. Since becoming the co-executive producer for 21 Jump Street, Beers has produced numerous pilots and series, including Steven Spielberg's sci-fi miniseries, Taken. Beers is currently the co-executive producer of Showtime's hit series, Dead Like Me. Beers' directing credits include episodes of Dead Like Me, Magnificent Seven, Sequest, and of course, 21 Jump Street. What was the success principle that took Steve Beers from the mailroom to the top? From $7 an hour to $500,000 a year? He was willing to go the extra mile and exceed everyone's expectations. What could you accomplish if you were willing to go the extra mile? Put in just a little extra effort, provide just a little more service. Are there circumstances in your life right now where you could do more, provide better value, over-deliver, or improve on what is asked of you? Do you have the opportunity, but also the personal initiative to go the extra mile? Give more than people expect. When Mike Kelly first arrived on the island of Maui, he worked at several hotels selling suntan lotion to tourists. Mike, who would later go on to own several successful businesses in the islands, always went the extra mile for his patrons. One of his products was aloe vera gel for sunburn relief. He would show them the product and then ask, "Are you familiar with aloe?" This was back in the 1980s when most Americans were not. "I'll bring some over in a few minutes to show you." Then he would leave the hotel beach, climb to the top of a large rock that jutted out into the ocean, cut a piece of the large aloe plant that grew there, and dice it up until the jelly emerged. He would then take the aloe leaf over to the people around the pool and put some of the jelly on their burn. They were so impressed by his extra effort that he almost always made a sale. So what's the payoff for you when you go the extra mile? When you give more than is expected, you are more likely to receive promotions, raises, bonuses, and extra benefits. You won't need to worry about job security. You'll always be the first hired and the last fired. Your business will make more money and attract lifelong loyal customers. You'll also find that you feel more satisfied at the end of the day. But you have to start now for the rewards to begin appearing. If you want to really excel at what you do, really become a howling success in school, business, or life, do more than is required, always giving something extra, something that is not expected. A business that goes the extra mile earns the respect, loyalty, and referrals of its customers. When Mike Foster ran a computer store, he never let anyone walk out of the store with a box of components. He delivered the computer, printer, modems, and other components, and then spent 2 hours setting up the system, getting it to work perfectly, and then providing training on how to use it. Mike's store dominated the computer industry in his county in Texas. When Harv Eker sold a piece of exercise equipment, he would deliver it, set it up, and then train the person on how to correctly use the machinery. Harv's company grew so fast that he went from zero to millionaire in only 2 years. If you're focused only on your needs, you may think that giving more than is expected is unfair. Why should you give extra effort without compensation or recognition? You have to trust that eventually it will get noticed, and that you will receive the compensation and the recognition that you deserve. Eventually, as the old saying goes, the cream always rises to the top. So will you, and so will your company. You will earn an impeccable reputation, and that is one of your most valuable assets. Here are a few more examples of giving more than is expected. A client pays you for an oil painting, and you frame it for him at no extra charge. You sell someone a car, and you detail it and fill it up with gas before you deliver it to him. You sell someone a house, and when she moves in, she discovers a bottle of champagne and a gift certificate for $100 to a local gourmet restaurant. As an employee, you not only do all of your own work, but you also work on your day off when another employee calls in sick. You take on new responsibilities without demanding more pay. You offer to train a new employee. You anticipate problems before they occur and prevent them. You see something that needs to be done, and you act on it without waiting to be asked. And you are constantly looking for what else you can do to make a contribution and be of service. Instead of focusing on how you can get more, you focus on how you can give more. What can you do to go the extra mile and give more value to your boss, more service to your clients and customers, or more value to your students? One way is to surprise people with more than they expect. I know a car dealer in Los Angeles who provides a free car wash for all of his customers every Saturday at his dealership. Nobody expects it, and everyone loves it. It gets him lots of referral business because everyone is always talking about how satisfied they are with his service. The name Four Seasons is synonymous with knock your socks off service. The Four Seasons hotel chain always goes the extra mile. If you ask for directions from hotel staffers, they never just tell you, they walk you there. They always treat everybody as if they are royalty. Dan Sullivan tells the story about the man who was taking his daughter to San Francisco for the weekend, but realized that he didn't know how to braid her hair the special way her mother did. When he called the Four Seasons to see if there was a staff person who could help him out, he was told that there was a woman on staff who was already assigned that job. It was something that management had anticipated that guests would someday need, and the hotels had it covered. Now that's going the extra mile. Another hotel chain that is noted for its outstanding service is the Ritz-Carlton. When I arrived at my room during my last stay at the Ritz-Carlton in Chicago, there was a hot thermos of chicken noodle soup waiting on the desk. It had a little sign on it that read, "Chicken soup for Jack Canfield's body." It was accompanied by a wonderful card from the manager saying how much he and his staff enjoyed the chicken soup for the soul books. Nordstrom is another chain of stores that is known for going the extra mile. Nordstrom staff has always provided extraordinary service. Nordstrom salespeople have even been known to drop off merchandise to a customer on their way home from work. Nordstrom also has a policy that you can return anything at any time. Does the policy get abused? Sure it does. But as a result of this policy, Nordstrom has an extraordinary reputation for quality customer service. It's part of the company's carefully guarded brand image. As a result, Nordstrom is very profitable. If you want to accelerate your path to success, make a commitment to be world-class like the Four Seasons, Ritz-Carlton, and Nordstrom by going the extra mile and exceeding expectations, starting today. Transform yourself for success. Principle number 25. Drop out of the Ain't It Awful Club and surround yourself with successful people. Why are parents always telling their kids that they don't want them hanging out with those kids? It's because we know that kids, and adults, become like the people they hang out with. That is why it is so important to spend time with the people you want to become like. If you want to be more successful, you have to start hanging out with more successful people. There are lots of places to find successful people. Join a professional association. Attend your professional conferences. Join the Chamber of Commerce. Join the country club. Join YPO, the Young Presidents Organization, or YEO, the Young Entrepreneurs Organization. Volunteer for leadership positions. Join civic groups like Kiwanis, Optimus International, and Rotary International. Volunteer to serve with other leaders in your church, temple, or mosque. Attend lectures, symposia, courses, seminars, clinics, camps, and retreats taught by those who have already achieved what you want to achieve. Fly first class or business class whenever you can. And drop out of the Ain't It Awful Club. When I was a first-year history teacher in a Chicago high school, I quickly stopped going into the teacher's lounge, which I soon dubbed the Ain't It Awful Club. Worse than the haze of cigarette smoke that constantly hung over the room was the cloud of emotional negativity. Can you believe what they want us to do now? I got that Simmons kid again this year in math. He's a holy terror. There is no way you can teach these kids. They are totally out of control. It was a constant stream of these kind of negative judgments, criticisms, blaming, and complaining. Not too long after, I discovered a group of dedicated teachers that hung out in the library and ate together at 2 tables in the teacher's lunchroom. They were positive and believed they could overcome and handle anything that was thrown at them. I implemented every new idea they shared with me, as well as a few more that I picked up from my weekend classes at the University of Chicago. As a result, I was selected by the students as Teacher of the Year in only my first year of teaching. Be selective in who you spend time with. Think about it. I'm sure you know people who only have to walk into a room to totally drain you of energy. I refer to these people as psychic vampires. They literally suck the life energy right out of you. Stop spending time with them. Are there people in your life who are always complaining and blaming others for their circumstances? Are there people who are always judging others, spreading negative gossip, and talking about how bad it is? Stop spending time with them as well. Are there people in your life who, simply by calling you on the telephone, can bring tension, stress, and disorder to your day? Are there dream stealers who tell you that your dreams are impossible and try to dissuade you from believing in and pursuing your goals? Do you have friends who constantly attempt to bring you back down to their level? If so, then it is time for some new friends. Until you reach the point in your self-development where you no longer allow people to affect you with their negativity, you need to avoid toxic people at all costs. You're better off spending time alone than spending time with people who will hold you back with their victim mentality and their mediocre standards. Make a conscious effort to surround yourself with positive, nourishing, and uplifting people. People who believe in you, encourage you to go after your dreams, and applaud your victories. Surround yourself with possibility thinkers, idealists, and visionaries. If you are going to be successful, you have to start hanging out with the successful people. You need to ask them to share their success strategies with you, then try them on and see if they fit for you. Experiment with doing what they do, reading what they read, thinking the way they think, and so on. If the new ways of thinking and behaving work, adopt them. If not, drop them and keep looking and experimenting. Principle number 33. Transcend your limiting beliefs. Many of us have beliefs that limit our success, whether they are beliefs about our own capabilities, beliefs about what it takes to succeed, beliefs about how we should relate with other people, or even common myths that modern-day science or studies have long since refuted. Moving beyond your limiting beliefs is a critical first step toward becoming successful. You can learn how to identify those beliefs that are limiting you and then replace them with positive ones that support your success. One of the most limiting beliefs apparent today is the notion that somehow we are not capable of accomplishing our goals. Despite the best educational materials available, and despite decades of recorded knowledge about how to accomplish any task, we somehow choose to say instead, I can't do that. I don't know how. There's no one to show me. I'm not smart enough. And on and on. Where does this come from? For most of us, it's a matter of early childhood programming. Whether they knew it or not, our parents, grandparents, and other adult role models told us, no, honey, that's too much for you to handle. Let me do that for you. Maybe next year you can try that. We take this sense of inability into adulthood, and then it gets reinforced through workplace mistakes and other so-called failures. But what if you decided to say instead, I can do this. I am capable. Other people have accomplished this. If I don't have the knowledge, there's someone out there who can teach me. You make the shift to competence and mastery. The shift in thinking can mean the difference between a lifetime of could-haves versus accomplishing what you really want in life. Likewise, many people don't believe they are competent to handle life's challenges, or that they're worthy of love, the two main pillars of high self-esteem. Believing that you are capable of handling anything that comes up in your life means that you are no longer afraid of anything. And think about this. Haven't you handled everything that has ever happened to you? Things that were far more difficult than you thought they would be? The death of a loved one, divorce, being broke, the loss of a friend, your job, your money, your reputation, or your youth. These things were tough, but you handled them, and you can handle anything else that ever happens to you as well. Once you get that, your confidence will soar. Believing you are worthy of love means that you believe I deserve to be treated well, with respect and dignity. I deserve to be cherished and adored by someone. I am worthy of an intimate and fulfilling relationship. I won't settle for less than I deserve. I will do whatever it takes to create that for myself. In addition to believing we are incapable or somehow not deserving of love, we often suffer from other limiting beliefs as well. Do any of these sound familiar? I'm not smart enough. I'm not attractive enough. I'm not rich enough, or old enough, or young enough. Women don't do that sort of thing. They never pick me to head the new project. Even if I don't like this job, I need the financial security. Nothing I do is ever successful. You can't get rich in this town. You can overcome any limiting belief. Here is a simple but powerful 4-step process you can use to transform any limiting belief into an empowering belief. First, identify a limiting belief that you want to change. Second, determine how the belief limits you. Third, decide how you want to be, how you want to act, or how you want to feel. And then fourth, create a turnaround statement that affirms or gives you permission to be, act, or feel this new way. For example, let's say my limiting belief is I have to do everything by myself. It's not okay to ask for help. It's a sign of weakness. And the way this limits me is that I don't ask for help, and I end up staying up too late and not getting enough sleep. The way I want to feel is that it's okay to ask for help. It does not make me weak. It takes courage to ask for help. I want to ask for help when I need it. I want to delegate some of the things I don't like doing and that are not the best use of my time to others. So my turnaround statement becomes, it's okay to ask for help. I am worthy of receiving all the support I need. Remember, all your inner dialogue and outer conversation should be aimed at getting you to where you want to be. So keep replacing any thought or belief that is keeping you from achieving your goals with an empowering thought or belief that will take you closer to your goals. Principle number 34. Develop 4 new success habits a year. Psychologists tell us that up to 90% of our behavior is habitual. 90%. From the time you get up in the morning until the time you retire at night, there are hundreds of things you do the same way every day. These include the way you shower, dress, eat breakfast, read the newspaper, brush your teeth, drive to work, organize your desk, shop at the supermarket, and clean your house. Over the years, you have developed a set of firmly entrenched habits that determine how well every area of your life works, from your job and your income to your health and your relationships. Take action to develop better habits, starting now. There are 2 action steps for changing your habits. The first step is to make a list of all the habits that keep you unproductive, or that might negatively impact your future. Ask others to help you objectively identify what they believe are your limiting beliefs. And then look for patterns. Once you have identified your negative habits, the second step is to choose a better, more productive success habit and develop systems that will help support the new habit. For example, if your goal is to get to the gym early every morning, one system you might put in place is to go to bed 1 hour earlier and set your alarm to get up 1 hour earlier. If you're in sales, you might develop a checklist of activities so that all prospects receive the same series of communications. If you were to use these strategies to develop just 4 new habits a year, 5 years from now, you'll have 20 new success habits that could bring you all the money you want, the wonderful loving relationships you desire, a healthier, more energized body, plus all sorts of new opportunities. Here are a couple of hints for making sure you follow through on your commitment to your new habit. Put up signs to remind you to follow through on the new behavior. Another powerful technique is to partner up with someone, keep score, and hold each other accountable. Check in with each other at least once a week to make sure you are staying on track. Principle number 36. Learn more to earn more. People who have more information have a tremendous advantage over people who don't. And though you may think it takes years to acquire the knowledge you would need to become super successful, the truth is that simple behaviors such as reading for an hour a day, turning television time into learning time, and attending classes and training programs can make it surprisingly easy to increase your knowledge and substantially increase your level of success. Leaders are readers. Self-made millionaire Dr. John Demartini made a list of all the Nobel Prize winners, then made a list of all the greats in those same fields, whether it was poetry, science, religion, or philosophy. And then he proceeded to read their works and their biographies. Not surprisingly, John is also one of the brightest and wisest guys I've ever met. Reading pays off. You can't put your hand in a pot of glue without some of that glue sticking, says John. So too, you can't put your mind and heart into some of the works of these masters without some of it sticking. If you read about immortals, you increase the possibility of leaving an immortal effect. The result has been enormous for me. Jim Rohn, America's foremost business and motivational philosopher, also suggests you use that one extra hour a day to read. He taught me that if you were to read one book a week, in 10 years you'd have read 520 books, and in 20 years more than 1,000 books, enough to easily put you in the top 1% of experts in your field. Add to those the books from masters in related areas, and you'd have an edge that others simply don't have. Study the lives of great people. Some of the best books out there are biographies and autobiographies of great people. By reading them, you will learn how to become great yourself. Former New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani writes, "Political biographies have long been on my reading list. John F. Kennedy's Profiles in Courage made a huge impression on me as a teenager. As an adult, whenever I'd hear a politician say something pandering, I would muse, doesn't anyone want a chapter in Profiles in Courage anymore?" I consumed biographies on Lincoln and Washington with the same enthusiasm I had for those on Ruth, Gehrig, and DiMaggio. When I recently heard Rudolph Giuliani speak in Santa Barbara, he told us that it was what he had read earlier in the biographies of Winston Churchill and how he led England through the bombings of World War II that helped him lead New York after the terrorist attacks of September 11th in 2001. A great resource for good condensed inspiration and information drawn from the biographies of the great is the Great Life Network. The company has created a series of books, software, and audio programs that bring you the success stories of more than 500 of the world's most recognized people, all in short, easy-to-understand formats. Check out their website at www.greatlifenetwork.com. Attend success rallies, conferences, and retreats. I remember the first time I attended a success rally. Thousands of people were on hand to learn from many of the greatest speakers, trainers, and motivators of our day. You too can access these powerful learning experiences by attending rallies, conferences, and retreats, additionally benefiting from the excitement and inspiration of your fellow attendees and the networking that goes on at these events. Keep an eye out for ads in your local newspaper. Be teachable. To learn and grow in life, you also need to be teachable. You need to let go of already knowing it all and needing to be right and looking good and open yourself to being a learner. Listen to those who have earned the right to speak, who have already done what you want to do. And be prepared when opportunity knocks. In his book, Live Your Dreams, Les Brown tells the story of how he dreamed of becoming a popular Miami disc jockey. When I set out, he says, I had no idea how to do it, but I knew life would present the opportunities if I was prepared and in a position to take advantage of them. Les shadowed his high school drama teacher, learning as much as he could about linguistics. Together they worked on Les's speaking voice. Soon Les began developing his own on-air style of patter, pretending at school that he was performing on the radio. He sought out mentors who could prepare him for the opportunity of being on the air. And after high school, though Les earned his wage as a city sanitation worker, his persistence landed him a job as a late-night gopher at a prominent Miami radio station. Les immediately took advantage of the opportunity to learn even more. He absorbed all he could, hanging around the disc jockeys and engineers and practicing what he learned in a makeshift cardboard studio that he had created in his bedroom. His microphone was a hairbrush. Finally, one night, a DJ couldn't finish his show, and Les had his chance to get on the air. When the chance came, not only was Les prepared to be on the radio, but he was also prepared to be great on the radio. The style, patter, dialogue, and broadcasting skills that he had worked so hard to develop paid off instantly. Les was an immediate hit, and he was later promoted to fill-in DJ, and then finally became a full-time disc jockey with his own radio show. What do you need to do to get ready? If you're an industry expert and believe your consulting business would skyrocket after presenting a workshop at the National Convention, why not get prepared now? By creating your speaker's kit, joining Toastmasters, outlining and practicing your speech, and getting ready to be on the platform. If you want a promotion at work, why not ask your boss what it takes to become promotable? Perhaps you need to go back to school and get your MBA. Or maybe you need a year of accounting experience. Or perhaps you need to learn the latest software programs. Whatever it is, do it, and when the next promotion comes around, you can say, I'm ready. Do you need to learn a new foreign language? Could you develop advanced skills, more resources, or new contacts? Do you need to get your body into better physical shape? Could you expand your business skills, sales skills, or negotiating skills? Are you learning new skills on the computer, such as using PowerPoint, PageMaker, Photoshop, or Excel? Do you need to learn golf so that you can make business deals on the golf course? Would it improve your home life and marriage by taking dancing classes with your spouse? Are you learning to sail or play tennis? Do you need to learn to play a musical instrument, take acting classes, or learn how to write better to get where you want to go? Whatever you need to do to get ready, start now by making a list of the top 10 things you could be doing to be ready when opportunity finds you. Take classes on your own time. Read books. Get new skills. Go to your industry's trade show. Dress the part. Look like a player before you're there. And make a commitment to lifelong learning. Realize that the amount of knowledge and information available in the world is growing at a mind-numbing pace. In fact, it has been said that all human knowledge has doubled in the last 10 years. Don't expect this trend to slow down. More alarming, the information that allows you to be successful, to be on the cutting edge of your career and profession, is evolving at the same pace. That's why you must commit to lifelong self-improvement and learning, improving your mind, increasing your skills, and boosting your ability to assimilate and apply what you learn. Principle number 37. Stay motivated with the masters. So many of us today are trained by the media, by our parents, by our schools, and by our culture to have limiting, it's not possible, I don't deserve it beliefs. This early conditioning is often so ingrained that it takes continual external motivation to overcome the decades of negative effects and move toward more success-oriented thoughts and attitudes. Attending a weekend workshop isn't enough. Neither is reading a book or watching a training video. What truly successful people do is listen daily to audio programs from the world's most renowned motivational masters, in their cars, at home, and at the office, even if it's just for 15 minutes each day. You can learn virtually anything you want or need to know. Did you know that the average person commutes 30 minutes each way to and from work? In 5 years, that's 1,250 hours in the car, enough time to give yourself the equivalent of a college education. Whether you're commuting by car or train, riding your bike, or going for a run, listening to audio CDs can give you the edge you need to excel in virtually any area of your life. You can keep yourself motivated, learn a language, learn management skills, learn sales and marketing strategies, learn better communication, learn about holistic health, and much more. You can even discover the success secrets of the world's most powerful industrialists, business titans, real estate moguls, and entrepreneurs. Sleepless in Virginia at 4 a.m. Just how motivating can the masters be in your life? To the outside world, Jeff Arch's life looked pretty good in 1989. He was running a successful karate school and had a happy marriage and a 4-year-old daughter and a 1-month-old son. But inside, something was missing. He had always dreamed of being a successful playwright and screenwriter, but his early efforts had not paid off, and so he had turned his attention to feeding his young family. Still awake at 4 a.m. one night, he found himself watching an infomercial for Tony Robbins' personal power program. Sitting alone in his living room, Jeff thought, I have to face it. I'm doing a good job, but this is not where I want to be. I have to admit there have been big disappointments and that they have hurt. As a writer, I have to admit that I have failed in every possible way there is to fail, and there is nothing more to learn from failure. So maybe now it's time to succeed and see what lessons are there. But this time I have to go at it like a black belt, and this time I have to put all my attitudes aside and try these other ones. I can always go back to the ones I had. But if they were such good attitudes, I wouldn't be sitting here at 4 a.m. wondering what to do with my life and what to tell my kids when they get a little older and start asking questions. I heard you were going to be a writer, Dad. What happened? I can't face that. I don't want to be one of those guys who give their kids all this life advice but have nothing to back it up. What authority would I have to tell them anything? How can I tell them to go after their dreams if I don't go after mine? Jeff instantly made 2 decisions that would dramatically change his life. He picked up the phone and he ordered the program. Then he promised himself that when the program arrived, unless it was total garbage, he would complete it, no matter what. And he would use it as his ticket back into writing. When the program arrived, Jeff did each day's lesson just as he had promised himself. He didn't tell anyone about it because he was too self-conscious. He wanted to get results first. Fortunately, the information turned out to be just what he needed. The first day he listened to the tapes, Jeff knew he had to return to his writing. And the very next morning, after 3 years away from his typewriter, he turned in the keys of the karate school and resigned his position to pursue his dream. Tony was the first person, the first voice I ever heard that didn't say, "You're dreaming too big," Jeff told me. He didn't say, "Come on, you're asking for too much." What he said was, "You've got to think bigger than you ever thought you could think." Here I was, 35 years old, and it was the first time in my life somebody gave me permission and encouragement to dream bigger than I was already dreaming. Tony's program told Jeff, "You've got to dream even bigger." Inspired by Tony's suggestion and drawing on the self-confidence that earning a 3rd-degree black belt had given him, Jeff dove back into writing screenplays. Though his earlier screenplays took 6 months to 3 years to write, this one was finished and ready in a month. The script was well received, but it didn't sell. Unfortunately, Jeff had written a story about the Cold War in the fall of 1989, and the Berlin Wall came down the exact same day he finished his script. Suddenly, after 50 years, the Russians were no longer the enemy. Jeff could have said to himself, "When are you going to realize that you were not meant to be a writer?" and simply have given up one more time. But with his new attitude, he knew to ask a better question. How bad do you want what you want? Instead of giving up, he thought about how to get what he wanted. Okay, it wasn't the writing, it was the choice of plots. What has nothing to do with current events? What kind of theme would be timeless? And the answer was, love is timeless. So he thought, if I write a love story that has nothing to do with history, that will never change. The result was a screenplay for Sleepless in Seattle, which Jeff once again created in less than a month, and it sold less than 3 months later for $250,000. Sleepless in Seattle went on to become a mega hit that garnered Jeff an Oscar nomination for Best Screenplay, plus 2 more screenplay nominations from the Writers Guild of America and the British Academy of Film and Television Arts, revitalized the genre of romantic comedy, and catapulted the careers of Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks to even higher levels. If a motivational and educational audio program can launch a $1 million screenwriting career worthy of an Oscar nomination, don't you owe it to yourself to take advantage of the same kind of resources that Jeff Arch did? Where to get the best motivational audio programs? You'll find my list of favorite motivational audio programs in the suggested reading and additional resources for success on the enhanced CD of this program, or go to www.thesuccessprinciples.com for a more complete and constantly updated list of recommended audio programs on success, wealth building, health, relationships, and much more. In addition, here are the 4 best producers of motivational and educational audio programs. Write or call for a catalog or order online. Nightingale Conant, which is located at 6245 West Howard Street, Niles, Illinois, 60714. Their phone number is 1-800-560-6081. Their website is www.nightingale, and that's spelled NIGHTINGALE.com. Nightingale Conant has programs by motivational giants Tony Robbins, Zig Ziglar, Brian Tracy, Jim Rohn, Napoleon Hill, Les Brown, Robert Allen, Wayne Dyer, Mark Victor Hansen, me, and many others, as well as many information-packed educational programs. Learning Strategies Corporation is located at 2000 Plymouth Road in Minnetonka, Minnesota, 55305. Their phone number is 1-800-735-8273. Their website is www.learningstrategies.com. They produce in-depth experiential courses on audio. I highly recommend their work for producing long-lasting transformational results in your life. Fred Pryor Seminars, Career Track, is located at 9757 Metcalf Avenue, Overland Park, Kansas, 66212. And their phone number is 1-800-780-8476. Their website, www.pryor.com. And they produce audio recorded courses that run the full range from personal development to business development. They have a broad and extensive catalog. Finally, SkillPath Seminars is located at P.O. Box 804441, Kansas City, Missouri, 64180. Their phone number is 1-800-873-7545. And their website is www.ourbookstore.com. SkillPath produces audio recorded programs covering their most in-demand seminar topics, including time management, simplifying your life, thriving in challenging situations, and many programs designed specifically for women. I also highly recommend 4 audio programs that I have produced to help you become more successful in every area of your life. The first is Maximum Confidence. The second is Self-Esteem and Peak Performance. The third is The Aladdin Factor, How to Ask for and Get Everything You Want in Life. And the fourth is The Success Principles, a 30-day journey from where you are to where you want to be. They are all available at www.jackcanfield.com. Build your success team. Principle number 39. Stay focused on your core genius. I believe you have inside of you a core genius, some one thing that you love to do and do so well that you hardly feel like charging people for it. It's effortless for you and a whole lot of fun. And if you could make money doing it, you'd make it your lifetime's work. Successful people believe this too. That's why they put their core genius first. They focus on it and delegate everything else to other people on their team. Compare that to the people in the world who go through life doing everything, even those tasks they dislike, they're bad at, or that could be done more cheaply, better, and faster by someone else. They can't find the time to focus on their core genius because they fail to delegate even the most menial of tasks. When you delegate the grunt work, the things you hate doing, or those tasks that are so painful you end up putting them off, you get to concentrate on what you love to do. You free up your time so that you can be more productive, and you get to enjoy life more. So why is delegating routine tasks and unwanted projects so difficult for most people? Surprisingly, most people are afraid of looking wasteful or being judged as being above everyone else. They are afraid to give up control or are reluctant to spend the money to pay for help. Deep down, most people simply don't want to let go. Others, potentially you, have simply fallen into the habit of doing everything themselves. It's too time-consuming to explain it to someone, you say. I can do it more quickly and better myself anyway. But can you? One of the strategies I use and teach is complete delegation. It simply means that you delegate a task once and completely, rather than delegating it each time it needs to be done. When my niece came to stay with us one year while she was attending the local community college, we made a complete delegation, the grocery shopping. We told her she could have unlimited use of our van if she would buy the groceries every week. We provided her with a list of staples that we always wanted in the house: eggs, butter, milk, ketchup, and so on. And her job was to check every week and replace anything that was running low. In addition, my wife planned meals and let her know which items she wanted for the main courses. Things like fish, chicken, broccoli, and avocados. The task was delegated once and saved us hundreds of hours that year that could be devoted to writing, exercise, family time, and recreation. Become a con artist doing what you love to do. Strategic coach Dan Sullivan once stated that all entrepreneurs are really con artists. They get other people to pay them to practice getting better at what they love to do. Think about it. Tiger Woods loves to play golf. People pay him big money to play golf. Every time he plays, he learns more about playing better. He gets to practice and hang out with other golfers, all the while getting paid for it. Of course, most of us are not on par with Tiger Woods, but the fact is that we could learn a lot from his level of focus. Most entrepreneurs spend less than 30% of their time focusing on their core genius and unique abilities. In fact, by the time they've launched a business, it often seems entrepreneurs are doing everything but the one thing they went into business for in the first place. Don't let this be your fate. Identify your core genius, then delegate completely to free up more time to focus on what you love to do. Principle number 40. Redefine time. The most successful people I know create superior results, yet still maintain a balance among work, family, and recreation in their lives. To achieve this, they use a unique planning system that structures their time into 3 very different kinds of days that are pre-scheduled to assure the highest payoff for their efforts, while still allowing abundant amounts of free time to pursue their personal interests. This system, which I call the Breakthrough Results Time System, divides all of your time into 3 kinds of days: best results days, preparation days, and rest and recreation days. Let's look at best results days. A best results day is a day in which you spend at least 80% of your time operating in your core genius or primary area of expertise, interacting with people or processes that give you the highest payoffs for the time you invest. To be successful, you must schedule more best results days and hold yourself accountable for producing the results. Preparation days. A preparation day is a day when you prepare and plan for a best results day, either by learning a new skill or the highest payoffs for the time you invest. To be successful, you must schedule more best results days and hold yourself accountable for producing the results. Preparation days. A preparation day is a day when you prepare and plan for a best results day, either by learning a new skill, locating a new resource, training your support team, or delegating tasks and projects to others. Preparation days ensure that your best results days are as productive as possible. Rest and recreation days. A rest and recreation day, or an R&R day, extends from midnight to midnight, and it involves no work-related activity of any kind. It's a day completely free of business meetings, business-related phone calls, cell phone calls, emails, or reading work-related documents. R&R means some days without the kids, too. The question often arises about what to do with the children. For the most part, you need to take some time away from your children on a regular basis. If you can't afford a babysitter, ask a trusted relative to take them. We've used both aunts and uncles and our 20-year-old nieces. If they are unavailable or unwilling, trade with other parents. You take their little ones for a weekend, and they take yours on a different weekend. And don't make the mistake of calling every hour to see how they're doing. Let go, trust, and take care of yourself for a change. R&R days help you work harder and smarter. The value of regular R&R days is that you come back to your work refreshed and ready to tackle it with renewed vigor enthusiasm, and creativity. To become truly successful, you need these breaks to allow yourself some distance from your normal day-to-day life, so you can become more creative in generating breakthrough ideas and solving problems. The key to getting more R&R days and best results days in your life is to sit down and schedule them. By jotting down how many best results days, preparation days, and R&R days you spend every month right now, you can work to increase the number of best results days and true 24-hour R&R days on your calendar, and reduce the number of preparation days. With this kind of schedule, you'll find yourself creating greater results at work, enjoying more fulfillment in your personal life, and experiencing more balance between the two. Principle number 44. Find a wing to climb under. One of the main strategies of the successful is that they constantly seek out guidance and advice from experts in their field. Make a list of the people you would like to ask to mentor you. Approach them and ask for their help. Determine in advance what you want from a mentor. Though it may seem daunting at first to contact successful people and ask for ongoing advice and assistance, it's easier than you think to enlist the mentorship of those who are far above you in the areas in which you'd like to succeed. What mentors do more than anything, says famed speaker and best-selling author Les Brown, is help you see possibilities. In other words, mentors help you overcome possibility blindness, both by acting as a role model for you and by conveying a certain level of expectation as they communicate with you. Do your homework. One of the easiest ways to research the names and backgrounds of people who have been successful in your area of interest is to read industry magazines, search the Internet, ask trade association executive directors, attend trade shows and conventions, call up fellow entrepreneurs, or approach others who operate in your industry or profession. Look for mentors who have the kind of well-rounded experience you need to tackle your goal. When you start seeing a pattern of the same few people being recommended, you know you've identified your short list of possible mentors. The truth is that successful people like to share what they have learned with others. It is a human trait to want to pass on wisdom. Not everyone will take the time to mentor you, but many will if asked. You simply need to make a list of the people you would like to have as your mentor and ask them to devote a few minutes a month to you. Some will say no, but some will say yes. Keep asking until you get a positive response. Take action on your mentor's advice. Mentors don't like to have their time wasted. When you seek out their advice, follow it. Study their methods. Ask your questions. Make sure you understand the process. Then, as much as is humanly possible, duplicate your mentor's efforts. You may even be able to improve on them. Jason Dorsey was a typical college student when he unexpectedly met his first mentor, a local entrepreneur who had been asked to speak to his business class at the University of Texas. When Brad challenged the class by defining success as something greater than just making lots of money, Jason was intrigued and risked asking him to be his mentor. During their first meeting, Brad asked Jason about his plans. He replied that he planned to finish college, work on the New York Stock Exchange, get an MBA, start his own business, and eventually retire at 40. Once retired, he planned to work with hard-to-reach youth to make sure they got a good education and a respectable job. Hearing this, Brad asked Jason how old he would be by the time he got around to helping these young people. Jason guessed he'd be about 45. Then Brad asked a life-changing question. Why wait 25 years to start doing what you really want to do? Why not start now? The longer you wait, the more difficult it might be for young people to relate to you. Brad's observation made sense, but Jason was only 18 and living in a college dorm. He asked, "How do you think I could best help people my own age if I started now?" "Write a book they will actually want to read," replied Brad. "Tell them your secrets for feeling good about yourself, even when everyone else is so negative. Tell them what it takes to ask someone to be your mentor. Tell them why you have so many job opportunities and you're only 18 years old." So on January 7th, 1997, at 1:58 in the morning, Jason started writing his book. Because he didn't know he couldn't do it, he completed the first draft of Graduate to Your Perfect Job just 3 weeks later. Jason published the book himself, started speaking at schools, and began mentoring other young people. By the time he was 25, he had spoken to over 500,000 people, been featured on NBC's Today Show 3 times, and seen his first book become a course in over 1,500 schools. Jason is such a compelling speaker and motivator that soon the schools were hiring him to train their teachers and counselors as well. His latest venture is a new company that helps executives and managers learn how to motivate and retain young employees. Best of all, Jason is still learning from his mentors, all 5 of them. Now only 26 years old, Jason just won the Austin Under 40 Entrepreneur of the Year Award in the category of education. Just think, if Jason had not taken the risk to ask a stranger to be his mentor, he'd just be getting that MBA right about now. Be prepared to return the favor. Be prepared to give your mentor something in return, even if it's something simple such as keeping them updated on industry information or calling with new opportunities that might benefit them. Look for ways to give to your mentors. Help others too. What a great reward to any mentor to eventually have their former protege out in the world helping others to grow. Principle number 45. Hire a personal coach. You would never expect an athlete to reach the Olympic Games without a world-class coach. Nor would you expect a professional football team to enter the stadium without a whole team of coaches: head coach, offensive coach, defensive coach, and special teams coach. Well, today, coaching has moved into the business and personal realm to include coaches who have succeeded in your area of interest, and who can help you traverse this same path, or even one far greater. One of the best-kept secrets of the successful. Of all the things successful people do to accelerate their trip down the path of success, participating in some kind of coaching program is at the top of the list. A coach will help you clarify your vision and goals, support you through your fears, keep you focused, confront your unconscious behaviors and old patterns, expect you to do your best, help you to live by your values, show you how to earn more while working less, and keep you focused on your core genius. Why coaching works. Regardless of whether the program is designed to achieve a specific business goal, say increasing your real estate listings, or whether it's specifically designed to help you simply gain more clarity and progress in all aspects of your personal and professional life, a coach can help you. They can help you determine your values, vision, mission, purpose, and goals. Determine specific action steps to help you achieve those goals. Help you sort through opportunities. Keep you focused on your top priorities. Achieve balance in your life while still accomplishing your business or career goals. As humans, we tend to do only some of what we are required to do, but virtually all of what we want to do. A personal coach can help you discover what you truly want to do, and can help you determine the steps and take the actions necessary to get there. How to find a coach. There are literally thousands of coaches available to work with you. There are personal coaches, life coaches, and business coaches. Some are industry-specific, such as dental, chiropractic, real estate, and speaking. Some are job-specific, such as executive coaches. And some are interest-specific, such as strategic planning, health and wellness, finances, and career transition. You can find them on the Internet, in the phone book, and by asking around. There are organizations like Coach U and the International Coach Federation that can help you find a coach near you. Principle number 46. Mastermind your way to success. We all know that 2 heads are better than 1 when it comes to solving a problem or creating a result. So imagine having a permanent group of 5 to 6 people who meet every week for the purpose of problem solving, brainstorming, networking, and encouraging and motivating each other. This process, called masterminding, is one of the most powerful tools for success presented in this audiobook. I don't know anybody who has become super successful who has not employed the principle of masterminding. A process for accelerating your growth. The basic philosophy of a mastermind group is that more can be achieved in less time when people work together. A mastermind group is made up of people who come together on a regular basis, weekly, biweekly, or monthly, to share ideas, thoughts, information, feedback, and resources. By getting the perspective, knowledge, experience, and resources of the others in the group, not only can you move beyond your own limited view of the world, but you can also advance your own goals and projects more quickly. Confidentiality is what allows this level of trust to build. Out in the world, we are usually managing our personal and corporate image. In a mastermind group, participants can let their hair down, tell the truth about their personal and business life, and feel safe that what is said in the group will stay in the group. When you form your mastermind group, consider bringing together people from different professional arenas and people that are above you and who can introduce you to a network of people you normally wouldn't have access to. Though the benefits of masterminding with people outside your field may not seem obvious now, the truth is that we all tend to get stuck in our own field of expertise, doing things the same way everyone else in our industry does. But when you assemble people from different industries and different professions, you get lots of different perspectives on the same subject. Conducting a mastermind meeting. Mastermind meetings should be conducted weekly or every other week with all members of the group in attendance. They can be conducted in person or over the phone. About 1 to 2 hours is an ideal length of time. For the first few meetings, it's recommended that each member get the entire hour to familiarize the others with his or her situation, opportunities, needs, and challenges, while the other members brainstorm ways they can support that person. During later meetings, participants each get a small amount of time to update the others, ask for help, and get feedback. Each meeting should follow the proven format below to ensure that each participant gets their needs met and therefore stays involved. Your group should also assign someone to be the timekeeper, either the same person each session or a different participant for each meeting, to ensure that all members adhere to their pre-approved time to speak and receive attention. Step number 1. Ask for spiritual guidance by delivering an invocation. Ideally, mastermind meetings should start with a request for the group to be filled and surrounded with powerful spiritual energy. Step 2. Share what's new and good. A good way to bond with each other and keep excitement high is to each share a success story. Even small successes achieved since the last meeting give others in the group the feeling that the process is working and is something they need to stay involved with. Step 3. Negotiate for time. Although the normal weekly time allotment might be 10 to 15 minutes per person, there may be times when one participant needs extra time during that week's session to discuss a particularly difficult situation. During the step, they can ask for the amount of extra time they think they'll need. Others in the group may have their own challenges that week and need extra time too. Still others may decide to give up their time entirely, as they do not have anything important to discuss. Using the timekeeper as referee, each member negotiates for the amount of time he or she thinks is needed. Step 4. Individual members speak while the group listens and brainstorms solutions. After the allotted time of explanation, discussion, and brainstorming, the timekeeper says, "Time's up," and the group moves on to the next member's needs. Discussions can be personal or professional. It doesn't matter. As long as all members are getting value, they'll stay involved with the group. As long as you're giving value, everyone will want you to be there. Step 5. Make a commitment to stretch. Once members have each had their time, the timekeeper asks each member in turn to commit verbally to a next action that will move him or her forward toward the achievement of his or her goals, something that the member will agree to accomplish before the next meeting. The commitment needs to be a stretch. This commitment ensures that everyone is continually moving forward toward the completion of their goals, which is the ultimate benefit of a mastermind group. Step 6. End with a moment of gratitude. Your meeting might end with a group prayer expressing gratitude, or you might go around the table with each person saying one thing he or she appreciates about another person in the group. Step 7. Be accountable. When members assemble the very next week, each member shares something related to the goal he set at the previous meeting. Did each member take action? Did they achieve their goal? You'll find one of the real values of a mastermind group is the accountability factor. Other members checking up on you to make sure you meet your stated commitments. People are more productive when they have a stated deadline and are held accountable to it. The reality is that if you know you're going to be asked next week about the commitment you made today, you'll take steps to accomplish it by next week's deadline. It's one way to ensure you'll accomplish a lot more. Principle number 54. Keep your agreements. It used to be that one's word was one's bond. Agreements were made and kept with a minimum of fanfare. People thought carefully about whether they could deliver on their promises before agreeing to anything. It was that important. Today, keeping one's agreements seems to be a hit-or-miss affair. Every agreement you make is with yourself. Every agreement you make is ultimately with yourself. Even when you are making an agreement with someone else, your brain hears it and registers it as a commitment. You are making an agreement with yourself to do something, and when you don't follow through, you learn to distrust yourself. The result is a loss of self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-respect. You lose faith in your ability to produce a result. You weaken your sense of integrity. Here are some tips for making fewer agreements and for keeping the ones you make. Number 1. Make only agreements that you intend to keep. Take a few seconds before making an agreement to see if it is really what you want to do. Check in with yourself. How does your body feel about it? Don't make an agreement just because you are looking for someone's approval. If you do, you'll find yourself breaking those commitments. Number 2. Write down all the agreements you make. Use a calendar, daily planning book, notebook, or computer to record all of your agreements. In the course of a week, you might enter into dozens of agreements. One of the big reasons we don't keep our agreements is that with the daily press of all of our activities, we forget many of the agreements that we have made. Write them down and then review your list every day. A new finding from brain research is that when we don't write something down or make some effort to store it in long-term memory, the memory can be lost in as little as 37 seconds. You may have great intentions, but if you forget to do what you agreed to do, the result is the same as you're choosing not to keep your agreements. Number 3. Communicate any broken agreement at the first appropriate time. As soon as you know you are going to have a broken agreement, your car won't start, you are caught in traffic, your child's sick, your babysitter can't make it, or your computer crashes, notify the other person as soon as possible, and then renegotiate the agreement. This demonstrates respect for the other's time and their needs. It also gives them time to reschedule, replan, make other arrangements, and limit any potential damage. If the first appropriate time is after the fact, still let them know that you have a broken agreement. Clean up any consequences and decide whether to recommit to the agreement. Number 4. Learn to say no more often. Give yourself time to think it over before making any new agreements. I write the word no in yellow highlighter on all of my calendar pages as a way to remind myself to really consider what else I'll have to give up if I say yes to something new. It makes me pause and think before I add another commitment to my life. If you want to really take it to the max in terms of keeping your commitments to yourself, you can use this technique that my friend Martin Root taught me. Set up consequences, such as writing a large check to a person or an organization that you don't like, or shaving off all of your hair, that are greater than the payoffs, such as the comfort and safety of not having to take a risk, that you get for not keeping your word. The cost of having to deliver on the consequences is too expensive not to follow through on the commitment. Martin used this technique to motivate himself to follow through on his commitment to learn how to dive off a diving board. To make sure that he wouldn't back out of his commitment, he declared to his friends that if he didn't learn how to dive by a certain date, he would write a check for $1,000 to the Ku Klux Klan. Now, being Jewish, Martin was not a big fan of the Klan. Obviously, he didn't want to write that check. That would have been more painful than confronting his fear of diving. So as challenging as it was for him, Martin learned how to dive. What is so important in your life that you don't want to give yourself an out? Make a public declaration of a consequence that you would find painful to pay, and you'll use the power of motivating yourself to take the action that you say you want to take, but that you have been procrastinating on. Success and money. Principle number 56. Develop a positive money consciousness. Like everything else I've discussed in this audiobook, financial success also starts in the mind. You have to first decide what you want. Next, you have to believe it's possible and that you deserve it. Then you must focus on it by thinking about it and visualizing it as if it were already yours. And finally, you have to be willing to pay the price to get it, with disciplined effort and perseverance over time. But most people never get to even the first stages of accumulating wealth. Too often they are limited by their own beliefs about money and by the question of whether or not they deserve it. To become wealthy, you'll need to surface, identify, root out, and replace any negative or limiting beliefs that you may have about money. Though it may seem odd that anyone would have a negative predisposition toward wealth, often we hold these beliefs in our subconscious from childhood. Perhaps when you were young you heard, "Money doesn't grow on trees. There's not enough money to go around. You have to have money to make money. Money is the root of all evil. People with money are evil, bad, and unethical. People with a lot of money are selfish and self-centered. Everyone can't be a millionaire. You can't buy happiness. Rich people only care about money. If you're rich, you can't be spiritual." These messages from early childhood can actually sabotage and dilute your later financial success, because they subconsciously emit a vibration that's contrary to your conscious intentions. What did your parents, grandparents, teachers, religious leaders, friends, and coworkers teach you about money as you were growing up and as a young adult? 3 steps to turning around your limiting beliefs about money. You can change this early programming using a simple yet powerful 3-step technique that replaces your limiting beliefs with more positive and empowering ones. While this exercise can be done on your own, it's usually more powerful and more fun to do it with a partner or a small group of people. Number 1, write down your limiting belief. Number 2, challenge, make fun of, and argue with the limiting belief. You can do this by brainstorming a list of new beliefs that challenge the old ones. The more outrageous and fun you make them, the more powerful the resulting shift in your consciousness will be. Number 3, create a positive turnaround statement. The last step is to create a new statement that is the opposite of the original belief. You want this turnaround statement to be one that sends shivers of delight through your body when you say it. Once you have it, walk around the room for a few moments repeating the new statement out loud with energy and passion. Repeat this new belief several times a day for a minimum of 30 days, and it will be yours forever. Remember, ideas about financial success never form by themselves. You have to keep thinking the thoughts that build the thought form of prosperity. You have to take time each day and focus on thoughts of prosperity and images of financial success. When you intentionally focus on these thoughts and images, they will eventually crowd out the limiting thoughts and images and begin to dominate your thinking. If you want to accelerate reaching your financial goals, you need to practice saying positive money affirmations every single day. Remember, you can plant any idea into the subconscious mind by repetition of thought infused with a positive expectancy and the emotion associated with already having it. Principle number 57. You get what you focus on. It's been said that in life, you get what you focus on. This rule applies to getting a new job, building a business, winning an award, but most especially to acquiring money, wealth, and a rich lifestyle. You must decide to be wealthy. One of the first requirements of becoming wealthy is to make a conscious decision to do so. If you want wealth too, you must decide now from the deepest place in your heart to have wealth in your life, without worrying yet if it's possible or not. Next, decide what wealthy means to you. Do you know how much wealth you want? Some of my friends want to retire as millionaires, whereas others want to retire with 30 million or even 100 million. Two friends want to become mega rich because of the philanthropic ability it would give them. But there is no right financial goal to have. But you do have to decide what you want. When creating wealth in your life, remember that there is the life you want to live now and the life you want to live in the future. The life you are currently living is the result of the thoughts you have thought and the actions you have taken in the past. The life you live in the future will be the result of today's thoughts and today's actions. To get the kind of life you want 1 to 2 years from now, as well as the kind of lifestyle you want when you retire, decide exactly how much money you'll need to live the lifestyle of your dreams. If you don't know, research how much it would cost you to do and buy everything you want over the course of the next year. This could include rent or mortgage, food, clothes, medical care, automobiles, utilities, education, vacations, recreation, insurance, savings, investments, and philanthropy. For each category, visualize those items or activities in your life, then write down what you would need to spend to get them. Imagine eating in fine restaurants, driving your dream car, going on your dream vacation, even refurbishing your home or moving into a new one. Don't let your mind tell you that these things are impossible or crazy. For the moment, just do the research and find out exactly what it will cost to fund your dream life, whatever that is. Most people are unconscious when it comes to their money. For instance, do you know your net worth? Your total assets minus your total liabilities? Do you know how much money you have in savings? Do you know exactly what your fixed and variable monthly expenses are? Do you know the total amount of debt that you are carrying and the amount of money you are spending a year on interest payments? Do you know if you are adequately insured? Do you have a financial plan? Do you have an estate plan? Do you have a will? Is it up to date? If you want to be financially successful, you have to get conscious. Not only do you have to know precisely where you are, but you also need to know exactly where you want to go and what's required to get you there. Step 1. Determine your net worth. If you don't know your net worth, you can work with an accountant or a financial planner to calculate it. You could also join an organization such as the Avitas Group, a network-marketed financial services organization that consults with average people who want to become financially literate and financially independent. They'll help you determine your net worth and provide other financial services for a lot less than most financial planners charge. Or you could purchase some software, such as Personal Financial Statement, which is available at www.myfinancialsoftware.com. Step 2. Determine what you need to retire. Next, calculate what your financial needs will be when and if you retire. Be aware that retirement by its very nature requires that you be financially independent. A good financial planner can tell you how much in savings and investments would be required to produce enough in interest, dividend, rental, and royalty income to live your current lifestyle without having to work. Financial independence frees you up to pursue your passions, travel, engage in philanthropic endeavors and service projects, or do whatever you wish. Step 3. Become aware of what you're spending. Most people aren't aware of what they really spend in a month. If you've never tracked your expenditures, start by writing down all your normal fixed monthly expenses, such as your mortgage or rent, your car payment, any other installment or loan payments, your insurance bills, cable bill, internet provider, health club, and so on. Then go back over the last 6 to 12 months and calculate average monthly expenditures that fluctuate, such as utilities, phone bills, food bills, clothing expenditures, auto maintenance, medical expenses, and so on. Step 4. Become financially literate. Not only should you stay conscious around money by reviewing your financial goals every day and tracking your spending every month, but I recommend that you also proactively learn about money and investing by reading at least one good financial book every month for the next year. Another way to become financially literate is to seek out professionals who can teach you the money skills you'll need to grow a healthy financial future. You can invest your money in stocks and bonds, which pay you an interest, or you can invest in income-producing real estate, which pays you in positive cash flow from rental income that is greater than your mortgage payments. Principle number 58. Pay yourself first. The world's most aggressive savers make investing money as central a part of their money management as they do paying their mortgage. To get into the habit of saving some money every month, immediately take a predetermined percentage of your paycheck and put it in a savings account that you don't allow yourself to touch. Keep building that account until you've saved enough to move it into a mutual fund or bond account or to invest it in real estate, including the purchase of your own home. The amount of money that is wasted paying rent without building any equity in a home is a tragedy for many people. Investing just 10 or 15% of your income will help you eventually amass a fortune. Pay yourself first and then live on what is left. This will do two things. First, it will force you to start building your fortune. And second, if you still want to buy more or do more, it will force you to find ways to earn more money to afford it. Never dip into your savings to fund your bigger lifestyle. You want your investments to grow to the point that you could live off the interest if necessary. Only then will you be truly financially independent. Dr. John Demartini is a chiropractor who now conducts seminars for other chiropractors on how to grow themselves personally and their practices financially. He is one of the wealthiest and most abundant people I know, in spirit, friends, and adventure, as well as in money. John told me, "When I first got into practice years ago, I paid everybody first and took whatever was left over. I didn't know any better. Then I noticed that people who had only been working for me less than 6 months were all getting paid on time. I realized that their pay was fixed and mine was variable. That was kind of crazy. The most important person, me, was the one under the stress, while the others had all the stability. I decided to turn that around and pay myself first. I paid my taxes second, my lifestyle budget third, and my bills fourth. I arranged for automatic withdrawals, and they've completely changed my financial situation. I don't waver. If bills pile up and money doesn't come in, I don't stop the withdrawals. My staff is forced to find a way to book more seminars and collect more money. Under the old system, if they didn't book or collect, it was on my back. But now it's the other way around. If they want to get paid, they figure out ways to make more money. The 50-50 law. Another rule John suggests is that you never spend more than you save. John puts 50% of every dollar he earns into savings. If he wants to increase his personal expenditures by $45,000, he first has to earn an additional $90,000. Let's say you want to buy a car for $40,000. If you can't put an extra $40,000 into savings, you don't buy the car. Either buy a cheaper car, make do with what you have right now, or go out and make more money. The key is that you don't raise your lifestyle until you've earned the right to raise it by putting the same amount into savings. If you do raise your savings by $40,000, you know you've earned the right to raise your lifestyle by that same amount. The 50-50 law will get you rich very quickly. It was the core of billionaire Sir John Marks Templeton's strategy for building wealth. Don't tell me you can't do it. Most people wait to start saving until they have some extra money lying around, a comfortable surplus. But it doesn't work like that. You have to start saving and investing for the future now. And the more you invest, the sooner you will reach financial independence. Sir John Marks Templeton started out working for $150 a week as a stockbroker. He and his wife, Judith Folk, decided to invest 50% of their income in the stock market while still making tithing a priority. That left the two of them only 40% of his income to live on. But today, John Templeton is a billionaire. He has kept the practice up his whole life and now gives away $10 for every dollar he spends to individuals and organizations that support spiritual growth. You no doubt read or heard about Osceola McCarty of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, who had to drop out of school in the 6th grade to take care of her family, and spent some 75 years of her life washing and ironing other people's clothes. She lived a frugal life and saved what she could from the little money she made. In 1995, she donated $150,000, the bulk of her $250,000 life savings, to the University of Southern Mississippi to provide scholarships for needy students. And here's the interesting part. Had Osceola invested her savings, which is estimated to have been about $50,000 in 1965, in an S&P 500 index fund, which earns an average of 10.5% a year, her money would have grown to not $250,000, but $999,628, virtually $1 million, 4 times as much. How to become an automatic millionaire? The simplest way to implement the Pay Yourself First plan is to have a plan that is totally automatic. That is, set up so a percentage of your paycheck is automatically deducted and invested as you direct. Financial planners will tell you, from their extensive experience with hundreds of clients, that very few, if any, follow through with a plan to pay themselves first if it's not automatic. If you're an employee, check with your company to see if they have self-directed retirement accounts, such as 401k plans. You can arrange for the company to automatically deduct your contribution to the plan from your paycheck. If it's deducted before you receive your check, you'll never miss it. More important, you won't have to think about your investments. You won't have to exercise self-discipline. It doesn't depend on your mood swings, household emergencies, or anything else. You make the commitment once and it's a done deal. Another advantage of these kinds of plans is that they are free of most taxes until you withdraw the money. So instead of having 70 cents working for you, you have an entire dollar working for you, compounding year after year. Some companies will even match a portion of your contribution. If you work for such a company, get on board now. Check with the Employee Benefits Office of your company and find out how to sign up. When you do, make sure to make the largest percentage contribution you are allowed by law, but at least 10%. If you absolutely cannot bring yourself to do 10%, then do the largest percentage you can. After a few months, reassess and then see if you can't increase it. Get creative about where you can cut costs and how you can increase your income through some other source. If you don't have a company retirement plan, you can open an individual retirement account, an IRA, at a bank or a brokerage firm. With an IRA, you make a financial contribution of up to $3,000 a year, $3,500 if you're 50 or older. Ask the bank, the brokerage firm, or a financial advisor to help you decide if you want a traditional IRA or a Roth IRA. The paperwork to start an IRA takes about the same amount of time as opening a checking account. And to keep it automatic, you can arrange for an automatic deduction from your checking account. As your money begins to grow, you'll want to educate yourself further about the best way to invest your money. Eventually, you'll probably want to find a good financial advisor. The way I found mine was to ask successful friends who they had used, and then listen for the same name to come up more than once or twice. And that's exactly what happened. If you don't have friends who are using a financial advisor, or you don't get anyone that several people agree on, a good place to go for more information on how to pick a financial advisor is www.finishrich.com. Click on the Find a Financial Advisor button under the Resources section on the website. There is a wealth of information there that can help you. Protect what is yours with insurance. It's a sad reality today that many wealthy people are targets of frivolous lawsuits, claims, and other complaints, often for no legitimate reason. Additionally, mistakes and accidents can always occur, which is why it's important to protect your financial assets through a good insurance policy. This is even more important if you operate a small business. Locate a good insurance broker the same way you would find a financial planner or asset management company. Protect what's yours with a prenuptial or cohabitation agreement. If you're getting married later in life or bringing a lot of assets to the marriage, most financial advisors will tell you to get a prenuptial agreement. I know it may feel like you're introducing a negative matter to an experience that should be one of love and bliss, but these days, such agreements have become almost a necessity. I have watched way too many people, both men and women, lose what rightfully should have been theirs because they were afraid to get a prenuptial agreement. When I got remarried, my wife-to-be was more than willing to get a prenuptial agreement. She said, "I don't want to ever take away from you what you rightfully owned when we came together. You've worked hard for what you have, and I want you to feel safe knowing that it's still yours if we don't make it." It's exactly that attitude that lets me know we will make it, because she loves me and not my money. I admire that she is a level-headed, rational person who is not out to take advantage of me or my company. If you can't talk openly about a prenuptial agreement, you probably aren't going to be able to talk openly about other difficult emotional issues when they come up. That does not bode well for the quality or the longevity of the relationship. Find a good marriage counselor and a couple of good lawyers whose prenuptial agreements have stood up in court, and work out an agreement you both feel good about. It can be a very clarifying personal growth experience for both of you. Principle number 60. To spend more, first make more. The first step to making more money is to decide how much more you want to make. I've talked extensively about using the power of affirmations and visualization to see yourself as already in the possession of that money. Not surprisingly, story after story exists in the world about super-rich individuals who have used these daily habits to bring more abundance into their lives. The second step is to ask yourself, what product, service, or additional value can I deliver to generate that money? What does the world, your employer, your community, fellow business people, fellow students, or your customers need that you could provide? Finally, the third step is simply to develop and deliver that product, service, or extra value. Many of the most successful people throughout history have identified a need in the marketplace and provided the solution for it. Yet most of us have never asked what's needed, or even what's possible. If your dream is to earn more money, either with your own business or in addition to your job, identify a need that isn't being met and determine how to meet it. Whether it's starting a website for a particular group of collectors, providing a unique education for people who need rare or unusual skills, or developing new products or services to address emerging trends you see in society, there are always needs you can find to create a business or a service around. Many of these former met needs are inventions and services we now take for granted. But the fact remains that people discovered something they needed in their own life or stumbled on the needs of others and then created the gadgets and services that we now enjoy today. The baby jogger was invented by a man who wanted to go jogging but had childcare responsibilities. What he created for himself was soon in demand by nearly everyone who saw it. eBay, the world's largest online auction service, was born in 1995 when founder Pierre Omidyar engineered a way to help his fiancée trade Pez candy dispensers. Avon decided that its direct selling approach was ideal for the newly emerging Russian democracy, where Avon representatives could not only act as personal beauty consultants to Russian women who were unaccustomed to wearing cosmetics, but could also serve as delivery outlets at a time when retail infrastructures were practically non-existent. Internet dating services were invented when smart entrepreneurs matched the desires and the busy schedules of single people with the computer technology that was sitting in front of them 8 to 12 hours a day. What need could you identify? Need is literally everywhere you look. It doesn't matter whether you're a college student seeking a summer income, a housewife wanting to earn an extra $500 a month to make ends meet, or an entrepreneur looking for the next big business opportunity. There is always a need that could be your opportunity to make some serious money. In the 1980s, Mike Milliorn was a salesman for a label company who needed to make a few more dollars a month. One of his biggest customers was the TGI Fridays restaurant chain, a sophisticated operation looking for a fail-safe way to mark their stock and ensure that employees use the oldest perishable foods first, a process called food rotation. Before meeting Mike, they used masking tape and markers, Or they bought colored dots at an office supply store and posted a chart on the wall that said, "Red dot equals Wednesday." Their biggest problem? The adhesive didn't stick in their walk-in coolers. So Mike invented day dots for food rotation, a fail-proof system of colored dots with the day of the week imprinted right on the cold temperature label. He realized that if TGI Fridays needed the dots, other restaurants probably needed them too. He began marketing day dots to as many restaurants as he could economically afford to reach. Like most people with a new idea, Mike kept his day job. With 3 kids, a mortgage, and 2 car payments, it was too big of a risk to quit and devote full-time to day dots. He said, "I had zero money, so I had to figure out how to take my idea to market economically without quitting my job." That's where the mail order idea came up. Mike produced a simple one-page flyer that explained the day dot system and financed it with a $6,000 loan against his wife's Chevy station wagon, and then mailed it to the handful of restaurants for which he could afford the postage. He got just enough orders from that first mailing to encourage him to do another mailing, then another. For 4 years, he and his wife kept their day jobs and worked out of their house. Today, Mike's company mails 3 million catalogs a year and prints over 100 million day dots a week. Mike saw a need, and with the help of his wife, kids, and employees, he worked diligently to fill it. Day Dots has even evolved into a manufacturer and distributor of food safety products, as well as cold temperature, dissolvable, and super removable dots and labels. 13 years later, Mike was approached by a $4 billion Fortune 500 company which purchased day dots for tens of millions of dollars. What started out as a simple enterprise to earn a few extra dollars to just get his kids through school ended up earning Mike enough to do all that and more. Mike Miliorn noticed a need and found a creative, economical way to fill it. In the early 1990s, Linda and Ira Distenfield began looking for the next adventure in their lives. They'd been successful in civil service jobs, but wanted to make a change. And after looking at the marketplace, at all the products and services available, the one service they couldn't find was budget-priced legal work. It was no wonder they couldn't find it. In those days, attorneys still had the upper hand and charged thousands of dollars for simple documents that might take just a few minutes to produce. A typical bankruptcy costs $1,500, and a simple divorce might run as high as $2,000 to $5,000. But what about a service, the Distenfields thought, where everyday folks could get help with simple legal forms for $399 or less? What about a service that would demystify the legal process and explain a customer's options in everyday non-legal language? In a small storefront in Santa Barbara, the Distenfields began doing just that. Their company, We the People, was born. Today, the husband and wife team have more than 150 offices in 30 states and have served more than 500,000 customers in the last 10 years with as many as 60 different kinds of legal services, all at prices that won't break the bank. Now that's definitely finding a need and filling it. But perhaps the most telling proof that they found a need and filled it is the story of one satisfied customer in New York who raved about We the People to New York City's former corporation counsel, Michael Hess. Within days, Hess had checked them out and passed along his findings to former New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani. As a former U.S. attorney himself, Mayor Giuliani was intrigued by a people-oriented legal service that simplifies the process and charges lower fees. Today, he's a partner in We the People, bringing tremendous credibility to the Distenfields' dream and the industry they created. We the People has become so successful, in fact, that a major corporate powerhouse recently contacted the couple about buying them out and taking We the People to the next level. The Distenfields' commitment to providing an affordable service to their community has now paid them back handsomely. The possibilities are endless. Do you see a similar need in your life? What about a longing or aspiration in the lives of others around you? Is there something that needs to be provided, solved, addressed, or eliminated? Is there something you find annoying that could be alleviated if there were some gadget or service to solve that particular problem? Do you share a common goal or ambition with others in your industry or social circle that you could achieve if only someone gave you a system or process for achieving it? Do you enjoy certain activities that could be made even more enjoyable with a new invention or service? Look at your own life and ask what is missing that would make it easier or more fulfilling. Also, think outside the box. When Dave Liniger, founder and CEO of RE/MAX, was a successful young real estate agent, like everyone else, he grumbled about paying 50% of his commissions to the broker whose office he worked in. Experienced and an out-of-the-box thinker, he began to look for an alternative, a better way to sell homes and keep more of what he earned at the same time. Not long after, Dave happened upon a simple, independent, rent-a-desk real estate office that for $500 a month provided a desk, a receptionist, and limited other services to real estate agents who were experienced enough to find their own customers and do their own marketing. Like Dave, these agents didn't need the backing of a big-name entity to be successful. But unlike more professionally managed real estate brokerages, the rent-a-desk idea didn't offer outstanding management, a large brand name, lots of offices, and the ability to share expenses across thousands of agents. Why not create a hybrid, Dave mused? Why not create a firm that offers more independence to agents, that lets them keep more than 50% of their sales commission, but still provides more support than going it alone? Real Estate Maximums, RE/MAX for short, was born. And since its inception in 1973, because of Dave's commitment to the vision and his dogged determination not to give up during the very challenging first 5 years, RE/MAX has become the fastest-growing, largest network of real estate agents in the world, with more than 92,000 agents in 50 countries who share overhead, enjoy expense control, and are part of a bigger entity, but who also remain independent enough to determine their own advertising budgets and decide how much of their income they want to keep after their expenses. Because Liniger's out-of-the-box idea was backed up with hard work, perseverance, and passion, and because it met a need for thousands of real estate agents, the dream has grown into an almost $1 billion-a-year business. How far might you go if you were willing to do some out-of-the-box thinking? In July of 2001, Shane Lewis, a medical student in Virginia, decided to create an internet business to cover the cost of supporting his family while he was attending medical school at George Washington University. With the help of StoresOnline.com, he looked around for a product he could market and found a rapid urine drug test that parents and others could use to administer drug tests with immediate results. He is making well over $100,000 a year from this and 2 other drug and alcohol testing products. He told me, "My first month I only had a few orders, but by the 3rd month we were doing really well, and it exceeded my initial goals. Today, we earn enough for my wife to stay home with our children while I attend school. Thanks to our internet business, we are virtually debt-free and no longer have to rely on student loans to make ends meet." Money flows to value. Wherever you decide to put your energies, the key is to become more valuable to your current employer, customers, or clients. You do that by getting better at solving their problems, delivering products, and adding services that they want and need. You may need to get more training, develop new skills, create more relationships, or put in extra time. But the responsibility for getting better at what you do and how you do it is totally yours. Always seek out opportunities for more training and self-development. If you need an advanced degree or some kind of certification to move up in your chosen trade or profession, quit talking about it and go get it. Create multiple sources of income. The best way to enjoy greater income and develop economic security in your life is to create several sources of income. This protects you from any one of those sources, usually your job, from drying up and leaving you without any cash flow. I have always had several sources of income. Even when I was a therapist in private practice, I also gave speeches, ran workshops for educators, and wrote magazine articles and books. You too can find all kinds of additional ways to make money if you merely start looking for them. You can work up from simple ways such as hauling trash with your truck on the weekends, tutoring someone, or giving music lessons to investing in rental properties, consulting, or marketing on the Internet. An important distinction. When you are building multiple sources of income, do your best to focus on creating businesses that require very little time and money to start and operate. Your ultimate goal is to set things up so that you're free to work when and where you want, or to take time off to pursue leisure. Too many scattered streams of income mean that you run the risk of losing your main source of income. And remember to apply everything you have learned so far to creating multiple sources of income. Make it part of your vision and your goals. Visualize and affirm that you are making money from your multiple income sources. And start reading books and articles about it, and talking with your friends about it. You will start attracting all kinds of opportunities and ideas. Then, just act on the ones that feel most right for you. Success starts now. Principle number 63. Start now. Just do it. There is no perfect time to start. Now, if you're into astrology and you want to contact your astrologer about an auspicious date to get married, open your store, launch a new product line, or begin a concert tour, okay, that's fine. I can understand that. But everything else, the best strategy is to just jump in and get started. Don't keep putting things off, waiting for 12 doves to fly over your house in the sign of a cross before you begin. Just start. You want to be a public speaker? Fine. Schedule a free talk for a local service club, school, or church group. Just having a date will put the pressure on you to start researching and writing your speech. If that's too big of a stretch, then join Toastmasters or take a speech class. You want to be in the restaurant business? Go get a job in a restaurant and start learning the business. You want to be a chef? Great. Enroll in a cooking school. Take action and get started today. You do not have to know everything to get going. Just get into the game. You will learn by doing. Now, don't get me wrong here. I am a big proponent of education, training, and skill building. If you need more training, then go and get it. Sign up for that class or that seminar now. You may need a coach or a mentor to get where you want to go. If so, then go get one. If you're afraid, so what? Feel the fear and do it anyway. The key is to just get started. Quit waiting until you are perfectly ready. You never will be. Most of life is on-the-job training. Some of the most important things can only be learned in the process of doing them. You do something and you get feedback about what works and what doesn't. If you don't do anything for fear of doing it wrong, poorly, or badly, you never get any feedback, and therefore you never get to improve. How to get started. The key to success is to take what you have learned or relearned in this audiobook and put it into action. You can't do everything at once, but you can begin. We have covered 43 principles in this audiobook. If you're not careful, that could feel a bit overwhelming to you. So here is all you have to do. Go back to the beginning and start working through each principle one at a time in the order they are presented. Take 100% responsibility for your life and your success. Clarify your life purpose. Decide what you want. Set specific and measurable goals for all the parts of your personal vision. Break them down into specific action steps you can take. Create affirmations for each one of your goals and begin the practice of visualizing your completed goals every day. If you're smart, you'll also enroll someone to be your accountability partner, or you'll start a mastermind group to do these first steps with you. Then begin taking action on your most important goals every day except your R&R days. Pay the price by doing whatever it takes. Ask for whatever you need with no fear of rejection. Ask for and respond to feedback. Commit to never-ending improvement, and persist in the face of whatever obstacles may come up. Now you're up and running toward the completion of your major goals. Next, to build and maintain momentum, create a program for cleaning up your incompletes, work on transforming your limiting beliefs, pick a habit to work on developing for the next quarter, commit to reading one of the books in the suggested reading and additional resources for success, and then another, and purchase a motivational audio program to listen to in your car or when you are exercising. Then schedule a vacation with your spouse or some friends, and enroll in a personal development seminar to be completed sometime in the next 6 months. Start saying no to the people and things that distract you from your major goals, and find a mentor or hire a coach to advise you and keep you on track. Finally, work on developing your money consciousness. Make sure you set up a procedure for automatically investing 10% or more of every paycheck in an investment account and some portion of your time and money to your religious or favorite nonprofit organization. Analyze and cut back on your spending and begin figuring out how to make a fortune rather than a living by becoming more valuable to your employer or your clients. Remember, you can't do everything at once, but if you keep adding a little progress every day, over time, you will have built a whole new set of habits and self-disciplines. Remember, anything valuable takes time. There are no overnight successes. It took me years to learn and implement all of the principles I've been sharing with you in this audiobook. I have mastered some and am still working on mastering others. Though it will take you some time, it shouldn't have to take you as long as it took me. I had to discover all of these principles on my own over a period of many years and from many different sources. Today I'm passing them all on to you in one large package. Take advantage of my having gone before and blazed a trail for you. Everything you need is here to take you to the next level. Granted, there are things you'll need to learn that are unique to your specific situation, profession, career, and goals that are not covered in this audiobook. But the fundamental principles needed to succeed in any venture have been covered throughout the preceding chapters. Make the commitment to start now and get on with using them to create the life of your dreams. Scientist, inventor, and philosopher Buckminster Fuller talked about the processional effects that issue from just getting started in the service of humanity. Fuller explained procession by pointing out that the honeybee's seemingly primary objective is to obtain nectar to make honey. But while going after the nectar, the honeybee is unwittingly involved in a much bigger purpose. As it flies from flower to flower in search of more nectar, it picks up pollen on its wings and thus ends up cross-pollinating all of the rooted botanicals in the world. It's an unintended byproduct of the bee's nectar-seeking activity. Think of yourself as a speedboat moving through the water. To the sides of you and behind you is a wake of activity caused by the sheer force of your forward motion. Life is like that too. As long as you are actively in motion in the pursuit of your goals, you will create processional effects that will turn out to be far more important than you initially were capable of understanding or intending. You just begin, and the path of opportunities just keeps unfolding in front of you and to the side of you. None of the wealthy and successful people I know, both my closest friends and the more than 70 people I interviewed for this book, could have possibly planned or predicted the exact sequence of events that unfolded over the course of their lives. They all started with a dream and a plan, but once they started, things unfolded in unexpected ways. Look at my own example. Mark Victor Hansen and I never predicted that Chicken Soup for the Soul, the title of our first book, would evolve into a brand name and would become a household phrase in North America and numerous other countries around the globe. Nor could we have predicted that we would have a line of chicken soup for the pet lovers sold dog and cat foods, a line of greeting cards, a television show, a syndicated column, or a syndicated radio show. All of these things just evolved out of our initial commitment to write a book and be of service. When Dave Liniger decided to leave the biggest real estate agency in Denver and start his own agency, he had no idea that 30 years later his company, RE/MAX, would become the largest real estate agency in the United States, a billion-dollar business with 92,000 agents in 50 countries around the world. When Donald Trump built his first building, he wasn't aware that he would eventually own casinos, golf courses, a resort, the Miss USA contest, and the #1 reality show on American television. He just knew he wanted to build magnificent buildings. The rest unfolded along the way. Carl Karcher started with a rolling hot dog stand in downtown Los Angeles. As he made a little money, he bought another one and then another one until he could buy a real restaurant. That one restaurant evolved into Carl's Jr. When Paul Arfelia started out with a single copy shop to serve local college students, Little did he know it would evolve into a chain of over 1,800 Kinko stores and net him $116 million when he later sold it. All of these people may have had a set of goals and a detailed plan as best they could conceive it at the time, but each new success opened up new unforeseen possibilities. If you just aim in the direction you want to go, start and keep moving forward, all kinds of unforeseen opportunities will grow out of that forward motion. An Olympic dream turns into a professional speaking career. When Ruben Gonzalez finally realized his dream of competing in the Winter Olympics for the third time, he returned home to Texas, where his 11-year-old neighbor reminded him of his promise to be his show-and-tell story at the local elementary school. After Ruben regaled Will's fifth-grade class with the tales of his struggles to achieve his Olympic dream, Will's teacher asked Ruben if he would be willing to address an assembly of the whole school. So Ruben stayed for another hour and talked to all 200 kids. At the end of his talk, several teachers told him that they often hired speakers to come speak to the kids, and he was easily better than anyone they had previously hired. They told him that he had a natural gift as a speaker. Encouraged by this feedback, Ruben began calling up other schools in the Houston area and soon had so many bookings that he quit his job as a copier salesman. Everything went well until June, when to Ruben's surprise, school let out for the summer and there were no more speaking engagements until the fall. Spurred on by the need to feed himself and his wife, Ruben began calling up local businesses. Little by little, he established a toehold in the corporate world around Dallas, and as word grew about his incredibly motivational talks, Ruben's career took off. Just under 2 years later, Ruben made as much money in the first 2 months of the year as he had made all year in his previous job as a copier salesman. Placing 35th in the world in luge, a sport most people had never heard of, was a step toward a career as a world-class speaker. But it was not something he was planning when he was plummeting down the ice track at 90 miles an hour at the U.S. Olympic Training Center in Lake Placid, New York. It was one of those processional effects that Buckminster Fuller was talking about. Go get started. I have done my best to give you the principles and the tools you need to go and make all of your dreams come true. They have worked for me and for countless others, and they can work for you as well. But this is where the information, motivation, and inspiration stop, and the perspiration, provided by you, begins. You and you alone are responsible for taking the actions to create the life of your dreams. Nobody else can do it for you. You have all of the talent and the resources you need to start right now and eventually create anything you want. I know you can do it. You know you can do it. So go out there and do it. It's a lot of fun as well as a lot of hard work. So remember to enjoy the journey. Principle number 64. Empower yourself by empowering others. I want to encourage you to listen to this audiobook over and over several times. You will discover that with each re-listening, you will not only reinforce what you already know, but you will also discover something new, some concept that perhaps didn't register during the first time through. It takes a while to absorb and assimilate all of these new ideas. Give yourself that time. I also want to suggest you give several copies of this program to your teenage and college-age children, to your employees, team members, and managers. You'll be amazed at how radically you can change a family, a team, or a business simply by having everyone using the same principles at the same time. The greatest gift you can give anyone is a gift of empowerment and love. What could be more loving than helping people you care about get free from their limiting beliefs and ignorance about success, and empowering them to create the life that they truly want from the depths of their soul? So many Americans currently live in a state of resignation or despair. It is time to turn that around. We all have the power within us to create the life we want, the life we dream about, the life we were born to live. We all deserve to fulfill our potential and manifest our true destiny. It is our birthright, but it must be claimed. It must be earned through hard work, and part of that work is first learning and then living by the time-tested and ageless principles that are guaranteed to bring about our desired results. Most of us did not learn these principles in school or at church, and only a few of us learned them at home. They have been passed down from person to person by mentors, teachers, coaches, and more recently in books, seminars, and audio programs. Now you have the core of those principles in your hands. First, use them to liberate your own life and the lives of those whom you care about most, and those whose activities most impact your life. What if all members of your family gave up complaining, took full responsibility for themselves and their lives, and started creating the lives of their dreams? What if all the employees in your company practiced these principles? What if all members of your softball team approached life this way? What if all the high school students in the United States knew these principles and put them into practice in class, on the playing field, and in their social lives? What if all men and women in prison were to learn these valuable principles before they were released back into society? It would be a very different world. People would take 100% responsibility for their lives and the results they produce or don't produce. They would be clear about their visions and their goals. Nobody would fall victim to the criticism and abuse of others. Everyone would persevere in the face of hardship and challenge. Men and women would band together in teams to support each other to become all that they could be. People would ask for what they need and want, and feel free to say no to the requests of others when it is not right for them to respond with a yes. People would stop whining and complaining and get on with creating the life that they want. People would tell the truth and listen to each other with compassion because they know that peace, joy, and prosperity flourish when they do. In short, the world would work. The greatest contribution you can make to the world is to grow in self-awareness, self-realization, and the power to manifest your own heartfelt dreams and desires. The next greatest thing you can do is to help others do the same. What a wonderful world it would be if we were all to do that. It is my intention that this book would contribute to creating that kind of world. If it does, I will have fulfilled my purpose of inspiring and empowering others to live their highest vision in a context of love and joy. One of the most powerful ways to learn anything is to teach it to others. It forces you to clarify your ideas, confront inconsistencies in your own thinking, and more closely walk your talk. But most importantly, it requires you to read, study, and speak the information over and over again. The resulting repetition reinforces your own learning. One of the great benefits to me of researching and teaching the principles of success is that I am constantly reminding myself about the principles and how important it is to use them. As my staff members read the chapters of this audiobook as I finished writing them, it helped all of us recommit to the ones we were not fully using. And whenever I conduct seminars around the country, I find that I become more diligent in implementing the principles in my own life. Think about whom you might teach these principles to. Could you teach a seminar at your church? Offer a class at the local high school or community college? Teach a seminar at work? Facilitate a 6-week study group that meets once a week over lunch? Lead a discussion group with your own family? If you would like to, you can go to the website www.thesuccessprinciples.com and download a free study guide for teaching the basic principles in this audiobook to others. Though you'll definitely be helping others you teach, you'll be helping yourself even more. You don't have to be a master of these principles to lead a discussion group. You just have to be willing to facilitate a discussion of the principles. The study guide will tell you everything you need to say and do to lead a productive discussion and help people implement the principles at work, at school, and at home. Imagine a family, group, club, religious group, office sales team, or a company where the people were all working together to support each other in actively living these principles. The results would be miraculous. And you could be the person who makes that happen. If not you, then who? If not now, then when? When you lift up others, they will lift up you. And here's another major benefit. The more you help other people succeed in life, the more they will want to help you succeed. You might wonder why all the people who teach success strategies are so successful. It's because they have helped so many people get what they want. People naturally support those who have supported them. The same will be true for you. One of my spiritual teachers once taught me to be a student to those above me, a teacher to those below me, and a fellow traveler and a helpmate to those on the same level. That's good advice for all of us. Help us start a movement. I envision a world where all people are inspired to believe in themselves and their abilities and are empowered to reach their full potential and realize all their dreams. I want these principles taught in every school and university and practiced in every small business and large corporation. I have trained other trainers and speakers, developed curricula for schools, created video-based training programs for welfare programs and corporations, written books, created audio and video programs, conducted seminars and online courses, and developed coaching and telecoaching programs for the general public. I've created a syndicated column, helped produce a television series, and appeared on countless radio and television programs sharing these ideas with others. I'd love to have you join me in spreading the word. If you'd like to be part of the Success Principles team, visit the website www.thesuccessprinciples.com, register by clicking on the Success Principles team link, and we'll let you know how you can join us in reaching and teaching others. I look forward to working together with you to create high levels of achievement in your life and the lives of the people that matter most to you. Let's work together to create a world that works for everyone. Thank you for listening, and may all your dreams come true.